Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Oracle, personal. Entry number 1. No Man's Land. Day 1. This is harder than I thought it would be. This is me breaking the silence and telling the secrets. I wish there were another way to do this, and I pray that you'll never read these words, and the many words sure to follow. But someone has to keep the chronicle. Someone has to record and remember, and the only person left who can do it is me. The problem is, to tell it right, I can't hold anything back. Not for myself, not for him, not for any of us. No half-truths, no dodges, no feints, not even the parts that will hurt. This, as they say, is the proverbial it. All or nothing. For us, like it is for Gotham. It means I have to strip the masks away. It means I have to betray secrets shared in confidence or learned through treachery. It means nothing is sacred. I'm trying very hard not to think about what might come, how you'll react if you ever do read these words. I'm trying very hard not to think about your righteous anger, or about how you'll curse me for keeping so much from you for so long. I'm trying very hard not to think about the proud man you are, and how humiliated you'll feel. I know you as you know me, Commissioner. You'll think you were played for a fool. But Dad, you've never been a fool. Never to me. Never to him. I really, really, really hope that no one else will ever read this but me. Because if you're reading this, it means we lost. It means Gotham City really and truly is dead. And probably me along with it. My name was Batgirl once. Now I'm called Oracle. But as you know, my name is really Barbara Gordon. First mask removed. I had to get that out of the way up front, because you have to understand my bona fides, such as they are. You have to believe that I know what I'm talking about, that when I say such and such happened, or Batman and Joker did this or that, I'm reporting the facts, as best I can. When I say that I know what's going on, you must trust that I am telling you the truth, all of it. You must believe that you can believe me. As Batgirl, I learned Gotham City like the back of my gloved hand. The Gotham that Fodor's doesn't write about. The Gotham that lives between criminal madness and ultimate despair. I know things. For example, I know that the sewer grate on the north side of the intersection at Middow and Cohen is a false one, not on any city record, installed by a certain vigilante to allow for immediate access to a cache of equipment. I know, too, that if you dive off what was once the Babylon Towers with a good cable and perfect aim, you can loop your throw around the statue of the Zion Lion 30 feet below, the one that sits atop the GCBC building. If you do it right, your arms will feel like they're leaving their sockets the hard way. But if you keep your grip and your nerve, you can swing all the way to the penthouse apartments overlooking Victory Square. I know that if you do it wrong, you'll hit the ground so hard they'll need a sponge to get you out of your costume. I know that if you do this at 23:37 hours Monday through Friday, you can clear the next 3 rooftops in time to land atop the J Street L as it slows to turn up Broadway. On Saturdays, you've got to do it 3 minutes earlier. Or at least, you could before the cataclysm. As Oracle, my knowledge is even greater, though perhaps more abstract. Given time and a computer or 6, I can find just about any piece of information stored in any electronic system anywhere on the planet, provided I can hack my way in. And I can hack my way in like I designed the code myself. Usually. More than that, I've got records like you wouldn't believe from places you wouldn't imagine. Scanned documents from 200 years ago up to the latest burn of the complete Who's Who CD. I know how to research and I know how to investigate. I read back over this so far, and I realize that though those 2 alter egos may be me at my best, Barbara Gordon is the woman at its heart. She's the most important part of this, in a way. She is, after all, the girl who was raised in Gotham City, The girl who sneers at New Yorkers who talk about their tough town. She's the girl who tells the metropolis jokes. Me. As much Gotham City as anyone, in a way. As much as you, Dad. As much as any of your cops. As much as Batman himself. I'm looking out the window now, which is not really a window at all. I'm not in my apartment. Not exactly. I'm through the secret door in the wall where you normally hang your coat. In my control room. My command post. This is where Oracle lives. I'm surrounded by monitors and mini towers, computers running on battery power charged by the solar cells I've stockpiled. I've got a satellite phone with a T3 connection and uplink. I've got flashlights and rope, even a couple of non-lethal weapons. A tonfa, a sawed-down baseball bat, a collapsible baton, and one rifle, in case things get really nasty. I've got 2 portable heaters and a blanket, and I'm using all 3, and I'm still freezing my ass off. I'm looking at the worst winter in Gotham City's history, and it's not the weather that did it, or even Mother Nature. I can see the flashes of light as the charges go off, demolishing the Brown Bridge, cutting off this island city from the rest of the United States of America. As of exactly 7 minutes ago, we're no longer citizens of the USA. As of exactly 7 minutes ago, Gotham City officially became a no man's land. Everyone who could go has. As for the rest of us, now we couldn't leave even if we wanted to. How did we come to this? They were asking the same question on the late-night news shows. They recounted the contagion that devastated the city 3 years ago. Then the second outbreak that picked up where the first one had left off. They talked about how tens of thousands of Gothamites died, about the repeated impositions of martial law. They talked about the eroding economic, social, and cultural bases as people fled this city for greener pastures, relocating to Bloodhaven or Boston or Metropolis or, God forbid, Hub City. Gotham, they all sadly admitted, was pretty much a write-off even before the cataclysm. Oh, and how they love to talk about the cataclysm, Dad.
We're looking at the ruins of once mighty Gotham City, where a record 7.6 Richter scale earthquake, with an epicenter not 10 miles from downtown, with fires burning for days afterwards, has resulted in massive loss of life.
As far as tragedies go, let's be honest, the media couldn't have asked for better. Gotham City was front-page news around the world. Put all the tragedies together, one after the other, and we've got a death toll in the hundreds of thousands easy. I'm looking out the window and I want to laugh, because the cataclysm, that was just adding insult to injury. What happened next, when you think about it in that light, wasn't so hard to believe. I mean, after Mother Nature, there was really only one thing worse that could happen to our fair city. Politics.
Mr. Speaker, our nation can no longer afford to throw good money after bad.
No money for Gotham, said Congress. No money for Gotham, said the Senate. Federal funds in excess of $100 billion would be needed to rebuild the civic infrastructure. That was the soundbite. And then the number climbed higher. Not 100, 120. Not 120, 150. We became the nation's latest scapegoat, and, in a way, wasn't it about time? We're the murder capital of the country, or at least we used to be when we were part of the country. According to the FBI, and I know this, trust me, we outscored every other city in the nation with our stats. Highest incidence of crimes against property per capita? Gotham City. Highest incidence of robbery homicide per capita? Gotham City. Assaults? Gotham City. Rapes? Gotham City. Kidnapping, arson, hell, even auto theft? Gotham City. If that wasn't enough, and for the politicos it wasn't, next came the parade of lunatics. Two-Face and Mr. Freeze, Ivy and Clayface, the Riddler, the Penguin, and, of course, their favorite madman, the son of a bitch who put a bullet through my spine, who put me in this wheelchair for the rest of my life. The Joker. Where the politicians went, the nation followed. Gotham City, the new Sodom. Let it burn, let it rot, let it crumble. Even our favorite son, Bruce Wayne, couldn't save us from the might of Washington. The billionaire playboy, the inheritor of the Wayne fortune, the wayward president of Wayne Enterprises, Wayne Technologies, and Wayne Development. Even with the billions of dollars from the companies bearing his name that Wayne poured into both cities at once, Gotham and D.C., he couldn't stop it.
In an historic measure and with profound regret, the President today signed into law the federal declaration of Gotham City as no man's land.
And speaking of Bruce Wayne, here comes another mask removed. The big one. Brace yourself, Dad. Bruce Wayne is the Batman. Seriously. But Bruce Wayne seems to have vanished, and the Batman with him. I suppose that shouldn't mean anything. So many don't even believe he exists. But this time, it feels different. It feels like maybe he really is gone. That maybe Batman and Bruce Wayne both have done the sensible thing, the sane thing. Maybe they got out while they could. I don't want to believe it. Gotham City needs him now as much as he has ever needed Gotham City. I don't want to believe he's abandoned us. But he hasn't been seen in days. I should have heard something by now. I would have heard something by now. For the first time since as long as I can remember, there is no Batman. And I'm scared, Dad. I'm really scared.
Graphic Audio presents DC Comics Batman No Man's Land Part 1 by Greg Rucka. Batman and all names, characters, and elements are trademarks of DC Comics. Copyright 2011. All rights reserved. Narrated by Richard Rowan and Karen Novak. With performances by James Konachek, Julianne Elliott, Thomas Keegan, Danny Gavigan, Yasmin Twazon, Greg Gorton, Susan Linsky, Terrence Aselford, Nanette Savard, Scott McCormick, Alyssa Wilmoth, Nick DePinto, Drew Kopis, Michael Glenn, David Coyne, James Lewis, Alexander Strain, Thomas Penny, Joseph Thornhill, James Keegan, Christopher Sheeran, Kimberly Gilbert, Daniel Sontag, Faith Potts, Joe Brack, Ken Jackson, MJ Casey, Liz Demery, and Bradley Smith. Six of them stood on the sunken roof of the GCPD's central precinct, almost in a perfect line, just shy of the edge. All faced west toward the Gotham River, and with the height of the precinct building and the rest of the shattered skyline before them, their view was almost entirely unobstructed. In the distance, shrouded in the thin mist that rose from the water, helicopters flew low along the far shore, halogen beams drawing white lines through the air. Behind them, on its mount, sat the broken floodlight that could paint the clouds with the silhouette of a giant bat. It was brittle cold, the middle of winter, but there had been no snow yet, not even at Christmas. The air was dry and the wind was strong and from the north, and it made the condensation from their breathing look more like smoke than steam, whipped away as quickly as it was exhaled. All had learned to breathe through their mouths, trying to minimize the assault of scent from the traumatized city. The rotten food, the sewage, the smoke. They stood quietly waiting, each with their own thoughts, hands thrust deep into pockets or folded under armpits, shifting from foot to foot in an attempt to stay warm. At 11:50 exactly, the man on the end, the one dressed in tactical gear and wearing a black ball cap with a GCPD badge stitched to its face, consulted his watch.
10 minutes, Jim.
James Gordon stood at the center of the line, his wife's hand in his own.
Thank you, Bill.
They could see, somewhere across the river, in the massive floodlights camped on the far shore, ant-sized soldiers in toy-sized trucks burst into a sudden frenzy of movement.
By declaration of the President,
The amplified voice drifted across the water. None of them could make out the words, but all knew what was being said. Gordon tightened his grip on his wife's hand, not so much to reassure her as to keep himself in check. In his mid-50s, with hair now more gray than brown, and a face that had lines etched from 1,000 different crime scenes, he had been a police all of his adult life since leaving the Marine Corps. His career had started in Chicago, a young rookie on a rough force, but just over 10 years ago he had moved to Gotham City, a new lieutenant in a department wallowing gleefully in its own corruption. It was, and he knew this, the single most important decision of his life. Looking out at the city now, he found himself remembering the city then. He had arrived and almost immediately hated the new job, hated the people he was forced to work with even more. He had hated the crime and apathy and desperation that seemed stamped on every street of his new home. He had hated the arrogance of the public servants who had turned their backs on the people. But Gordon had fallen immediately in love with Gotham herself, with the vibrancy of the city, with its character and its history. Gotham was an American city, with streets full of people of every color, stores that catered to every culture. Gotham had a pulse, a heartbeat, a soul. Gotham had glamour and sass, but the brassiness of a longshoreman beneath it all. Gordon loved it. Within days of his arrival, he'd known he would never leave. Indeed, that he could not. He'd known that Gotham was to be his city. He'd known he would serve her, come what may. Within a year, Gordon had made captain and overseen the purging of one of the most corrupt police forces in the nation's history. He had made new enemies and new allies, and all but destroyed his first marriage. He had met Sarah Essen, the woman whose hand was even now his anchor, and Harvey Dent, the friend who too soon became a foe. But if those were all important vital elements contributing to who he was now, there was one other. His first year in Gotham had been the first year of the Batman as well. Sarah gave his hand a squeeze, almost reflexive reassurance, jerking Gordon back from the past. He looked away from the National Guard encampment on the far shore, at the miles of razor wire and tank barricades that had been assembled across the already mined river, to look at her. 12 years his junior, twice as pretty as when they'd first met. Looking at her, he could feel his heart beat just a little faster. For a moment, the temptation to bury his face in her hair, to hide in the familiar feel of her skin, was overpowering. But it wouldn't do, and he knew that. Not in front of his people, certainly. They were looking to him for leadership and strength, and after all, he was still the commissioner of police, at least for another 7 minutes or so. His people. It almost made him smile as he looked at the line on either side of him, at those cops who, like himself, had decided to stay behind for one reason or another. At the far end of the line was Renee Montoya, Detective Third Class, and the only other woman in the rooftop group aside from Sarah. Born and raised in Gotham, the child of Dominican immigrants, Montoya was one of the best on his force, and he had a paternal pride in her. He had promoted her himself, overseen her assignments and training. At times, he felt as fond of Renee Montoya as he did of his own daughter, Barbara. Standing beside Montoya was her partner, Detective Sergeant Harvey Bullock. Sarah liked to call him the Bulldog. Never when Harvey could hear, of course. And Gordon thought that it was more than just an apt physical description of the overweight cop. There was nobody more stubborn, nobody more tenacious, nobody more potentially offensive in the whole of the GCPD than Bullock. Then, Sarah Essen, lieutenant. Their marriage had seen more rocks dug up than a quarry, and there were times when Gordon wondered if they kept returning to each other simply because no one else would have them. She was more than his wife, and more than his friend, and more than his lover. Sarah was his equal. How could he not love her most of all for that? That was on his left. On his right were the remaining two of the GCPD hierarchy. Hugh Foley was the latest addition to the GCPD Officer Corps. A lieutenant and vice bunco, Gordon knew Foley as a competent administrator, good with the public and the media. Quiet in the ranks, one of the many men under Gordon's command, hardly distinguishable from so many of the others. Looking at him now, Gordon had to admit he had no idea why Foley had decided to stay behind with the rest of them. At the end of the line stood Captain William Pettit, head of the GCPD Quick Response Team, binoculars in one hand, watch in the other. Another former soldier, Pettit had served in Gotham's own war for several years now, responsible for training and commanding a unit where hostage takings and shootouts were only 24 hours apart on a good day. As far as tactical support, Gordon couldn't think of anyone better.
5 minutes. Suppose it's too late to change our minds about this. Not if you run for it. If you sprint...
You might make it as far as Brady Avenue before the charges start going off. Go for it, Foley.
Quiet.
Sarah gave his hand another squeeze. The problem, as far as Helena Bertinelli was concerned, was with her watch. It was a good watch, and she knew that. A Rolex, shock-resistant and waterproof and accurate like you wouldn't believe. That wasn't the problem. It was that she had to wear the damn thing on her wrist, even when she was in costume, even when she was the Huntress. There was just no other accessible place to put it where she could reach it in a hurry. In a pouch on her belt, for instance, would require both having a free hand and the time to reach it. So it stayed on her wrist, below the launcher on her forearm that fired razor-sharp spikes with a blast of compressed air. And she had long ago resigned herself to all the problems that created. Helena couldn't even count how many times she had had to have the watch crystal repaired, not to mention the pain that came from blocking a punch with a lump of metal wrapped around your wrist. The Batman, she was certain, did not wear a watch to work. No, he had some fancy heads-up display in that Kevlar-lined cowl of his, something that kept perfect time, tied to the atomic clock in Colorado, and that was visible day or night but never obscured his vision. All Helena had behind the domino mask she wore as the Huntress were third-generation Starlight lenses, and they only worked half the time. The Batman didn't have any of these problems. The Batman had all of the cool equipment and all the training to use it. And what the Batman had, he shared only with a chosen few. And long ago, he had made it clear that Helena Bertinelli was not one of those. Sure, they were both vigilantes in a city where crime was as common as cars, but as far as he was concerned, the similarities ended there. She wasn't Robin, and she wasn't Nightwing, and she wasn't welcome in the club. And that, it seemed, was that. He had laid it all out for her once, almost 2 years before, when she had been crouching on the roof of a warehouse overlooking Miller Harbor. Surveillance on a group of mafia soldiers getting ready to move some heroin off the docks. She hadn't even known he was there until he'd spoken, making her jump half out of her costume.
Huntress.
Then he looked pointedly at the crossbow she was holding.
I've got this. I don't need your help.
No one dies tonight.
Just like that. Just like he was laying down the law. It made her angry suddenly, the judgment in his voice, the command.
Unlike you, I shoot back.
That's the problem.
Don't do that! Don't walk away from me!
She'd gotten to her feet without thinking, blowing the hiding place, blowing the hours of surveillance.
I've been out here every night for a year. We do the same thing. How dare you presume to judge me?
The movement had been so quick she hadn't even seen it. The blur of cape so fast, it might have been a shadow. And then the crossbow was out of her hand, and he had tossed it across the rooftop, not bothering to look. Now he was face to face with her. It was the first time she'd been that close to him, been able to see that there truly was a man beneath the cowl. His jaw was strong, and his lips thin.
You kill.
She'd surprised herself by finding her voice.
Yes.
Not in my city.
Is that why you don't like me? That when some four-time loser with murder on his mind pulls a gun on me, I'm not afraid to drop him? Is that it?
Yes.
That's not what this is about.
That's all that this is about.
His tone had stunned her. And once again she could imagine the man beneath the cowl. But before she'd been able to respond, he'd already turned, and then was gone, dropping off the roof. She had known better than to try to follow him, and that had been that for a while. Until only a year ago, when the Malfatti thing had come up and she'd found herself sharing the case with the Batman's protege, Nightwing. They'd ended up teaming together by accident more than anything else. Nightwing coming up from his usual beat of Bloodhaven, 60 miles south of Gotham, to cover for the Batman, who was mysteriously out of town on business. Before she'd known what had happened, they were sharing clues and facts. Then, they'd shared her bed. After the case was done, she'd told herself it was a one-time thing. They had both been alone in Gotham, and it was a thrill and a comfort, and nothing more. Certainly, Nightwing had tried to be a gentleman about the brief affair, which in its own way was pretty funny. He'd refused to even let slip his real name, which she had teased him about mercilessly. There they'd been, for God's sake, masks as off as they could get, and still he tried to protect his identity. She knew why. She knew it wasn't for him. It was for the Batman. Whoever he really was. Nightwing would rather die than betray that confidence. She hadn't pressed. She respected that. Still, she found herself thinking about Nightwing more often than she'd ever thought she would. Even now, she wondered where he was. She realized she'd been staring at her watch for over a minute now, not registering what the hands were telling her.
5 to midnight.
5 minutes until Gotham City became persona non grata to the rest of the US of A. Just like her. She smiled despite herself. It wasn't strictly analogous, she knew that, but she felt a perverse camaraderie with Gotham suddenly. They were both alone, they were both unwanted, and both would fight on against the odds. She wrapped her cape around herself a little tighter, trying to stay warm, then leaned back into the shadows.
Not in his city.
She checked her watch again.
Well, that's not his city any longer.
She touched the cross at her throat, the one part of her costume as the Huntress that carried over into the life of Helena Bertinelli. She said a silent and quick Our Father, and prepared to go hunting.
She wants something out of it. They all want something out of it. But she's different.
The voices were getting to him, which was vaguely puzzling since every day and for as long as he could recall, the voices had always been his. But he was relatively sure that the voices he was hearing now were not actually his own. The Joker turned his head on his pillow.
Keep it down out there! Some of us have to go to work in the morning! You're too kind.
Whether the appreciative audience was one of the simpleton guards or another of his comrades-in-arms down the hall, Joker wasn't certain. The cell was dark. The lights went off at 9 p.m. rain or shine. Didn't matter what you might be doing at the time. And no illumination leaked through the door, but he guessed it had to be near midnight. Once, way back when, after that damned winged rodent, that honestly the most unappreciative audience ever, had captured him, he'd been put in a cell with a window. The window had been barred, of course, but at least at night he could see the stars, and when he stood on the commode he could look down at the grounds. And whenever he had slipped while on the commode, his foot had gotten stuck in the toilet, and that had been funny. Really funny. Toilet jokes were always funny, after all. Then he had pushed Dr. Nybocken's head through the bars in an attempt to remove his ears, to sort of, peel them off. It had worked, but the doctor's skull had been crushed as a result, which was actually doubly funny, and worth it. The look on the guard's face when he came in that time and saw the doctor just dangling there, death rattle and all, limbs jerking around all crazy like that. Then the guard had turned and seen him sitting there on his cot, looking innocent as could be. Just the Joker, minding his own business. And wearing Dr. Nybocken's ears, of course.
Now that was funny.
None of the voices told the Joker to shut up. He pivoted off the bed, then did a pratfall while getting up, tripping over his own feet and taking a header into the far wall. It was still pitch black and there was no one to see it, but it was worth a laugh, and the Joker thought he pulled it off quite well.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here all week.
Springing up, he dusted himself off and went for the door. He put his hands out in front of him, thinking to settle himself against it, to feel for the seam in the center, eye level, where the little sliding surveillance window was. He didn't put too much pressure on the door at all. But it swung open, and the shift took him utterly by surprise, and he did another pratfall, this one unintentional, out into the corridor.
Clumsy.
Huh? Harvey?
Joker got up quickly, then exaggeratedly dusted himself off. Harvey Dent's presence in the hall surprised him. Normally, when Harvey was in the hall, there were orderlies in hot pursuit, with cattle prods more often than not, but the hallway was otherwise empty. Joker extended an arm and slapped the larger man on the back.
Harv, old son! What the hell is going on here?
Harvey reached and removed Joker's hand as if it were coated with poison, then turned to look at him full on. Joker got his big grin out, fixing it in place. He needed it because, honestly, Harvey was crazy, and you could literally see it on his face. Back before the dawn of time, Harvey Dent had been the Gotham City DA, and then a mobster. Joker couldn't remember who it was. Marcelli, Marconi, Macaroni, didn't matter, had thrown a lovely bottle of perfectly good acid at him. Harvey, not being a total fool, had turned away, but the result was that half of his face, the left side, was puckered and red and purple and all greasy crinkles, even around his left eye, which bulged like someone was trying to shove it out of his head from within. The acid had even caught his hair, burning the scalp so that the only thing that grew on that side was wiry and white. Joker had no problem with that side of Harvey Dent's face. It was the other side, the one that was still handsome and charming, blue-eyed and brown-haired, with a noble brow and strong nose. That was the side he couldn't stand. Harvey Dent, or Two-Face, as Harvey preferred half the time, glared back at him.
Shouldn't there be an alarm by now?
Harvey shook his head and started down the hall.
I think I'll join you.
It was awfully quiet. The Joker couldn't help noticing that a lot of the cell doors were open and their occupants missing, and as he moved on, he checked their names. The ventriloquist was gone, probably searching for a log to carve into Scarface, the dummy gangster that was a man in his own right. So was Roman Sionis, another member of the horribly scarred brigade, who was so damn hideous he normally wore a mask made from, Joker loved this part, his mother's ebony funeral coffin, and thus went around telling everyone to call him Black Mask. Joker stopped at Pamela Isley's room, peering in, perplexed. Pam was a kick. They called her Poison Ivy, lovely girl, a kiss that could kill. But the thing was, the cell was bare. Not even her appalling fern that she kept in that old pot or the single rose that the doctors let her keep. All gone.
Harvey, where's Pam?
Come on. I need to find a coin.
Find a coin, find a coin. You know you're a broken record, Harv. Check O'Malley's desk. I heard him saying something about laundry money after I came back from my last shock therapy.
Harvey moved down the hall and stopped at the orderly's desk.
Now, shock therapy. That's a buzz, if you get my gist. I mean, it'll really make you sit a bit of tension. Really get you charged up for your day. Shock treatment, in fact, has to be...
Shut up!
Joker saw that now in Harvey's hand was a nice and shiny $50. It made him grin.
What was O'Malley doing with your coin?
This isn't my coin. This is a coin. It'll do.
Where's your coin?
Two-Face looked wistfully past Joker's shoulder, a look that Joker found more than a little silly.
Give it to a cop.
Oh, Harvey, you're such a kidder. You gave it to a cop? Which one?
You know Montoya? Detective Montoya?
Is he the fat slob one who smells like spam burgers and is always smoking stogies?
No, that's her partner, Bullock. I'm talking about the other one, the lady one in Major Crimes.
Joker thought, wrinkling his brow. When he wrinkled his brow, he thought perhaps he could get his forehead to touch his nose, but that didn't work. Then his brow smoothed.
Oh, yeah, her. Ooh, she's mighty fine, ain't she, Harv? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, know what I mean?
Two-Face pulled Joker in by his shirt collar, and their noses were almost touching.
You talk about her like that, I'll feed you each one of your teeth. Rectally.
Joker kissed the tip of Two-Face's nose.
Tag, you're it.
Two-Face pushed him away, then flipped the coin in his hand. Joker waited respectfully for the result.
Follow me.
Oh, of course. Just a moment.
Joker stopped just long enough at the desk to find himself a pair of scissors. He snipped the air with them experimentally, working his way down the hall and wondering what Two-Face would do when they hit the security doors. Those doors, those were always the problem in each and every escape plan. The great massive steel things that slammed shut automatically when the alarm sounded. 400 pounds apiece, if not more, and the Joker knew that personally. They'd swung shut on him on more than one occasion. He was vaguely irritated to see that the doors were in fact open.
Someone forgot to close the door.
You're an idiot.
Two-Face didn't look back. Joker tried to remember how to look wounded, failed, and contemplated burying the scissors in Two-Face's back.
Don't.
Don't what?
Don't stab me with the scissors, clown.
Joker snipped the air again, continued to follow Two-Face down the hall, then out into reception, at which point a couple of things struck him in quick succession. First, no one was working reception. No nurses, no orderlies, no security guards, no Dr. Jeremiah Arkham. Second, it wasn't simply that the asylum seemed to be empty, he was now getting the distinct impression that it was deserted. And third, and perhaps most important, the front doors were wide open.
This has to be some sort of joke.
No man's land. The earthquake. Gotham City totaled. Any of these ring a bell?
Joker frowned and snipped at the air again thoughtfully. He didn't like being condescended to, but the problem was that Two-Face was almost always condescending, and the Joker had the impression that if he stabbed him now, he wouldn't get the answer to his questions.
Government's called it quits on Gotham. Closed off the city. Blowing the bridges at midnight.
Something tickled at the back of Joker's brain for a moment, and he chewed his lip, trying to draw the idea out. It wasn't coming, though, so Joker turned to the nearest wall and bashed his forehead against the cinder block.
Oh yes, what Dr. Quinzel said.
Who?
Joker rubbed his forehead, trying to massage the rest of the memory free. The earthquake. Dr. Quinzel had talked about it in one of their last sessions, about how the city was a mess, how the asylum was going to be abandoned. Then, Dr. Quinzel had cried because she didn't want to leave Joker. She told him that Dr. Arkham was calling institutions all over the country, trying to get the patients placed in new facilities. But no one wanted to take them, Joker remembered. No one wanted Poison Ivy or Two-Face or Joker. He tried to get his lower lip to quiver with the memory. And now here they were. Well, at least here Joker and Two-Face were. Who cared about Poison Ivy? Or Dr. Quinzel, for that matter. Joker checked the clock on the wall over the receptionist's desk. His favorite, Betsy, wasn't there. That was a pity, because now that he had the scissors, he'd have really liked to talk with her about the way she cut her hair. The clock read 11:58. Because it was dark out, Joker felt safe in adding PM to the calculation.
Everyone with an ounce of sense has left town already. Dr. Arkham programmed the doors to open at 11:55. Figures we're all stuck in Gotham anyway, can't get off the island.
Can we?
Not unless you want an Apache gunship firing missiles down your throat, no.
Oh, pooh. Wait. You mean... It's all ours?
You got it.
Gotham?
All of it.
Ours?
Yes.
Joker craned his neck slowly to look past Two-Face out at the barren grounds of Arkham Asylum. Beyond the fence, through the trees, down the hill, he could see where the Sprang River was flowing beneath the Schwartz Bridge. He felt his heart starting to race. All thoughts of stabbing Two-Face to death had vanished. Joker was almost afraid to ask.
And Batman?
He's staying. He has to. He's too crazy to leave. He's locked in here with us.
For a moment, Joker honestly thought he might cry with the joy of it.
The whole city to play with. Oh, no government. That means no cops. No cops. That means no law. And no law means... victims.
I'm out of here. Catch you on the flip side, clown.
Joker watched as Two-Face went down the steps, crossed the manicured lawn to the front gate, and then disappeared from view. Joker stepped out into the cold air, settling down at the top of the steps.
You know...
He spoke to no one, staring dreamily at the city.
I think I'll wait a while.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Across the river, Gordon saw the flash as the Brown Bridge exploded, the demolition charges firing in perfect sequence. Farther upriver, they heard other explosions, saw the light as the Trigate Bridge blew. The Gotham River bubbled. Each of the subway and rail tunnels suddenly imploded, water rushing to fill the space. The last electric lights winked out. Gordon let go of his wife's hand and stepped forward, then turned to face the line of people, the line of his people. From inside his jacket, he produced his shield, holding it so that they all could see.
Gotham City is gone. There's no such thing as the GCPD from here on out. But we're still police, and we're still here, so it's up to us now to make it work. It's up to us alone to keep what we have, what we value, safe. No man's land? It won't last. You know it, I know it. Eventually Washington will come to its senses. Eventually those bridges will be rebuilt. Until then, this shield, all our shields, they're only worth the person wearing them.
He pinned his badge to his shirt, feeling the heavy metal drag on the fabric.
As long as we can wear these, we'll make it.
For a moment, no one moved, and Gordon thought that he tanked it. He had never been good at public speaking. Even after 10 years of media hounds looking for sound bites, he'd never gotten it down. Then Sarah was pinning her badge to her shirt, then Pettit, then Montoya, and suddenly all of them were wearing their gold shields, all looking at him, waiting for what would happen next.
Time to protect and serve.
Gordon headed for the door off the roof, back downstairs. On the way, his eyes went to the broken bat signal, where the shattered bulb sat in dark shadow.
Oracle. Personal. Entry number 289. No Man's Land. Day 90, 10:20 Zulu. Dear Dad, after 90 days of No Man's Land, I have come to the following conclusion. Anarchy is mankind's natural state. I don't think even the most jaded social anthropologist could have anticipated how quickly it would happen, how quickly the tribes would form. Within 1 week of Black Monday, the day the bridges blew and NML began, this block alone, where I now write, changed hands 3 times. Gangs that came and went so quickly I don't even remember their names. Since then, it's settled down somewhat, as I understand it has all across the city. As of this moment, I think I live in Street Demons territory, but I can't be sure. Either them or the Low Boys. The difference is academic, because aside from their tags and colors, their rule is pretty much the same. They tromp along the streets, demanding that everyone they see give them either food or goods in exchange for their so-called protection. That's about as evolved as they've gotten. They've yet to truly discover the entrepreneurial spirit, unlike many of their compatriots throughout the city. Ah, yes, their compatriots. Gotham's own Rogues Gallery. God knows how it happened, but someone let them out of Arkham sometime during that first week. So, in addition to the poor, the disenfranchised, and the stubborn, we've got the lunatics roaming the streets. I've been trying to keep tabs on them. Which I suppose begs the question, how exactly am I doing that? I haven't been outside of the clock tower in months now, through no fault of my own. The elevators are of course shut down, and though I like to think I'm in excellent shape, there's no way I'm gonna get myself and the chair down 20 floors and then back up again. And even if I were to make it to the lobby, then what? Wheelchairs and broken asphalt don't exactly mix, especially when you add fallen masonry to the equation. Answer is, I've got people loyal to me. Some of them I had before the quake, agents on the ground who run errands and gather intelligence. Oracle's eyes, I've taken to calling them. Right now I've got 8 of them, all outfitted with 2-way radios, maps of the city, and emergency rations. They report to me daily, either in person or via radio, and they trust me and I trust them. If I need anything, they're who I turn to. There's one agent, though. She's something else. Can't be older than 16 if a day. pretty young woman, Eurasian, very smart, and functionally mute, and that she seems incapable of using language. I've gone through all my resources trying to determine if there is a language or code she might know, but it's gotten us nowhere. And she has been singularly unhelpful in aiding me, offering only the odd grunt and groan and whistle. No words at all. I don't know if it's a psychological or physiological trauma, but I'm beginning to suspect she was never taught to speak or read or write. I've been working with her a couple times a week, trying to teach her some basic verbal skills, but it's slow going. She's been unable to give me her name. Though whether that's because she doesn't have one, doesn't know it, or doesn't like it, I've no clue. If it's all right with you, I'm going to call you Cassandra. Communications difficulties with her notwithstanding, Cassandra has become, in the last couple months, one of my most reliable people. She's fast and strong and very sneaky, and to top it all off, she's fairly imaginative, so that her reports end up being a somewhat entertaining game of charades, aided by scraps of paper and pencils. She's a horrible artist, but I understand her concepts more often than not, so we're getting by. She was in here this morning. She's actually the only one I've let into the control room. Reported that she had been in Tri-Corner, and I asked if she'd seen you. Showed her that picture of us from when I graduated GSU, and she nodded and smiled. Reported that she'd seen you yelling at some of your men. That's him, all right. I suppose you know this already, too, but Cassandra tells me that the people in your territory don't refer to you all as the GCPD anymore. Now you're the Blue Boys, with a tag and everything. I have to say, the thought of you spray painting the side of a building with your gang's tag, that made me laugh aloud. I now have a working map. Aside from where I am in Old Gotham, which, as I've already explained, changes hands depending on the day of the week, I've been able to locate some others. Two-Face is confirmed at City Hall, either residing there or in the Criminal Courts building. It makes a strange kind of sense that he would head there. By all accounts, his numbers are small, and he seems to be behaving himself thus far. Scarface and the ventriloquist have set up shop somewhere on the west side, below the Meat District. Scarface has anywhere between 5 and 15 enforcers, all of whom are armed. He's had work gangs clearing rubble since day 22, looking to salvage anything he can. I suspect he's mostly after food and equipment, those essentials that we all need to survive and that are all in short supply. Black Mask is proving harder to locate. From what little I've been able to learn, he's wandering the city, gathering people to him. To what end, I don't know. Unlike the others thus far, he seems to have no fixed territory to speak of, and no interest in claiming any either. I can't tell if he's just gone all the way around the bend or if he's honestly searching for something. Poison Ivy has apparently disappeared into Robinson Park, that's all I know. Nobody knows where the Joker is. I suppose hoping he died in the quake is too much to ask for, so the only conclusion I can draw is that he's biding his time. Oswald Cobblepot, aka the Penguin, was out on bail pending trial for trafficking in illegal goods at the time of the quake, as you know. In the ensuing chaos, he disappeared. Now he's back, and I have to confess I think he's adapted to the no man's land faster than any of the rest of us did. He set himself up in the remains of the Davenport Tower in, surprise, the Fashion District. From there, he's running a combination bazaar and cabaret, and apparently is the man to see if you're looking for a particular item. My agents tell me that, unlike just about everyone else in town, he will accept payment in the form of cash and/or precious objects, i.e. art, jewelry, etc. Since these things are of no value whatsoever to the rest of the NML, he's doing booming business. Why he's bothering to collect such items, I can't begin to guess. But I have a sneaking suspicion that Penguin, unlike the rest of us, knows a way out of here. One of my agents, Vanessa, has even suggested that Penguin is working an active pipeline to the rest of the world, shipping out his booty in exchange for supplies, which he can then trade for more goods and so on. Seems reasonable, but I found no evidence to prove the assertion. And while I'm talking about the criminals, I might as well bring up Huntress. I've never been sure how much you know about the newest addition to Gotham's vigilante set, but I am not a fan of hers. For the record, her real name is Helena Bertinelli, and yes, you read that right. The same Helena Bertinelli whose father was Don Franco Bertinelli, capo di tutti capi of Gotham's 5 families way back when. The same Helena Bertinelli who watched her whole family murdered before her eyes when she was 8 years old. You might think, given the similarities between what happened to her and what happened to Bruce, I'd be more inclined to cut her some slack on the vigilante front. But that's where the similarity between Huntress and Batman ends, Dad. For Helena Bertinelli, it's about vendetta. For Bruce Wayne, it's about making certain that no one ever again suffers what he went through. I've received a report stating that Huntress has confined her zone to one block in the Upper East Side, just away from the harbor. Not coincidentally, this is the block in which she makes her home, so I'm less inclined to believe she's discovered altruism as much as enlightened self-interest. Which brings us logically to him. 90 days and no sign. 90 days and no Batman. I've told my agents to keep an eye out, an ear open, that I want to know the moment there's the faintest whisper that he's on the move. He's got to be here, I know it. But what he's waiting for, I've got no idea. He wouldn't abandon us, Dad. That's what I keep telling myself, at any rate. This morning, Vanessa called to report a new tag in Dooley Square.
I've never seen it before.
Dooley Square. On my map, that's Cosa territory. An orange tag of crossed spears?
No, not this one.
Well, whose is it?
His. It's the Bat Boss.
It had taken them a week of work to get this far, digging out the site only at night, trying to stay safe from watching eyes. The two moved rubble and dug as quietly as possible, working mostly by feel. Each of them had more cuts and scrapes on their hands than they could count, and their fingers were numb from the effort and the cold of the air and the bite of the frozen snow. The elder of the two, Paolo, was only 21. His brother Nicky was 19. When the earthquake came, the tenement they were living in, the room they shared with two other families, was buried under 20 tons of concrete and iron from the building next door. The bodies were never recovered. When no man's land came, Paolo and Nicky stayed more out of fear than anything else. There had been soldiers on the bridges, on the roads, in the tunnels, soldiers with guns, and both Paolo and Nicky had bad memories of soldiers with guns from their childhood in Colombia. As far as they were concerned, the soldiers meant one of two things. Either they'd be shot, or they'd be deported. And being deported, that amounted to being shot. So they stayed. It had to be past midnight when Nicky heard his brother Paolo speak for the first time in hours.
I found it! I found a way in, look!
Nicky moved, checking where his brother pointed. It was a clear night with half a moon, and in the light and past the shadows he could see where Paolo was indicating, a small opening, just big enough to wriggle through. And inside, the prize, a whole Jiffy Jr. convenience store, a motherlode of treasure. Canned goods, batteries, flashlights, aspirin, soda, chips, bread, cigarettes, beer.
You remember what we do? You go in, you grab what we can, we cover it up again, then take it to Penguin. He'll take care of us. But we don't tell him where we found it. We must keep this our secret.
I remember, of course I remember.
Keep your voice down!
Nicky frowned, then took the flashlight his brother handed him. It was their prized possession, and they had only turned it on once since they'd found it, just to make certain the batteries worked. Now, Nicky held it tightly in one hand as he got on his knees and crawled through the tiny opening.
Oh, joder.
The stink inside was awful, and almost immediately he wanted to throw up. He told himself it was spoiled milk and meat, and not a body. He told himself it didn't matter if it was a body, because the dead had it easy right now. He managed to work his way out of the hole, dropping down inside the wreckage of the store. He didn't know what he had landed in. It was entirely black inside, but for the broken circle of moonlight leaking in from above. Nicky turned on the flashlight.
Madre de Dios.
Nicky? Are you alright?
There are bodies.
Okay, ignore them. Hurry, Nicky. We don't want to be caught.
I know that. Shut up, I'm looking.
Paolo shut up. Nicky switched the flashlight on again, panning the beam carefully past the corpses, toward the fallen racks. He went for the batteries first, then for the cigarette lighters on the counter. He stuffed his pockets full of all the small things he could find, tiny tins of Imodium and aspirin, bandages, matches, whatever would fit, before switching to the backpack. Everyone needed a backpack in the no man's land. Everyone had to carry all their possessions with them. Then he went to the racks, quickly examining the cans, taking only those that were still sealed. Ravioli, soup, beans, tuna, all into the backpack. 2 cans of soda cola and another 2 cans of brew beer. He put more and more into the backpack until he was afraid the seams would split, and only then did he stop, zipping the pack as closed as he could make it, then moving back to the hole.
I'm coming up!
Nicky pushed the backpack into the opening with a shove. Then he turned back, letting the flashlight track one last time through the store. He switched it off, but the image stayed. The crushed body still lit in his mind.
Ave Maria, Madre de Dios.
It wasn't Paolo waiting for him when he came out. It was someone else, a big man, bald, and behind him were 3 others, one of them already going through the backpack. The other 2 holding Paolo by the arms. In the moonlight, Nicky could see where his brother was bleeding at the mouth, and it made his stomach shrink. Then the big man was pulling him to his feet and showing him the pointed end of a machete.
This is Demon's territory. You just been caught stealing. I should cut off your hands, that's what I should do.
It's not stealing.
The big man shoved him back with his free hand.
Empty your pockets. Let's see what you brought us.
Nicky glanced at his brother, saw Paolo's jaw clenched tight, more rage than fear in his eyes. It crept into Nicky as well.
No! It's ours.
The man looked at Nicky, surprised at the defiance.
You just broke Demon's law, kid.
Nicky realized that he was going to die and started another prayer in his mind. He watched the machete blade go up, the moonlight catching its edge, and watched it start to fall. Then the blade was gone, and the man was holding his hand where it was now bleeding. Nicky heard another sound, turned his head toward it, and saw the shape. And his heart stopped for a second, because he knew what it was. He had never seen it before, no one he knew had, and some people had even told him it was a lie made up by the police to scare the criminals. But Nicky had always known it was true, and he knew what it was. So did the big man. The shape moved, passing Nicky faster than a shadow hit by light. And the big man fell backward. The shape spoke.
Leave them alone!
And Nicky thought there was something wrong then, because he'd never imagined the voice would sound like that. The big man tried to get up, and the shape moved again. And then the shape had grabbed him by the shirt, was turning, and the big man was stumbling away, while the others stood stunned. Even Paolo looked stunned, but Paolo had never believed. The shape kept moving. Another rustle of shadow, and the gang member who had taken the backpack dropped it, spilling the contents all on the ground. The other street demons who had been holding Paolo moved forward, trying to attack. But Nicky knew, you cannot attack a shadow. The shape pivoted, and the last of the demons had already fled.
Batman.
Nicky tried to find his voice, to tell his brother no, not Batman. At least, not like they were told. But the shape was already crouching at the backpack, replacing the spilled cans, then offering the bag to Nicky. When the arms moved, the cape billowed back, and Nicky saw the shape in the shadow, the yellow outline of the bat on the black chest. A woman's chest. Except for her eyes, the woman's face was covered entirely by her mask, filtering her voice somewhat. Nicky took the bag, staring.
Are you alright?
Tricorner is held by the GCPD. You'll be safer there.
Then the woman raised an arm. It was as if the Batwoman were flying away. And she was gone, just like that. After a time, Nicky looked back to his brother, saw that Paolo was still staring up at the sky where the woman had disappeared. Then Paolo lowered his eyes, and Nicky saw the understanding there, the awe. Without another word, the boys began heading south toward Tricorner. It began to snow. The snow had started falling sometime the previous night, and by morning had accumulated enough that Renee Montoya was afraid of slipping as she made her way from Blue Boy Blockade on Kelso Avenue Tricorner, south down Bonifay. It was the third snow in less than a week, and it made her scowl, made her think the Almighty was playing games with Gotham in general, and her in particular.
Middle of March and it's still snowing.
It wasn't helping her mood. She moved forward into the blast of condensation she had created, trying to figure out what it all meant. The gnawing in her gut, she knew what it was. It was worry. Trying to articulate it, that was harder. It had happened that morning when she had been checking posts on the east edge of their territory, along Cooper. Essen and Gordon had joined her on the rounds, just making certain everyone had everything they needed. One of the nearly 50 patrol cops who had remained, a young guy named DeFilippis, had caught up to them outside of a ruined music store. He'd been obviously excited, almost jumping up and down.
Sir, I've got something to show you. It's over here on the roof. Follow me.
So they had all followed, Gordon's brow furrowed in a mixture of amusement and curiosity. DeFilippis had flown up the stairs, was already on the roof when they stepped out into the light snow. The building had been some sort of insurance office, brick and old, and relatively solid. From the roof there was a nice view of Tricorner, even with the weather.
Well,
with a flourish, DeFilippis yanked back the tarp, concealing a small heap of metal in the center of the roof, maybe 4 feet in diameter, a makeshift searchlight. And over the cracked lens, cobbled together from scraps of broken metal, the unmistakable shape of the bat.
I'll be damned.
Montoya recognized what it was instantly and began to grin. Unlike most of the GCPD, she had seen the Batman up close, knew that he was real. She understood what the young cop was trying to do, and she understood exactly why it mattered. She hadn't been out of the academy a week before she'd snuck up to the roof of Central to see the real bat signal, just to prove to herself it was there, that when things got really bad, it would burn in the sky.
Wait till you see this.
And the light had come on. In daylight, it wasn't much to see, but that didn't matter at all, really. The light glowed pale and weak, but come the night, everyone looking would be able to see it.
I used a low-voltage quartz bulb and then some car batteries that still had charge, mounted the whole thing on a steering mechanism, and then routed it through this switch and...
No.
The tone in Gordon's voice had frozen Montoya in place. Essen had given her husband a look of almost anger, but before she could speak, the commissioner had moved forward 2 long, quick strides and was nearly on top of the light. Then, he'd raised his foot and turned the lens into 1,000 shards. The bulb went out. Montoya was utterly stunned. Gordon turned and leveled his gaze at DeFilippis, whose mouth was still open.
We don't need this. We don't need it because he's not coming. Do you understand that, Officer DeFilippis? He's not coming.
DeFilippis was speechless, then drew himself to attention.
Yes, sir. I understand, sir.
Good.
Commissioner, how do you know that?
He'd have been here by now.
But maybe he hasn't shown up because we haven't called.
Gordon looked at her sadly, pushing his glasses back up the bridge of his nose. Essen's mouth formed a tight line as she focused on her husband. Montoya could see the disapproval in her look.
No, Renee. He gave up on Gotham like everyone else. He took the easy way out.
Montoya looked at Essen for help, but Sarah, almost imperceptibly, shook her head. Don't, the look had said. It's not worth it. And Renee realized that Essen had had this conversation with her husband before.
But wouldn't it be a good idea to make people think he was around at least?
Why bother? Why raise false hope?
Gordon stepped back, making certain he could address all of them, DeFilippis included.
We have to make our way through this without him. No more myths and legends. This time it's up to us. This time, it's the GCPD that puts the fear into the criminals. We're taking back Gotham. Us. Understood?
Yes, sir.
And he headed back for the stairs, DeFilippis following him. Montoya moved next to Essen as they followed the men down. If Jim Gordon as commissioner was her boss, then Sarah Essen as the Major Crimes Unit shift commander was her leader, and Renee Montoya trusted the lieutenant implicitly.
Why is he so upset about Batman?
Careful about that. It's gotten so you can't even say the name in his presence.
I thought they were friends.
Essen stopped on the stairs, looking at Montoya.
They were.
And?
Essen checked the stairs, making sure her husband was out of earshot.
And it's been 3 months, Renee. No Batman. Jim's not unreasonably feeling abandoned.
Maybe there's a reason, you know?
Does it matter? The damage is done. Friends have to trust one another, don't they? And Jim doesn't trust him anymore.
Are you coming or what?
Be right down!
Essen smiled sympathetically at Montoya.
Do you think he's right? Do you think Batman is really gone?
If he's not, I don't envy the person who gets to break the news to Jim.
That was the thing, Montoya thought now. That was the thing of it all. The Batman had betrayed their trust. She hadn't really considered that he was gone until that moment on the roof, when Gordon had said the words. Her experiences with the Batman had been limited at best. She'd seen him a handful of times at crime scenes, a shadow that spoke to the officer in charge and then vanished. Once, he'd even spoken directly to her, asked if a ballistics report had come back. Given that, it wasn't unusual for her to go months without seeing a sign of him. But if the commissioner hadn't seen him either, well, that meant something else. She tried to imagine what it would be like to call the Batman your friend. She couldn't. No wonder Gordon felt betrayed. She dug her hands deeper into the pockets of her parka. She kept her head down, watching her footing as she picked her way through the rubble-strewn street. A fire was burning in a metal garbage can on the corner. A small group huddled around it, and Montoya exchanged a thin smile with them, counting her blessings.
Hey, stay warm.
That's the idea.
She at least had good winter clothes to keep her warm, and she knew that, in the grand scheme of no man's land, she could count herself lucky on that front. Since the beginning of the month, day 62, she had personally seen the bodies of 11 people claimed by the cold. But the Blue Boys, she hated that name, had been lucky. Outfitting themselves with what was left of the GCPD stores, settling in Tri-Corner, they'd started out the NML ahead of the game. Clothes, food, shelter, even ammunition. While none of those things were abundant, at least in the Blue Boy neck of the woods, all were available. Elsewhere on the island, she knew, others weren't as lucky. Not for the first time, she thanked God that her parents and brother had made it out before the bridges had been blown.
Speak of the devil, boys.
Harvey Bullock was waiting for her outside the house, talking with the 2 men on duty. Each of the guards was dressed in damaged riot gear, the dark navy fabric of the GCPD torn and peeling in places on the armor, showing the hardened plastic and Kevlar beneath. Each held a shotgun casually in their hands. Montoya wondered if the shotguns were loaded. Her own sidearm was empty, had been now for weeks, and Pettit was diligent in rationing ammunition. According to the QRT leader, bullets were now worth their weight in gold. Bullock pulled the stick he'd been gnawing on from his mouth. He was long past the nicotine withdrawal stage of his stogie habit. She knew that, and suspected he sucked on the surrogate cigars more to maintain his image than anything else. He turned his head and spat out a sliver of wood.
Howdy, Pod.
Howdy. I'm late?
Harvey shrugged, a gesture that had become more pronounced with the 20-odd pounds he'd lost since the start of the NML. The weight loss, not unexpected, had still been sudden enough that his skin had yet to catch up. Beneath the now baggy clothes, she thought he looked more like a bloodhound than ever before.
Waiting on you. How's the Kelso blockade?
Fine. Some street demons formed up at the end of the opposite block last night, but nothing came of it. Shall we?
Ladies first.
She grinned at that because it was so far from the truth. For as long as she'd partnered with Harvey Bullock, gender had never been an issue. Harvey had only cared that she could do the job. Once she'd proven that, he'd made it plain that they were equals. He held the door for her as she went into the house, felt the slight change of temperature against her face. There was no electricity or gas in the Gordon Essen home, none working anywhere on the island that she knew of, but the shelter was sturdy and well insulated, and retained what warmth the fireplace generated. Built before the First World War, the house was brick and wood, and like a handful of others in the neighborhood, had managed to survive the earthquake relatively unscathed. They made their way down the long hall, silently, Montoya looking again at the framed photographs on the walls, as she always did, pictures of Gordon and Essen at different functions, civic award ceremonies. One of them on vacation in Hawaii, maybe during their honeymoon. Another of Gordon hugging his daughter Barbara at her graduation from Gotham State University. Again, Montoya found herself thinking of her own family, glad that they were safe and well. Her parents had owned a bodega in Burnley on the southern part of the North Island. More commonly called Spanish Burnley, it had been an immigrant community since the dawn of time, the Gotham equivalent of New York's South Bronx. Though she knew her old neighborhood was probably full of people who could use a hand, she'd had no opportunities to make it that far north since Black Monday. The journey was now an all but impossible one, through at least 10 differently held territories, and some of those territories, she knew, wouldn't let a cop through alive. She and Bullock entered the war room, the rec room where the commissioner had once run his model trains. Now the trains were gone, the space cleared for chairs, with a city map of Gotham tacked to the far wall. The others were waiting, Essen, Pettit, and Foley, with Gordon standing opposite his wife.
Take a seat.
Pettit looked at Montoya.
How's Kelso holding?
Fine. They could use more ammunition, but the border's secure.
I'll see what I can do.
Situation report as of today, day 90. Tricorner is ours. We've made it a week now without any incursions from the street demons or the lowboys, and it looks like most of our residents seem content with the protection we're providing. Right now, we're still holding with 23 officers fit for duty, plus another 50-odd residents who have expressed their desire to help. Pettit's been working with them for the last month now, and he informed me this morning that he thinks they're ready for action.
Ready and waiting. Just point and shoots, Jim.
Gordon nodded slowly, then smoothed his mustache.
We're ready for the next phase.
Which would be?
Old Gotham. Everything between here and Central. I want it all back.
To secure that much area, they'd have to take out both the demons and the lowboys, combined numbers of over 100 men who didn't feel any need to fight fair, who had long since given up any pretense of civilized behavior. She glanced around the room at the faces and reactions. Essen had obviously seen this coming and was still sitting calmly. Pettit looked positively delighted. Foley frowned.
I think it's a bad idea, Commissioner.
What would you suggest?
Shoring up our own territory should be the priority. Making sure we can defend what we've got here.
We're not playing a defensive game anymore, Hugh. That's old-style cop think you're using. We're on offense now.
Bill is right. As the GCPD, we were a reactive force for the most part. What we're talking about now is being proactive, plain and simple. The demons and the lowboys, they're just biding their time. Sooner or later, one of them will incorporate the other, and when that happens, you know they'll head south. We've got to hit them first.
But Central's miles away. There's no point in reclaiming it. Any gear that was there has long since been looted. You know that.
It's our HQ. It's where the Blue Boys need to be. The propaganda value of having the GCPD back where they belong could do wonders. Or would you rather have some Class A skell going through your desk drawers and wandering around in our colors? Don't be so gutless, Hugh.
It's not gutless. It's practical. It at least acknowledges our situation.
Meaning what?
Meaning, I think you've got an ulterior motive here, Commissioner. Your daughter lives near Central, doesn't she?
Montoya saw the line of Gordon's jaw tighten for a moment, the muscles flexing.
She does?
So maybe this is less about propaganda and taking what's ours than it is about you wanting to protect what's yours. And if that's the case, you could at least acknowledge it.
Gladly. I want to protect my daughter. I make no bones about it. There's nothing ulterior in that, Hugh. It's called being a father.
Look, there are too many of them. We can't take them all on. We'd lose what's left of our ammunition. We'd lose men.
I have no intention of launching a frontal assault or losing our people.
Well, they're not just going to surrender to us when they see the badges we're wearing.
Yes, they will. If we pick the right moment. No, if we make the right moment.
And that would be what, sir?
Gordon looked at her, and she saw the corner of his mouth turn down slightly.
We're going to incite them to war. And when it's over, and when they've blown their strength and lowered their numbers, that's when we'll move.
That's beautiful, Jim. That's perfect. I couldn't have come up with better myself.
It's pragmatic, that's all, Bill.
Bullock pulled the stick from his mouth.
Am I hearing you right, Commish?
Gordon's look was as serious and solemn as any Montoya had seen on him before. It was the look she'd marked on him at crime scenes, where innocents lay dead at the hands of madmen. He knew exactly what he was saying, she realized. He'd already thought this through, had been thinking on it for a while now. Whether or not she agreed with the decision, she knew it was one the commissioner had reached only through long consideration.
Yes, Harvey. We're going to get them to kill each other off.
You can't be serious.
You have a better way?
We're talking about manipulating people to commit murder, Bill.
You don't get it, Hugh. We're at war. Out there beyond Tri-Corner, it's chaos, plain and simple. We're the only order left in this burg, and if we want the burg to survive, it's up to us to impose it on the rest of the island. And the only way to do that is by being stronger, by being meaner.
Montoya heard Bullock settling in the chair beside her. Essen was still motionless in her seat, listening. Foley had looked back to the commissioner. No one spoke.
Then we start tonight. Dismissed.
She was in the backyard, sitting on the cold concrete steps down from the cracked sliding glass door, eating her lunch, when he found her.
Renee?
Gordon settled next to the detective.
How's the meal?
She held up the can of vegetarian chili for him to see.
Passable, sir. Cooked in the can. Gives it that extra tinny flavor.
Gordon smiled briefly, his eyes surveying his garden. Since the start of the No Man's Land, he'd put considerable effort into the yard, preparing it optimistically for spring. Montoya had been with him when last month they'd gone through the wreckage of a Yards and Yards home improvement store, looking for tools and supplies. She had left, carrying axes, shovels, and pry bars. The commissioner had left with boxes of vegetable seeds and 6 books on gardening. Right now, as far as Montoya could tell, the garden had a long way to go before it would ever yield fruit. She set the can aside, then used the edge of a bandana to clean the spoon before stowing it back in her inside pocket. She felt the silver $50 in her pocket, the one she had taken from Two-Face just weeks before the No Man's Land was declared. For an instant, her mind wandered to him, the man who was, somewhere beneath the scarring and insanity, still Harvey Dent. She didn't understand why he'd given her the coin, and she understood less why she kept it. As currency, it was useless, not even a real $50, but rather a novelty coin, double-headed. One of the sides had been defaced, scraped and burnt, turned into what Two-Face called the bad side. The other held the representation of liberty.
I want you to come with me tonight. I want to cross into the demon's territory, see if we can get the ball rolling.
Me, sir?
Gordon nodded, still looking at his garden, as if expecting it to bloom before his eyes.
Don't you want to take Pettit? Don't you think he'd be better for this than I would?
Bill's excellent in a fight, absolutely. But he's not very subtle, and we need to make certain this doesn't get traced back to us. Wouldn't do to have the demons and lowboys uniting to take us on.
Still.
He looked at her with those blue eyes that were almost gray, and always made her think of her father.
I'm not going to take Sarah. If it goes wrong, that would be the entire command structure gone, and I won't risk that. I can't take Foley for obvious reasons, and Bullock, well, he's never been the quietest soul on the force. We'll leave from the Kelso blockade at midnight.
Yes, sir.
And then she was alone in the garden again. After a second, she took the badge off her jacket, examining it. She polished it against the leg of her jeans, then put it in her jacket pocket. She wouldn't be wearing it tonight. The girl that Oracle had named Cassandra was looking at the map in her hand, trying to determine where exactly she now stood in Gotham City. Most of the street signs were long gone, and block counting, her personal tactic, only worked if she could absolutely concentrate. She supposed it was her own failing, that if she had lived in Gotham long enough, even if she had lived here before the quake, she would know the city better. As it was, she had slipped in just prior to the detonations on Black Monday, sneaking past the blockades and barely making it off the Brown Bridge before it had blown sky high. She had come to Gotham because, honestly, she felt it was the safest place for her. She frowned down at the map one last time, then resolved she must be somewhere on the Upper East Side, and since that was where Oracle wanted her to be, she relaxed. Oracle had instructed her that morning.
Black Mask is up there somewhere. See if you can locate him. Find out what he's up to.
Cassandra continued north, working along the sides of the quake-damaged buildings, waiting for the sun to finish its descent. She could smell a fire burning somewhere, pungent. She lowered into a crouch, moving from shadow to shadow, just as her father had taught her. Cassandra stopped dead, both her hands coming to her ears, cupping them with palms out. She turned her head slowly, trying to locate the source of the scream. Cassandra got a bearing and began to run. The broken ground was uneven and could be tricky, and twice during her first weeks in the NML she had almost twisted her ankles. But that was months ago now, and she had long since adapted, again as her father had taught her, learning to use the ground to her advantage. She was certain that she could now run faster than ever. Cassandra came around the corner of a shattered diner, turning to an alley, leaving the shadows, and then she stopped short. She had expected a victim, a fight, a conflict. What she saw now, she knew instantly as a trap, and it made a sudden heat of shame burn her cheeks. The woman who had been screaming was at the end of the alley, wrapped in layers of rags, torn blankets tied around a jacket, all to keep out the cold. Late 30s, white and mean-looking, and it wasn't just the fact that she was holding a composite bow drawn back and ready to put its arrow in Cassandra's chest that was the alarming thing. The woman's face was a mass of scars, lines visible in the dusk, puffy skin that looked alternately lacerated and burnt. The woman's mouth looked as if it had been cut, blackened scabs that shone with fresh blood at both sides. From behind her, Cassandra heard movement out of the rubble. At least 3 people, and none of them so stupid as to be within striking distance.
Dinner time.
And the scarred woman loosed the arrow. Cassandra went down, letting her left leg take her weight as she spun to see the men behind her. 3 of them, all with faces carved up like the woman's, all dressed in the same fashion. The arrow sliced the air over her head, hitting the chest of the man who had stood behind her. The other 2 men were moving up on her, and she knew, could almost feel, where the woman at the end of the alley was knocking another arrow. Using her left leg, Cassandra sprang up high, going into the kick intuitively, and the heel of her foot connected with the jaw of the nearest man. Still in the jump, she twisted, swinging her right leg up and around to connect with the remaining man's face. She landed facing the alley. The woman with the bow doubled up in pain. Another figure was in the alley now between them, cloaked in a purple that in the shadow turned to black. Cassandra found her balance instantly, returning to ready, arms up. The figure turned, and beyond her on the ground, the woman with the bow was clutching at her hand. Through the back of the woman's palm, Cassandra saw the spike of metal, wet with blood. The cloaked figure absently kicked at the woman, catching her in the stomach, and Cassandra's own gut trembled.
Ma!
She moved her mouth, wanting to make the figure stop, but it was already over. Now the figure was moving forward, and Cassandra suddenly recognized her, remembering the pictures that Oracle had shown her only a week before. The masks, Oracle had called them, trying to stress their obvious importance. And this was one of them, Cassandra remembered. One of the bad ones, according to Oracle. They called her the Huntress. The figure stopped in front of her, cape billowing back, and Cassandra's eyes flicked to the glint of the cross at the woman's throat.
There'll be more of them. They stick close together in packs. Follow me.
Huntress went past, ignoring the men on the ground, the one with the arrow in his chest, already visibly dead. Cassandra followed her out of the alley, across the street. Huntress knew how to run on the broken ground too, she noted, leading the way through rubble and shadow to a building, cracked but still standing. The sun had finally set, and the sky was turning almost the same shade as the Huntress's costume. Sheltered in shadow, Huntress turned to look at her.
Are you injured?
Cassandra shook her head.
Need a moment? Catch your breath?
Cassandra shook her head once more, then opened her mouth. Behind the mask, Huntress's eyes widened slightly.
Did they cut you? Are you all right?
Cassandra put the fingers of her right hand over her mouth. For a moment, Huntress just stared at her.
You're mute?
It was more complicated than that, but Cassandra nodded, knowing that it would be nearly impossible to explain the how and the why. And even if she could explain those 2 things, She would have to explain the rest, the darkness of it all, and the evil. And she didn't want to tell anyone that. Not ever. What she wanted was to forget it all.
I haven't seen you before. Not in this neighborhood, at least. Are you lost?
Cassandra shook her head, pulling out the map. She pointed at the section of Old Gotham, just below the Diamond District. Huntress misunderstood.
No, you're up here now, see?
With a gloved finger, she indicated the street they were on. Cassandra nodded, quickly replaced the map in her pocket, then turned to face Huntress again. She thought for a moment, then presented both hands, palms up. She looked at Huntress, smiling, then brought her hands together, lacing the fingers.
You're welcome.
Cassandra grinned.
But it looked like you didn't really need my help. You need a place to stay for the night? I know some safe spots. I've been protecting a block just east of here. There's warmth and shelter and food there if you'd like.
The offer was tempting. It would be nice to be warm for a little while, and she was hungry. Hadn't eaten since that morning when Oracle had made her a bowl of instant oatmeal. Cassandra started to nod, and then she balked. Criminal. Stay away from her, Oracle had said. Huntress was looking at her with an almost maternal concern now, and it surprised Cassandra, the sudden softness in the eyes behind the mask. But it didn't matter. It wasn't enough. Oracle was counting on her. Find Black Mask, that was the job. Cassandra had to do the job. And then maybe she could think about being warm and fed. Cassandra shook her head. The softness Cassandra thought she'd seen in the Huntress's eyes vanished like vapor. She was looking again at the ruined street, ready to return to business.
Remember, only one block east of here. That's where you'll find me. Come back if you need anything.
Cassandra nodded.
Take care of yourself, kid.
And then Huntress moved past her out of the shadow and into the newly forming night. Cassandra shut her eyes for an instant to concentrate, to make the extra effort.
Goodbye.
But Huntress was already gone, and Cassandra closed her mouth, knowing that no one at all had heard her. Montoya was afraid the commissioner would say something about her not wearing the badge, but when they met at midnight on the Kelso blockade, Gordon hardly seemed to notice.
Thanks for coming, Renee.
He gave her a grin, then handed over 2 cans of spray paint.
Demons is red, Low Boys is gold. Make sure you know which is which.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. You armed?
I've got my Glock, sir. 2 shots left.
Gordon rummaged through his coat pockets, then handed over another 7 9mm bullets, which he dropped into Montoya's hand.
Don't use them all in one place.
Where did you find these? I thought we'd used up all the 9s.
Pettit. Don't know where he keeps finding them. He presented me with almost 100 rounds of 38 and 9mm before the meeting this morning.
Montoya nodded, not truly listening, as she slipped the magazine back into her gun and chambered her first round. She set the safety, holstered the gun, and turned her attention expectantly back to Gordon.
Where's your shield, Detective?
I thought it would be best if I didn't wear it tonight, sir. It didn't feel right.
Fair enough. Hopefully you'll put it back on come morning.
That's my plan, sir.
All right. Let's go.
It was easier than either of them expected to cross from Tri-Corner into Old Gotham, and they slunk past the Demon's checkpoint on the Westward Bridge without noise or hesitation. They moved north another 2 blocks, shadowing one another from either side of the street, until they reached the outskirts of one of the many settled pockets in the territory. Demon's tags were painted at random intervals, each a stylized red D with a curved devil's tail and horns, usually one every 2 blocks or so, sometimes more. Whenever Montoya spotted one, she would stop, checking Gordon's position, then the safety of the street. Then, she'd produce her can of gold paint. 2 lines first, through the Demon's tag, and then beside it, a quick bold LB to implicate the Low Boys. The noise of the spray can sounded like a shout in her ears. When they reached O'Neill Avenue, Gordon gestured to her from across the street, urging her out of the shadows. Spray cans concealed in her jacket, Montoya moved forward, and Gordon met her halfway. Side by side, they continued along the street.
Nothing to be afraid of, just 2 folks out for a stroll.
In the middle of the night, in the middle of no man's land.
They won't notice. Trust me, they've got other things to worry about.
They continued along O'Neill, deeper into the heart of Demon's territory. The tags here were farther apart. Every so often, Montoya heard vague noises in the distance, sometimes movement from inside the buildings. The night was clear, the half-moon bright, and small packets of snow shone white-blue along the ground, mounded against the broken pavement. They fell into the shadows of larger buildings, turning along Brady, heading northeast now. In the gap between two fallen buildings, Montoya saw the outline of the clock tower, still easily a mile or more away. Moonlight shone off the still intact stained glass on the giant clock face, and she felt herself grinning without realizing it.
I can't believe it's still standing.
Yeah, built by Wayne Enterprises. Turns out Wayne buildings were the only ones built earthquake-proof.
Lucky for your daughter.
The commissioner nodded slightly, then stopped.
Damn.
A fraction later, she caught the scent too, and opened fire, the unmistakable odor of burnt paper. At the corner, they peeked around to see the remains of the Gotham City Public Library main branch, a small mob gathered in front. The men and women stood in a large circle at the foot of the steps, warming themselves with a fire on the open ground. As Montoya looked, one of the men added more fuel to the fire.
They're burning books.
A sharp heaviness drove against her heart suddenly, forcing her to look away.
Makes my stomach turn too.
We should stop them.
We can't stop them, not now. Maybe when we're here, when we control this land, maybe then. But right now, it would only make us targets.
Right.
Come on, let's find what we're after and get out of here.
It took another 20 minutes before they reached the border zone of the territories, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, running north to the south end of Robinson Park out of sight. Tags were becoming plentiful once more, and they had to slow their progress, taking each as it came, methodical in the defacement. Montoya tried not to dwell on the irony, to think of how many teens she had busted while on the beat for doing exactly what she and the commissioner were doing now. At 12th and Shrek, they found a large demon's tag, almost 6 feet high.
Border sign.
We do this one, then head back. That should get them riled.
The relief surprised her, and Montoya nodded quickly, feeling the nozzle on the spray can digging into her index finger. She had just finished painting the B in the lowboy's tag when she heard the voice.
You two sure as hell don't look like lowboys.
Montoya turned, saw that Gordon had already done the same, but both held off on going for their weapons. There was no point. There were 5 of them, all men, the eldest no more than 30 if that, though in the light it was hard to tell. Their jackets were salvaged denim, painted with horns and tails. 2 had machetes, another an axe. The remaining 2 had shotguns. All of them had shaved their heads.
Doesn't matter. The penalty for trashing the demons is death.
The one with the axe turned his head slightly.
All right, boys, kill the geezer. Try to keep her alive. She might be fine in the light.
Gordon hadn't moved. In her periphery, Montoya could see his hand waiting at his hip, knew what he was waiting for. If the shotguns were loaded, they didn't stand a chance of drawing in time. They'd be dead before their weapons cleared their holsters. But now, it was just a chance they were going to have to take. She swung her hand back, knocking the edge of her coat away to clear her holster, just as she'd done 1,000 times before in drills and practice, and she felt the world become slow with the sudden feed of adrenaline. And as always, the strange clarity came with it. Gordon was doing the same, and the man with the shotgun pointed at her. His mouth was shaped like a bow, a soft shape for a killer. All 5 gang members were dead, and she and the commissioner were still standing. A man was coming out of the shadows beyond the bodies, slinging an M16 back over his shoulder, and Montoya moved her weapon to track him.
Pettit.
Captain Billy Pettit grinned, and his mustache and the light made him look almost feral to Montoya's eyes.
Hope you don't mind, Commissioner. Figured it was time to take a little initiative.
You've been following us all night?
Pettit's grin grew, and he cast a quick glance at Montoya.
Well, I just couldn't sleep, Jim, knowing that you and Renee were out here without anyone to cover your backs. Well, I was just tossing and turning, thinking that maybe spray paint alone just wouldn't be enough to start our little war.
No.
Pettit nodded, then bent to the nearest body. He took it by the feet and dragged it toward the retagged wall.
Little help here, Renee.
Montoya holstered her weapon, and the 3 of them moved the bodies beneath the lowboy tag.
Now that's how to incite a war. Bodies. Of course, it's all for nothing if their comrades in arms, so to speak, don't see what those degenerate lowboys have done. Shouldn't be a problem, though. Between the gunfire and a little added incentive.
Like what?
Demons!
Let's move.
Gordon reached out to touch Montoya, and she turned to follow him, suddenly sprinting down the block into lowboy territory. Pettit was right behind her.
They killed him! Those baskets!
In another nest of shadow, they stopped. Montoya crouched between Pettit and Gordon.
Yeah, good start. Means nothing if the lowboys don't join them, though.
This way.
Better run, low boys! We're gonna dice and slice you up!
Montoya concentrated on staying upright on the terrain. Stealth was gone. Now it was the hare leading the hounds, hopefully straight into another pack of dogs. She wasn't even sure where they were anymore as she came around another corner. Gordon and Pettit were behind her now, and she saw the fires burning farther down the street, the figures around them, and the lowboy tag on the brick across from her. She stopped and felt Pettit and Gordon come up beside her.
Lowboys.
She scanned the ground. A shattered piece of brick caught her eye, and she grabbed it, pulling her arm back. The brick flew, bouncing off the hood of a rusted and stripped car, and the group of lowboys turned.
What was that? Over there!
The lowboys turned to them and began menacing their way along the street. Pettit pulled Montoya back into the shadows.
Come on.
Let's head up.
Gordon indicated the fire escape in the alley behind them. The ladder had been lowered already, and the commissioner was reaching toward it.
Out of their way.
Montoya followed him up, Pettit on her heels. She held her breath as they crossed the grating on the third floor, feeling the rust peel and stick to her hands as she used the railing. Of the buildings that were still standing, few of them engendered her trust, but the thought of falling to the street and landing between the demons and the lowboys kept her moving. Gordon had made it to the roof and extended a hand to her, which Montoya ignored, pulling herself over the edge and onto the sunken tar paper surface. Pettit appeared only a couple of seconds later. All of them crouched again, catching their breath, peering over the edge.
Going out like that, son! You wanna step
Montoya thought the numbers of the two groups looked roughly even, maybe 6 or 7 to a side. All were brandishing weapons. And then one of the demons swung a baseball bat, and Montoya didn't want to watch anymore. She turned away from the edge, putting her back to the short retaining wall. Her stomach was in knots, and her hands were shaking slightly, and she wanted something to drink to drive the dryness from her mouth. She knew that it wasn't just adrenaline that was making her feel sick. Pettit watched eagerly.
Well, congratulations, people. We've just started a war.
Hey.
Hey.
His bride was waiting for him when Gordon got home, and as always, it made him smile and feel lighter, if only for a moment. Sarah waited until he was through the door, past where DeFilippis and Weir stood guarding the house, and then followed him down the hall to their bedroom. He took off his coat and tossed it over the back of the chair. Gordon stooped to pick up the can of spray paint that had fallen from his pocket. He sat on the edge of the bed and took off his shoes, then removed the holster from his belt, setting it on the table to the side. Then he stood up and took his wife in his arms.
Bad, huh?
Gordon fought for a moment for the words, then simply nodded, felt her lips brushing his cheek, then finding his mouth. He took the kiss like it was water, like he was dying of thirst. For a while, he thought maybe he could never get enough. Later, staring at the ceiling, feeling Sarah's heart beating against his chest, safe in their bed, he almost thought it would be okay. She moved, drawing a hand along his chest, nuzzling his neck for a second.
Tell me.
We're gonna have to pay. what we did. I wish I could be sure, Sarah. I wish I could be sure I was doing the right thing.
When have any of us ever had that luxury? When the married cop and the single detective began their affair? Who was sure then?
I'm sure now.
Hindsight is 20/20, Jim.
Pettit is sure.
Pettit is narrow. He knows what he knows, and that's all he needs. Black and white makes him happy.
Maybe a black and white view of the world is what we need now.
Maybe.
Gordon tightened his grip slightly on Sarah, feeling her settle against him. Her leg was long and warm, and for a moment he thought he could concentrate just on that.
You can't be sure, Jim. It's not who you are.
I know. But I have to wonder, how far will it go? How far will we have to go?
How far are you prepared to take it?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. How far will a father go to protect his daughter?
All the way.
Right.
He turned in the bed, touching her face with his hand, then his lips.
I'll go all the way.
Again?
Huh. I'm old, remember? Twice in a night is too much for this old warhorse.
Let's test that theory.
Sarah moved to cover his body more fully with her own. He watched her face cloud for a moment again.
Jim, we do what we have to in order to survive. That's the rule of nature. Until we have survival, we can't have civilization.
If this is foreplay, it's not working.
You'll get foreplay in a second. For now, listen to me.
She lowered her head, her nose touching his, her eyes locked on his own.
We're going to make it, hon. We'll make it.
I believe you.
You should. I'm a cop. I'm honest and trustworthy, and my word is my bond.
Less word, please. More bond.
I thought you were too old.
I'm feeling younger every second.
Is that what you're feeling?
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
In that case, Commissioner, I think further investigation is in order.
Carry on, Lieutenant.
Love you, cop boy.
Love you too, Seamus.
Oracle, personal. Entry number 304. No Man's Land, Day 101. 10:20 Zulu. Dear Dad, no one knows which side started it. Woke up 3 days ago, suddenly the war was on. Demons versus low boys. My eyes tell me it's bloody. They tell me it's personal. That on the ground, the civilians know enough to stay out of the way, behind their closed doors and hidden in their shelters. On the street, the gangs roam, armed and angry, looking for another fight. The body count is unknown. I expect it's pretty high. Without medical facilities and care, casualties turn to fatalities as a matter of course. The low boys on the street below have taken to burning their dead, pretending it's the bodies of their mortal enemies, the hated demons. Nobody watching buys it. Rumor is that the demons are doing the exact same thing, claiming their own dead as that of the low boys. What I'm finding fascinating, and you'll forgive the academic in me rearing its head here, is the way the propaganda war has manifested. I doubt anyone on either side could explain their behavior as such, much less define what the word itself means. But they have fallen into the techniques quickly, mastering them at the most basic level. For hours yesterday, a group of lowboys went up and down the street below. The demons, we are told, are cannibals, barbarians, monsters, and for that reason, we need the lowboys. They're here to protect us, after all. And I suppose in a fashion they do believe that. All the same, it's failed them. Doors stay shut, windows stay boarded. Only lowboys have been seen on the streets for the last few days. No man's land we may be, but we're still Gotham, and most of us just don't want to get involved. Cassandra reported this morning that you and your crew are on the move. She drew me a picture of a badge and then a building. I'm assuming that means you're headed for Central. If that's true, maybe I'll see you soon. I hope so. I miss you and Sarah. Cassandra also spent 15 minutes or so scribbling on the scraps of paper, drawing tags and then crossing them out, redrawing different tags. Then she was pointing at the picture of the badge. It took me a while before the neuron fired. If I'm understanding what she's trying to tell me, Dad, I really don't know what to say. I really don't know how to respond. Hopefully, I'll have a chance to get the answer from you in person. The tally on the bat tags has grown. Now 11 of them scattered throughout the city. No one has seen the Batman, though, so I really don't know what to make of the tags at this point. It occurred to me last night as I was falling asleep that it's most likely not him at all, but rather a different gang trying to capitalize on the strength of the symbol, the currency of myth. I still haven't heard from him. Is it arrogant of me to think he'd call? That he'd let me know he was here? I don't think it is, really. In the past few years, I've helped him more times than either of us could recall. I know that. I've been a major source of information for him in the past. I have, quite honestly, been part of the team. He'd call me, wouldn't he? I was Batgirl, after all. He'd call, he'd let me know he was here. But he hasn't. And I don't know what that means. I honestly don't know what to make of it. Maybe he really did leave us here alone. Leave Gotham to its misery. No, see, I don't buy that. So maybe he's hurt. Or even dead. But I don't buy that either. Some nights, I look out my window and I think there is a weight hanging over us all. We're all waiting for something to happen. For something to change this status quo of 100-odd days. Then I realize I'm waiting for him. He must be here. He must.
Garrett was not, in his own opinion, a bad person. A criminal, certainly. He'd be the first to admit that. But a bad person? Nah. He was just a guy using what talents he had to make ends meet. That's all it was. Before NML, he'd been a thug, a petty bruiser, working for the Lindsay crew in the Bowery. Steady work had kept him in beer money, and he could spend his days practicing his pool game and rebuilding his Camaro. A 67, blood red, the kind of car that got him plenty of dates. At nights, he'd go where his old boss Lindsay sent him. Sometimes Garrett would carry a gun, but more often than not, a crowbar or baseball bat would do the trick nicely. Garrett never hit more or harder than he needed to, and he never enjoyed it. He was not, and he was always quick to point this out, one of those Arkham nuts that got off on inflicting damage. But that was before. Then 8.4 or 7.8 or however much of Richter's scale had come to visit Gotham, and that was the end of Lindsay's crew, buried under the remnants of the Otis Auto Supply warehouse, where they had all hung out. When the National Guard finally found them, Garrett was the only one still conscious. Lindsay himself had been alive, but died 3 days later in a mobile hospital from his injuries. For a while after that, especially when the word came down that the old US of A was pulling Gotham's plug, Garrett had seriously considered bugging out, maybe even going straight. He had a sister in Metropolis who worked at a diner, and she told him the joint was looking for a short order cook, and hell, Garrett could have done that. He had actually been packing what was left of his stuff when Fowler came to visit. Fowler, who was so skinny it seemed like the guy was nothing but walking bones. Fowler, who always seemed to know what sort of petty crime needed to be done.
Hey, Garrett, you aren't leaving, are you?
Maybe. What's up?
The Penguin would like to offer you a job.
It was easier than going straight, that was for sure. Working for Penguin was different from working for Lindsay in that Penguin was smart. Really smart. Had every angle covered, had plans inside of plans. Garrett dug that, and had great respect for Penguin. They were a lot alike, Garrett thought. Not in the brains department or anything like that, but because they each knew what they did best and didn't pretend. Garrett, over 6'2" and mostly muscle, knew what his assets were. Same could be said of Penguin, with his malformed and squat little body. Penguin needed Garrett's muscle for busting heads, and for other stuff too.
My friend, look at this city and tell me what you see.
Rubble.
Garrett prided himself on his honesty. Garrett came to recognize that sound as Penguin chuckling.
Opportunity, my friend. Opportunity. For when the federal government, in its glorious short-sightedness, calls an end to Gotham City as we know it, We will be the first pioneers of a brave new world. Gotham shall be our oyster.
Never much cared for oysters, Mr. Cobblepot.
Don't interrupt, my lad.
Garrett shut his mouth. He was good at following orders.
The business opportunities for the enterprising entrepreneur in this forsaken urban sprawl will be lucrative. A smart man, could find himself rich beyond the dreams of avarice. Richer than a Bruce Wayne. Richer even, dare I say it, than a Lex Luthor.
Rich is good.
Not the sharpest stick in the bundle, are you, Garrett?
No, sir, Mr. Cobblepot.
But you follow orders, I'm told, and are strong, yes?
Yes, sir, Mr. Cobblepot.
And manners are always a plus. Very well, Garrett. Stick with Fowler. He'll tell you what we'll need.
Tonight, what Penguin needed was someone to prove if the bridges and river were mined. Fowler's plan, and once he had explained it to Garrett, it had made a kind of sense, had been to find people in the no man's land, people all alone that no one would miss. Then Garrett and Fowler would take these people, one at a time of course, and put them on the bridges or whatnot, or throw them into the water.
That way, we'll know if the route is mined, and we'll also have disarmed one of the mines in the process.
Disarmed?
Well, detonated, more like, but the principle is the same.
I don't know. Seems kinda mean.
You think it's mean?
Kinda, yeah.
Would you rather it be you?
No.
So then, if it isn't you, how is that mean?
Give me a sec.
Garrett, you're a stump, you know that? Now come on, let's go find Murphy, then we can get to work.
Garrett, Fowler, and Murphy waited in cover by the Robert Kane Memorial Bridge, watching the shadows growing longer as the night fell.
There's one. That guy there. Think he'll do?
Garrett looked where Murphy was indicating, even though he knew damn well Murphy wasn't talking to him, but to Fowler. Murphy was just another of Penguin's crew, and had worked with Fowler before the NML. Murphy had made it plain that he thought Garrett was a stump too, and always ignored him when they were out on business for Penguin. Murphy was pointing at a man maybe 200 yards away, ambling along the embankment of the Gotham River. The fading light made it hard to pick him out, but one thing was clear to Garrett right away, and that was that the man was old. Garrett didn't like old people. They smelled.
He'll do. Now come on.
About 50 yards away, Garrett realized that the man was singing. Murphy stopped about 10 feet away from the man, blocking his retreat. Fowler moved to block the front, which left Garrett to take the middle. This close, he could see that the old man had a beard, long and gray like Santa Claus's, only this guy was thin and wearing a real hat with like a broad brim instead of a stocking thing with a puffball on it. For a moment, Garrett wondered what he'd do for Christmas.
Where you headed, old fella?
Nowhere.
Nah, you don't want to do that. Nowhere. That's a waste of time. Especially when you could be going somewhere instead. Want to do that? Do something useful with us?
No.
Okay, well, how about you say yes, and we don't kill you right here?
Fowler pulled out his knife, which was the signal for Garrett and Murphy to pull out their knives as well.
Got his attention there, I think.
Oh, yeah. So, this is the deal, old man. We're going up on the bridge, and you're gonna cross it. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that bridge is broken, and this is true. So you're gonna go off the bridge and into the water.
Fowler nodded to Garrett, and Garrett moved forward and put a hand on the old man's shoulder and started moving him. The old guy was taller than Garrett thought at first, but still stooped, and he moved without resisting. Fowler led the way onto the bridge. Garrett followed with the old man. Murphy took up the rear. Together, they walked up the embankment onto the cracked asphalt of the bridge, heading toward the broken segment. The Gotham River flowed by slowly over 100 feet below. They reached the edge.
You're getting a chance to leave Gotham, old man. Can you swim?
Not in there. Mine's in there. Hey, not so dumb after all.
That's right. The river's supposed to have mines in it. And you're gonna find out if that's true or not. If there's no mines, figure you swim to safety, you escape. If there is mines, then you'll get blown to hell, and there'll be one less mine for the next guy we toss in. So this is what we call a win-win situation, see?
Not for me.
Well, no. It's all a matter of perspective then, isn't it?
The old man nodded slowly, as if accepting what Fowler had said, and then, with a speed that surprised Garrett, spun and brought his right hand up, breaking first Garrett's grip, and then his nose. Garrett reached for the man as he tried to move away. The beard came off in his hand, and Garrett looked at the face of the man, and for almost a second, couldn't understand what he was seeing. Then he realized the beard was a fake, and that the man, while old, wasn't more than 60, and that the man's eyes were clear and smart, and not crazy at all. Then, it all happened at once. A shadow had taken Murphy's knife, and Murphy was on the ground with his eyes closed. Fowler had grabbed the man, but when the shadow moved forward, he let go of him and tried to run. The old man, off balance, fell back against Garrett. Garrett closed his grip on instinct, putting his knife to the man's throat. The shadow raised an arm quickly, throwing something small and black. Then Fowler fell flat, and the shadow was coming forward, and it had horns, and wings, and claws, and was as big as Garrett himself, and moving like it didn't need to touch the ground at all.
Bat, let him go!
The words seemed to rattle around the inside of Garrett's chest. When he answered, he was shocked by what he said.
Like hell!
The Batman moved forward again, and Garrett pressed the blade against the old man's throat.
I'll kill him! I don't want to, but I'll do it! You let me pass!
Let him go, Garrett thought, trying to do it quickly, trying to find a way out. He thought it was a good plan. He thought it would give him time. He was wrong. He shoved the old man toward the ledge and off the side of the bridge. The Batman moved, his cape swirling up into the man's path, and the old man caught it and used it to swing around behind the Batman, staying safely on the bridge. Garrett lunged with the knife, and the Batman moved out of the way effortlessly. Garrett hit the ground flat, his head aching, the knife now gone. He rolled quickly onto his back, trying to get up once more, and the Batman loomed over him. Garrett saw the boot coming down. Then he saw darkness. It wasn't truly a cave at all, but rather an abandoned Gotham Power and Electric Company substation in Newtown. But through the false wall at the south side, there was a small flight of stairs, and at the bottom of that, another door, and then beyond, the place Bruce Wayne was currently resting his head. He didn't like thinking of it as a bat cave, but then he'd never cared much for calling the true cave that either. As it was, though, the true cave was buried under the ruins of Wayne Manor, a house that had stood for over 200 years, only to be felled in an instant by nature's whimsy. This Batcave was only one of several throughout Gotham, a network of bolt holes and command posts he had constructed after his back had been broken a few years ago by the man who called himself Bane. Bane had defeated Batman, had nearly killed him, and Bane had done it all by wearing Batman down, chipping away at him until there was nothing left with which the Batman could fight. Never again, Batman had vowed. Never that unprepared again. Thus, the many satellite caves. The Batman stepped back, throwing the switch for the gasoline generator, then activating the lights. The space was cramped, used for both work and rest. Medical supplies and other equipment were neatly stacked along one far wall. A work table ran the length of another, the metal surface covered with bits and pieces of equipment, extra spools of monofilament, a scattering of pocket explosives, miniature tear gas, and smoke grenades. A squat radio with handset rested near the edge, switched off. The paraphernalia of the Batman. He turned, watching as Alfred Pennyworth entered, and then moved past him. Somewhere in his 60s, tall, thin, and eminently proper, Alfred took in the small room archly, the coat he'd been wearing in disguise folded properly over his left arm, the false beard and broad-brimmed hat in one hand.
Very nice, Master Bruce. You've done wonders with the place.
Thank you, Alfred. As Bruce Wayne pulled back the cowl, he felt in that instant of exposure the weight that always returned to his heart. He watched as the older man set the coat and hat on the nearest cot. then turned back to look at him. Bruce knew that look. The combat medic look that Alfred had turned on him every night when Batman returned to the True Cave. More than a survey of damage, it was a look that spoke volumes. It was, more often than not, a paternal look, and there were times when Bruce savored it. There were also times when he hated it from his core. Alfred Pennyworth had been one of Thomas and Martha Wayne's dearest friends. When Bruce was orphaned, it was Alfred who took care of him, and since that time, Alfred had always been there. Alfred had been Bruce's tutor and confidant, and certainly the greatest gentleman's gentleman one could ever have asked for. He was an able medic, a gifted actor, a learned scholar of life, but he was not, and could never be, Bruce Wayne's father. And both men knew that.
I had begun to fear, Master Bruce, that the homing transmitter was defective.
No, I was. Bruce moved to the table and began unfastening the utility belt around his waist, laying it out on the surface, checking its compartments.
I beg your pardon, sir?
I was Alfred. I have to relearn how to move in Gotham. Broken cornices, rubble, collapsed rooftops. It's forcing me to slow down. I hope it's not Gotham trying to tell me something.
Given the length of your absence, sir, I had thought you would have worked past such thoughts already.
I thought I had too.
You have only been back a scant few weeks, and tonight was your first foray in your work clothes, shall we say? It could have gone much worse.
You nearly died.
But I did not. As always, you demand too much of yourself.
3 months I wasted, searching my own soul instead of fighting for Gotham's.
After every battle, a time is required to recover. After a defeat, sir, the recovery is inevitably longer. I know you well enough to say with certainty that you never waste time.
Bruce smiled, almost without meaning to.
The night wasn't a total failure.
No, indeed.
Alfred turned to the workbench and used a handkerchief from his pocket to dust it quickly before leaning against it.
We have learned that I am a brilliant actor who can masquerade effectively as a senile old coot.
We knew that already.
I beg your pardon, sir?
We know that Penguin is interested in cleaning the waterways. That means that whatever pipeline he has to the outside world, assuming he does have one, isn't by water. That means he must have access to a tunnel.
A plausible conclusion, Master Bruce.
I was away too long. The rules have changed. That man, the one who held the knife to you on the bridge, he should have run. They've forgotten me, Alfred.
No, sir. It is simply that there are now things in Gotham which scare them more than the Batman.
Bruce considered the words for several seconds, then began fastening the belt in place once more.
Sir, do you intend to go out again?
Night's young. A lot to do.
Shall I wait for your return here?
No. You said Leslie is still in the city?
Indeed she is, sir. Dr. Tompkins has maintained a small neutral zone in the northeast of the city, where she tends the sick and injured as best she can. It is widely referred to as the MASH sector.
Bruce nodded slightly. Dr. Leslie Tompkins, like Alfred, had been a friend of his parents. She was a passionate humanitarian and physician, and Bruce wasn't surprised at all to have learned that Leslie had remained behind in the no man's land, attempting to provide medical services to any and all who could reach her.
She's a remarkable woman.
I would be a fool to disagree, sir.
Head there. I'll contact you when I can.
Bruce turned to him.
I'm sorry I was slow tonight, Alfred.
I must say it was nice seeing you back in action. You looked, dare I say, quite good. Did it feel good?
No, Alfred?
Bruce pulled the cowl back into place, felt the comfort of the mask tied around his face.
It felt great.
It did feel great, and that was a comfort as the Batman moved back into the night, to those still stable rooftops that gave him a view of the city spreading out around him. His city. Looking over the wrecked terrain, Batman, for a moment, felt sentimental and even foolish. He turned north and deployed his jump line, swinging across the collapsed ruin of what had been a mosque, moving quickly, feeling the comfort that came from familiar motion. When the rumors had begun that the federal government was planning to abandon Gotham, Bruce Wayne had gone to Washington to plead his city's case. It had been a horrible experience for him, one where he had felt exceptionally off balance, and certainly out of his element. To the public eye, Bruce Wayne was a joke, A billionaire layabout more concerned with shaving strokes off his notoriously bad golf game and dating as many beautiful women as quickly as possible than dabbling in issues of politics. For the most part, it was an image that had served Bruce well, had kept his true identity well hidden from the world. In Washington, though, it had worked too well, and Bruce Wayne's heartfelt pleas were dismissed out of hand. He had been utterly and completely helpless, a feeling he had known only once before in his life. It was the feeling that led him onto the streets of Gotham every night for 10 years. It was the feeling that had ultimately created the Batman. He stopped, crouching carefully on the edge of a slumped roof overlooking what had been Park Row. When he was a boy, Park Row had been one of the nicest parts of town, a collection of high-priced townhouses and elegant shops, restaurants, and theaters. Park Row was where Thomas and Martha Wayne took their little son to the movies, where they'd promised to take him for ice cream after the show. Even before the cataclysm, though, Park Row had declined to become what was universally referred to throughout Gotham as Crime Alley. The shops had closed, the townhouses had been replaced by blocks upon blocks of substandard housing. Its alleys and streets, once clean and alive with laughter, had turned dark and foreboding. He dropped gracefully onto the rubble below. Clinging to the shadows, he made his way up the block and then left. He knew the way perfectly, having traveled it literally 1,000 times before, and when he reached the mouth of the alley, he stopped. It had been here that it all started. It had been here that Thomas and Martha Wayne had been murdered. Here that Bruce felt for the first time the utter capriciousness of life. Looking now at where his parents had lain, bleeding to death so many years ago, the Batman felt that helplessness again. 3 months before, Congress had made him feel 8 years old once more, had again delivered the lesson that life could not be controlled, and that even Bruce Wayne's billions, even the Batman's brilliance, could be brushed aside by apathy and self-interest. If Bane had broken his back once more, it would have hurt less. It seemed not just a setback, but a resounding defeat, indeed a rout. It had crushed his spirit, and thus injured Bruce Wayne and the Batman had both retreated. While Alfred remained behind in Gotham, using his considerable skills to gather intelligence for the day when the Batman would return, Bruce fled the country, throwing himself with seeming abandon into the role of playboy and dilettante. In fact, he had been building an alibi that would allow Bruce to vanish for the months, if not years, it would take for the Batman to restore Gotham. In Monaco, Bruce had gambled with petty monarchs and corpulent executives. In Rio, he had danced with supermodels and partied with rock stars. In Hong Kong, he had acquired 2 new companies and bought another Learjet. And all the while he had planned, trying to see what he had done wrong, trying to discover what he could do to make it right again. The petty monarchs and executives, they could help bring political pressure on the President of the United States. One of the rock star's personal trainers was an accomplished capoeira mestre. The 2 companies Bruce acquired each had proprietary construction technology that would aid in eventual rebuilding of Gotham. And he had contacted Lucius Fox, the man he had handpicked to be Wayne Enterprises' CEO, and he had told him that all of the Wayne Empire's formidable resources were to be brought to bear for one purpose: the redemption of Gotham.
The public. It'll all come down to the public. That's where we need to start, Lucius.
How?
I don't know. Buy ads. Television, newspaper, radio, hire lobbyists, anything. But we have to get the public on Gotham's side.
It'll take time, Bruce. And a lot of money. 100 million at least. Just to do what you're talking about.
It's my home, Lucius. I'll be right there. I have to go, Lucius. Kitty needs help with her suntan lotion. It's my home.
It had taken, in the Batman's opinion, much too long to get his act together, to put his plan into motion. Too long since he had set foot on his home ground. Now he had been in Gotham for just over a week, watching and waiting, walking the different neighborhoods, learning the new dynamic of the no man's land. The tagging intrigued him. The bat tag he had seen in particular had raised his eyebrow. He had resisted the urge to jump pell-mell into the fray, instead making contact with Alfred, learning what the gentleman's gentleman had to tell. Finally, the Batman felt ready to face the helplessness head-on. The sound drew Batman's attention back to the present, away from the alley. The sound seemed alien, and he realized that since returning to Gotham, he had seen no dogs at all, nowhere on the streets. Batman moved toward the sound, taking to the rooftops again. The noise was deceptive in the stillness of the city, at first seeming merely around the next corner, but Batman had gone 6 blocks before finally homing in on the source. From the edge of a rooftop, he looked down. It was an adult Airedale, standing in the middle of the street, its tail stiff and its head lowered as it guarded its master, a young boy. The two were surrounded by a group of men, all in salvaged and torn winter clothes, all holding makeshift weapons of one kind or another. Across the street from where he had perched, Batman could make out a spray-painted tag on one of the opposite buildings, the crossed spears of the Koza.
Looks like dinner.
One of the men below held a baseball bat, its end wrapped in barbed wire. The boy began backing away, then halted as he realized that he and his pet had been surrounded.
Leave my dog alone!
Weren't talking about no dog.
Normally, Batman would have waited a second or two longer, timing his entrance to best effect, just before any violence could begin. But what he was seeing now made him angry, and he'd had enough. He launched himself off the rooftop, gathering the edges of his cape in each hand, letting the air fill the ballistic fabric. The move served 2 purposes. First, it slowed his descent enough to keep him from any injury. Second, it threw his silhouette over the gathered Koza and put the fear of God into them.
Look out! What the hell is that?
Then he was down, driving his feet into the back of the nearest Koza as he landed, knocking the man flat to the ground and driving the breath from him. Without stopping, Batman continued forward, breaking into the center of the circle, his right hand dipping around beneath his cape and appearing again, holding 3 batarangs. He turned and flung all 3 with his right, ducking as the Koza with the barbed wire bat took a swing at his head. The batarangs hit their marks, breaking fingers and disarming the men. Without bothering to look, Batman snapped off a sidekick that caught the one with the bat in the stomach and knocked him to the ground. One of the Koza was already running, and of the 3 Batman had hit with the batarangs, 2 of them were turning to flee as well. The one with the bat was now on his back, disarmed. Of the 4 remaining, 1 was going for the boy with a machete. The other 3 were directing their attention at Batman, all wielding blunt objects, 2 pipes and another bat, this one aluminum. There was no choice to make, and Batman sprang forward to protect the boy. He felt some of the blows swing past him, then the explosion of pain as one of them connected with his torso. He was certain he'd cracked his ribs again, but it didn't matter. He was still up, and the machete was coming down, and the Batman got his forearm in the way of the blade. And the metal bashed into the Kevlar and titanium weave reinforcement of his glove. The nerves in his arm shouted, and again the Batman ignored the message, driving the heel of his right palm into the Koza's chin. He turned back to see 2 of the remaining gang members lunging forward.
Get off me, you freaking mutt!
The Airedale had bit into the back of the other's leg, bringing him to the ground. Batman waited till the remaining Koza committed to their attacks. Then, with their balance changing, Batman moved. Both went down, each temporarily stunned. Batman turned to see that the one with the barbed wire bat had gotten his weapon to hand once more, had struck the dog on its hindquarters.
Leave my dog alone, you bastard!
The boy was already on the man, beating at his head and shoulders. Batman reached quickly, pulling the boy back, and then with his free hand delivered a final savage punch to the Koza's face. Batman let the boy go and crouched quickly beside the wounded dog. The barbed wire around the bat had torn at the dog's skin, and blood was flowing, but Batman could tell quickly that the blow had broken no bones, and that the wound looked far more serious than it was. From his utility belt, he took a bandage and pressed it against the wound.
Good girl. That's a good girl.
Petting the dog as he did so.
What's your name?
Bat.
The Batman nodded and scooped the dog up, cradling the Airedale against his chest.
Matt, are you alone here?
My parents died in the quake. Is Sophie going to be all right?
Sophie will be fine. Where are you living?
I don't have anywhere I can. Anywhere that's safe.
Batman looked at the boy, thinking. and then realized that the look was easily mistaken for an imposing one, and so looked away down the street instead.
Follow me.
He began walking north along the street, still carrying the dog. Matt scurried over the broken pavement, catching up.
Where are we going?
Sophie and you need a safe place to stay. I have a friend who is a doctor. You can stay with her.
Together, with Batman still carrying the dog, they made their way north to Leslie Tompkins' MASH sector.
Are you really him?
Him?
Batman.
Yes.
Cool.
Oracle. Personal. Entry number 310. No Man's Land. Day 104. 4:33 Zulu. Dear Dad. I woke up yesterday morning thinking I was late for school. I was hearing your voice, and I sat up in the darkness of my apartment in the bitter cold, and for a second, I honestly thought I was 13 once more. Then I remembered where I was, and I started to lie back down.
Attention! Attention!
It was just before dawn, the light beginning to streak in across the ceiling, past the ice that's been forming on the inside of my windows every night. I reached for my glasses, fumbled myself to the side of the bed, and hoisted my drowsy keister into the chair. The only reason I was sure I was awake was that I was so damn cold I knew I couldn't still be under my blankets. I rolled to the window and had to open it to look out. And then, it was really clear. Your voice, coming through some megaphone from down below, maybe a block away at the most.
Street demons, slow boys. You're in our territory now. Surrender.
Across the street, I saw doors and windows opening, people pulling back their barricades and risking glances outside, listening. At the end of the block, I watched a group of street demons break around the corner, running like the whole department was after them with hats and bats. Then you guys appeared, and for a second, that's almost exactly what it did look like. At least, if your department had switched to baseball bats and makeshift clubs instead of riot batons and 38 specials.
Attention! We are the police. We're here to maintain the order. Help us rid your streets of these gangsters. Now's the time to rise up. Now's the time to take back what's yours.
It was like magic, Dad. Like magic. Later, when you made it up to my place, I thought you'd never stop hugging me.
There aren't many women who can say that a war was fought on their behalf.
I thought maybe you were joking at first, but the look in your eyes said that you weren't. And you almost made me cry. Sarah was standing right behind you and she was smiling. And when you moved, she gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek.
Care to step outside?
What, are you kidding me? I haven't been out of this damn apartment since the earthquake. If you're willing to carry me down 18 floors, I'm willing to go outside.
Your father will carry you. I'll take the chair.
When we got out front and I was back in the wheelchair, you handed me a can of blue spray paint and pointed at the demon's tag on the side of the clock tower.
Would you like to do the honors?
You have no idea how big a kick I got out of spraying that big blue GCPD on the side of my own home. And the people watching, all my neighbors who had been living under siege just like myself for the last 3 months, they loved it too. I thought they were going to put you and Sarah on their shoulders and march you through the streets. They were so happy. Then Bullet came over.
The neighborhood's been secured. For now, we've got the demons and low boys in a temporary holding area on the next block. Pettit's getting pretty antsy, though.
I'll come over. I'll be right back, Barbara.
You gave my hand a squeeze and off you went, Sarah with you. I sat there for a minute, just grinning at the street, breathing the fresh winter air. It hurt my lungs, it was that cold, but God, it felt good. I'd been cooped up for so long, I couldn't get enough of it. The sidewalk was cracked in places, but pretty clear, and I started rolling along, and it wasn't really that I meant to follow you, but in the end, I have to admit that's what I was doing. I came around the corner and I heard Foley talking to Bullock.
It's insane, risking all of our lives for the sake of his daughter, Harvey. He got damn lucky.
Luck? Hell. It was strategy. It was tactics.
It was pure recklessness. Sanctioning murder? He should be ashamed to call himself a police.
He doesn't call himself a police, Foley. He calls himself commissioner.
Maybe that's the... Barbara, I'm sorry.
I wish I could say that the way he went pale, or the way he slunk off, made me feel better. I wish I could, but I can't. I thought that was the low point of the day, the counter to the delight in seeing you and Sarah. I was wrong. Around midnight, one of my agents called in, Alex. He's been pretty reliable for me, and he's another of my sneaks, in that he's good at sticking to the shadows and getting in close to where the action is. I've no reason to doubt the veracity of his reports. When you and Sarah left today, I knew you were trying to figure out what to do with the demons and lowboys that had been taken prisoner. Jailing them was obviously out of the question. The jail itself is in ruins, and it's not like you can spare anyone to guard these guys 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that doesn't even touch on the resource drain it would be. Alex reported that you and Pettit had been arguing about how to proceed for most of the evening, and that you finally made a decision a little after dark. You and Pettit went over to the holding area. Alex says that you used that megaphone of yours again.
All lowboys and demons have 1 hour to clear the territory. If any of you are found here after that, the penalty is death.
Then Pettit drew his weapon, put it to the head of the nearest lowboy, and splattered his brains all over the street, just to prove that you guys were serious. I know he did it without your permission, Dad. I know that. I know you would never have sanctioned a murder in cold blood. You're a cop, after all. You're the best cop. You're my hero, Dad. Tell me he did it without your permission. My radio woke me 8 minutes ago, from the one frequency I've kept clear for the last 104 days. The frequency I've been praying would go active. I had been dreaming about what I was like when I had my legs, or at least when my legs would listen to my brain. I had been dreaming of the nights when I could almost fly, when I felt beautiful and powerful and did good. Dreaming myself as I had been, as Batgirl. In my dream, Gotham had been whole and vibrant, the lights of the city bright. I moved from rooftop to air to rooftop again, and I was happy and certain and feeling so very much alive.
Oracle.
It was him on the radio.
I'm back. Just thought you'd like to know.
It was you, then. Putting the tags up in Dooley Square.
Tags?
Bat tags, yellow paint. Your symbol.
I haven't been to Dooley Square.
Then who was it?
But there was no response, and I realized he'd cut the connection. I'm looking at the dawn of NML Day 104, and I'm beginning to think that things aren't getting better. I'm beginning to think they're about to get worse. A lot worse.
James Gordon was working in the garden, trying to get frozen earth out of a terracotta flower pot. His fingers hurt and his back, and Sarah had already told him to come inside and go to bed, that it was past midnight, but he knew there was no point to it. If he went to bed, he'd stay awake, replaying the moment in his head. If he went to bed, he'd close his eyes, and if he closed his eyes, he'd see it all again. The lowboy's look of surprise that turned to horror in the instant before Pettit pulled the trigger. The look in his eyes. The moment after the bullet had burst through brain and bone, and the lowboy had realized he was dead. Gordon was clenching his jaw without meaning to, and he had to force himself to relax. Not a lowboy, just a boy, not older than 20 at the most. Some scared 20-year-old kid who tried to survive the no man's land by being tough, finding safety in numbers, and doing what the rest did. How was that any damn different from what he and the rest of the GCPD were doing right now?
Damn it.
He set the pot down, realizing the attempt was futile. The earth was staying put despite his best intentions. He looked up at the clear sky, the starlight so much brighter in the cold air.
Gotta be after 1 now, at least.
He heard something from the far side of the garden. More rats running along the edge looking for food. He and Sarah had found a couple inside in the last few weeks, searching for scraps in the empty kitchen. Gordon doubted that they'd had any luck. It was Pettit, that was the damn problem. Simply giving the declaration, telling them to stay out, warning them if they ever came back they'd be killed, Pettit had insisted that wasn't enough.
They have to know you mean it, Commissioner.
I do.
Gordon hadn't been lying, but Pettit had killed the boy anyway.
Why did you do that? Now, they believe us. Now they'll run all over the city telling everyone they meet that the Blue Boys aren't to be messed with. They'll say we've lost it and that anyone who crosses us is looking for a world of hurt. Now they'll leave us alone.
Pettit was right, of course. The words wouldn't have been enough. It was the action that sold them. But it didn't make Jim Gordon feel any better. Gordon realized that he wasn't alone in the garden any longer. He rose slowly, taking his time to ease his right hand to his hip, and started to turn for the door back to the house. He could pinpoint the sound now. He pivoted, drawing, and as he did so, he thought that perhaps it might be Batman and not some lowboy out for revenge, in which case Gordon wouldn't shoot, but he sure as hell would give the vigilante a piece of his mind.
Working the graveyard shift, Commissioner?
The voice came from the corner away from the house, deep in the shadow beneath a leafless plum tree. Gordon couldn't make out the shape of the speaker, but he knew the voice. He held the pistol in his hand steady.
How did you get in here? It was simple. Your men are too terrified, too tired, and too few. You've all had a long week, haven't you? All that running around, chasing the demons and the low boys, and then that little execution on the street. Didn't know you had that in you, Jimmy.
Give me a reason I don't drop you where you stand.
I'll give you two. First, you haven't heard what I have to say. Second, you're still the law.
Gordon adjusted his grip, breathing carefully.
Want me to continue?
I'm listening.
We can help each other, Jim.
Forget it. You're psychotic.
Gordon remembered that laugh, and it sent chills down his spine.
One man's psychotic is another man's visionary. Besides which, if we're going to bring up the issue of sanity, what kind of police lets his wife and crippled daughter stay in this godforsaken hellhole? Anyone with half a brain quit while the going was good. All that's left in Gotham are the degenerates, the same people you'd never have thought twice about rousting before the NML. But here you are, Jimmy, with no legal jurisdiction and no powers of the state behind you. Why did you stay?
Someone had to. Law must be maintained. There has to be order.
Exactly. Justice must prevail, even in a lawless land. That's why I'm here. We're two of a kind, Commissioner. Anarchy has forged some strange allies here. Why not us?
Gordon was feeling the ache in his triceps from holding the gun steady for so long.
Because you're a killer.
Really? Well, then the joke's on you, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Don't play coy. I heard about your little stunt with the demons and the low boys, playing them off against each other while you and yours sat back and watched. It was a good move, tactically brilliant, ruthless. I liked it.
This is war.
I know.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Jim, you're preaching to the choir here. You've got nothing to lose by hearing me out.
Gordon looked at the shape in the shadows, saw both hands come up, palms out and empty. The ache in his arms was fierce now, and the pain in his back was getting worse. With a shock, he realized that he was feeling truly old. He put his thumb on the hammer and uncocked the pistol, lowering the weapon to point at the ground.
Talk. I'll listen.
Sarah was asleep when he crawled into bed finally, just before dawn. Gordon tried to settle in without disrupting her, and he'd finally forced his body to relax, letting his head truly sink back into the pillow.
Jim?
When she rolled over to look at him.
I thought I heard voices in the garden. Was someone out there?
No, Seamus. Just me.
Oh, I must have dreamt it.
Must have. Go back to bed.
He knew she had fallen back asleep. Probably had never truly woken at all. In the morning, the odds were she wouldn't remember the conversation ever taking place. Gordon stared at the ceiling. when he closed his eyes, he saw the boy's face. The woman who had made herself into the new Batgirl had never known all that much about Black Mask, but it seemed to her that this time the criminal had finally gone off the deep end. She knew the man who had once called himself Roman Sionis had started life as a spoiled and rich brat, heir to the Sionis cosmetics fortune, an empire of makeup and perfumes created by Roman's parents. She knew that somewhere along the line, little Roman had become obsessed with masks, both literal and figurative. She was hazy on a lot of the details, but some stuck in memory. The fact that Sionis' face had been horribly burnt in a chemical fire, one that had left his skin shiny and black. The fact that Sionis, upon creating himself as Black Mask, had gathered to him those criminals he could, calling them the False Face Society. That the False Face Society had been some of Gotham's worst and most die-hard felons, all of them masked, all of them eager to do violence in the name of their work. For a couple of years, despite Sionis' clearly slipping grip on sanity, he had ruled the Gotham underworld, had even managed to expand operations as far south as Bloodhaven, down the coast. Crazy he might have been all along, but it hadn't gotten in his way. Until now. For the better part of a week now, every night after finishing her other duties and donning the costume, the new Batgirl had headed out from her home and worked her way along the east side, trying to track Black Mask's movements, or if not him precisely, at least the movements of his gang. The street demons and lowboys had been taken down finally by the GCPD, and she felt it was time to expand her purview as well. She had chosen Black Mask as her target for a couple of reasons, not the least of which being he was a named criminal, and she wanted that cachet. She wanted it in spades so everyone in Gotham would know that the Bat still haunted the night, and that criminals had damn well better beware. She didn't know if Batman himself was ever coming back, if indeed he truly was gone rather than just lying low, but she knew the power of the symbol, what the Bat meant to Gotham, and she was going to make certain that nobody forgot. So that was the first reason for her choice. The second was more practical. Black Mask's followers had been appearing more and more frequently in what she considered to be her neck of the woods, and their appearances were consistently unpleasant. The followers were maybe as crazy as Black Mask himself, self-mutilated men and women who dressed in rags and tatters, fresh scars showing on every inch of their exposed flesh. From what Batgirl had heard, they were collecting people. To what end, she did not know. But those reasons aside, there was one other, just as important and certainly more motivating, at least for her. If and when the Batman came back, she wanted to be able to look him in the eye, to make it perfectly clear that she was, if not his equal, at least worthy of playing on the same team. If she could take down Black Mask, that would do it. If she did that, he'd have no choice but to accept her. She harbored no illusions about how the Batman would respond to her. By donning the mantle of the Bat without his permission, indeed without his knowledge, she had issued a challenge. And she knew enough about him to know he wouldn't like that. His partners in the past, they had been authorized help, trained by him personally. Even with that, she knew for a fact that they were ridden hard, that Batman demanded as much from them as from himself. In his book, there was no room at all for failure. You could do the job or you couldn't. And that was the end of the discussion. So the new Batgirl would show him just how well she could do the job. She tracked a group of Black Mask's followers from Puckett Park on the Upper East Side all the way to where the Sprang River separated the north and south parts of the island that was Gotham. There had been 6 of them in the group, all of them in the same mixture of torn rags and tatters, and all with horrible mutilations to their faces and arms. Most had shaved their heads, and a couple had managed makeshift piercings through their skin, thin strips of metal that dangled and glinted in the night, swaying from their faces. Batgirl watched as they entered the remnants of St. Vincent's off what had once been Dillon Avenue, waited another 20 seconds, and then slid through the shadows until she was close enough to get a look inside. Light was flickering from within, one source, probably a single fire. Inside, beyond the pews, she saw the group seated together around the fire. One of them was handing out bundles from a small cloth bag. She watched as each of the followers speared their bundle on the end of a long spike, then held it over the fire. The stink of burning fur assaulted her.
Ugh.
Rats. They were eating rats. She held still for almost another minute, watching, then resolved that the group would be staying put for some time. Her back was exposed too, and that made her very uncomfortable. And so she stepped away, scaling the side of a nearby building, testing the wall as she climbed. Up top, she turned and settled in to watch the entrance of the church. They'd be coming out soon, probably when it was darker. She'd follow them if she could, and maybe they'd lead her to Black Mask himself. And maybe, just maybe, she could figure out his agenda.
Doesn't make sense.
In a city where more of the structures had collapsed than were still standing, Black Mask was having his folks burn down those that remained. And it wasn't even that he was going after all of the standing structures. The fact that she had her current perch and that they were inside St. Vincent's right now was proof of that. No, it seemed to be only certain buildings. She had heard from someone in the MASH sector that a whole mob of Black Mask's followers had descended on the old Embassy Orient and driven out all of the squatters. And then they'd burnt the place to the ground, destroying the shelter used by over 60 of Gotham's refugees. From what Batgirl had heard, there'd been over 50 people in Black Mask's mob. Practically an army in the no man's land, and terrifying to contemplate even for a moment. 50 of the mutilated monsters, all descending on the Embassy Orient. It was a miracle no one had died.
Nice costume.
Batgirl stiffened, taking her time to turn, telling herself she had known this was coming all along. She forced herself to meet his eyes, but he wasn't ready for the stare down yet. He looked her over slowly, starting with the boots, then tracking up until he reached her fully concealed face.
Glad you approve.
I don't.
Gotham needed a bat. You weren't around.
Where I've been and why, those are reasons of my own.
She thought he sounded almost offensive, and that gave her confidence that she had made the right choice in donning the costume. She took a step closer, and now he was meeting her eyes.
But now you're back, and you're going to need help.
No.
You're wrong.
Then I'll learn that on my own.
I've been doing this for weeks now. It's made a difference.
The work or the symbol?
He never looked away from her. Behind the mask, his eyes were hidden, but she was certain they were locked on her own.
The bat is a powerful image, as you know. Very primal, very potent. It's made things easier. If you tell me to take it off, I will, but I won't stop the work.
He nodded slowly, as if accepting the confession and the terms. Then, with his chin, he gestured to her waist, where the can of spray paint was affixed to her belt.
The tagging, that's been you?
Yes.
It's a good idea. I intend to adopt it.
Thanks.
He looked past her for a moment, to the horizon.
You're right about one thing. This city does need a bat.
Maybe more than one.
His head came back to her quickly, and for a moment she thought she'd pushed it too far, but she'd blown it.
Don't disgrace the symbol.
Then I'm approved?
No, but you're not disapproved.
Fair enough. For now.
He turned, the cape billowing back for a moment as he stepped up to the edge of the roof. He didn't look back.
Keep your watch on Black Mask. I'll be in touch.
And then he stepped off into the air and fell into the darkness. Christina Weir had been a cop for 8 years before the No Man's Land was declared. She loved her job, and she was damn good at it. That was why she'd stayed in Gotham. She was GCPD. It was what she was supposed to do. Even before Gordon and Essen had announced that they were staying behind on Black Monday, even before the other officers, DeFilippis and Montoya and Bullock and the rest, all threw their lot in with the commissioner, she had decided to stay. She'd had absolutely no intention of falling in love as a result of the decision. During the battle against the demons and the Lowboys over a week before, she'd waded to the front and kicked some serious ass. She'd even saved a couple of lives. DeFilippis's, when a demon's skull tried to bury a hatchet in the young cop's head, and then Bullock's. The Lowboys had started in with the arrows, and she'd pushed Bullock out of the line of fire. She'd almost been too slow then. An arrow had pierced his coat.
Harvey, Jesus.
Bullock pulled back the fabric to show where the arrow had passed through the clothing, but missed his skin. He spread out his baggy overcoat to illustrate the weight he'd lost in the last few months.
I'm only half the man I once was. You keep jumping on me like this, Weir, I'm gonna accuse you of sexual harassment.
Oh, God.
She blushed and scrambled off him, thinking that he knew, because after all, he was a detective. But Bullock's expression hadn't changed, and she had known that she was just being paranoid. There was no way any of them knew. She had been certain. She and DeFilippis had been careful. By then, the fighting had moved on and she'd had to rush to catch up. They'd taken back Central, then Old Gotham, and then Pettit had gotten out of hand. She didn't want to dwell on that, but it soured the victory. She didn't want to call what Pettit had done murder, but she sure as hell couldn't think of another way to put it. That night, she had wanted to find Andy again, wanted to sneak another few minutes of warmth in his arms, but it hadn't worked out. She'd been on post outside of the Gordon home until past midnight, and he'd been out at Central getting things squared away. Just wasn't possible, and she'd known that, but it had made her moody anyway, and when Donnelly had tried to get her talking about baseball that night on post, she hadn't even responded. She'd gone back to her shelter before 3, the gutted remnants of what had once been a liquor store, eaten a cold dinner of processed beefy pasta straight from the can, removed her boots and body armor, slid into the sleeping bag, and put her head down on the pillow.
Ow! What?
Then she'd raised it again, wondering what was making such a hard lump. She'd found her flashlight, flicked it on just long enough to move the pillow and take a look, and beneath the pillow, she'd found a small, miraculously intact music box.
Andy.
She'd gone to sleep, listening to it play. The next morning, she returned to her post outside Gordon's house.
You're late, Chris.
I know.
Officer Donnelly looked at her with some concern.
I had a can of beef and noodles before bed last night and shot the whole thing back out again this morning.
Oh, that's not good. I got some canned tuna if you want. Tastes okay. It's pretty mild.
Oh, not really hungry, Brian.
Right. Commissioner wanted to see you.
Why?
He didn't say. He's in the garden.
She looked over her shoulder at the closed front door of the house.
Now?
Said as soon as you arrived.
Be right back.
Word of advice, Chris, don't say the name Batman. Andy says it's poison.
Yeah, he told me.
She had nothing but respect for Gordon, thought of him as a gifted police and a strong leader, but, and she knew this already, if he knew about her and DeFilippis and he wanted it to stop, she was going to have to tell him to keep out of it. She'd spent more than a month thinking about it already, and while she understood the department's policy against fraternization, she hardly felt it was an issue. And the fact was, if Gordon went there, she'd call him on it. It was the pot in the kettle as far as she was concerned. He was at the workbench, chipping away at the frozen earth inside a clay pot, but he stopped when he saw her.
Chris, come on in.
She came down the steps and stopped a respectful 10 feet away, keeping her face blank. She'd been a patrol officer before the NML, a sergeant, but she knew the detective tricks well, and she knew how to keep a poker face. Gordon studied her for a moment, almost sternly.
How are you feeling?
Fine, sir.
Good. I heard about what you did, Chris.
She kept her mouth shut.
It was fine work.
Sir?
In the last week alone, I've had 6 people tell me that you retook Central pretty much single-handed. Montoya, Lee, Bullock, all of them have gone out of their way to tell me what a fine job you did. It's mostly because of that I wanted to talk to you. You know that my daughter is still in the city, right?
Yes, sir. She lives in the clock tower.
Yes, she does. And she refuses to leave. I told her I'd be happier if she was in Tri-Corner with the rest of us, and she just wouldn't listen. About as stubborn as her old man, I guess.
Weir nodded, not knowing what to say.
We've got that area pretty much secured, but I'm a father and I'm nervous, and that's why I wanted to talk to you.
He wiped his dirty hands against his pants, trying to clean them, then looked back at her. His smile was apologetic.
I want you to take 5 officers, draw arms and ammunition from Pettit, and get a flare gun. And I'd like you to organize the protection around the clock tower.
You want me to protect the tower?
Not just the tower, no, but of course, that's a large part of it. You've seen the map. The border is holding, but that's the outer edge. It abuts on Penguin's territory, and Two-Face's to the east as well. I want a fixed observation post, and I want to make certain my daughter is relatively protected. You're the best person for the job, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
If there's any trouble, send up a flare. Otherwise, I trust you to handle whatever may arise.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Gordon stuck out his hand.
No, Chris. Thank you.
Black Mask looked at the man hanging over the oil drum. The man's feet had been tied to a length of good rope, the rope slung across the rafters, and the effect was like that of a piñata dangling at a crowded party. The fire from the oil drum was already singeing the man's hair, and his sweat sizzled when it splashed down against the heated metal. Black Mask removed the blindfold and tenderly took the man's face in his hands. He tried to do it the way his mother had before she died, before he'd changed from Roman Sionis into the deformed and reborn man he was now. He tried to do it with love, because he wanted the man to truly understand.
Do you see?
Go to hell!
Black Mask shut his eyes for a moment. This was not really an unexpected response, but he had hoped for more understanding, for less drastic measures. He let his hand slip from the man's face, turning to face the congregation spread out before him. They filled the hall, lit by the burning makeshift torches. He saw the faces of his flock, the scars on each and every one of them. All those scars on the outside, showing the world the truth of what was within each and every one of them.
He does not yet see! He believes nothing has changed. He believes that the lie can continue. But we know better, do we not? We know better now. Once, yes, once I hid behind a mask myself. Once I covered my scars, my true face. I played games, pretending to greatness. I played games, pretending to rule crime. And in one instant, I saw it was all false. In that instant, the mask was destroyed. In that instant, Gotham fell. For the house built on a foundation of sand, it will collapse under its own weight surely. Thus Gotham collapsed, its shining facades giving way to the broken soul it concealed. What they called an earthquake, we now know was more. A warning.
Black Mask moved around to stand beside the dangling man. From his pocket, he removed the straight razor he had used to reveal his own true face, the very blade that had cut the mask from him once and for all. With it, he had drawn the lines across the face, blackened and burnt so many years before, making cuts that turned the shining and smooth skin into the patchwork of pieces that represented his soul.
All of us must show our true face, or pay the price. Amen! He must see! He must see! We make the cuts!
Black Mask reached out with the blade.
Then open our souls!
Blood spattered and sizzled into the flames. Black Mask leaned close enough to feel the heat searing at the too sensitive skin on his face.
Do you see?
The man's tears mixed with the blood racing along the split skin of his face. Black Mask smiled.
He sees!
He raised an arm, pointing through the shattered windows at the building in the distance, still standing arrogantly against the broken skyline of the no man's land.
We destroy the lies! What has been revealed must remain uncovered. What still stands as a mask must be torn down. Those people who are blind, they must be made to see. Those buildings that still stand, they too must fall. For Gotham to be redeemed, all of its scars must show. Look upon the affront to us. Know it for what it is.
The congregation turned, each set of eyes settling on the building in the distance, the tower with the giant clock.
Do you see?
We see!
And shall you act?
We shall act!
Then prepare yourselves well, for the time is short. We will march soon. We will burn it down. And God help anyone who tries to protect the lies!
Black Mask has taken 3 buildings in the last 2 days, but each time I arrive, he and his followers have already vanished. I don't know where he's hiding. I don't know where he's working from.
How many men does he have?
I don't know that either. I've heard reports of 60, probably more. It's a cult of some sort. That's about all I've figured out so far. It's pretty bad.
Meaning?
Meaning that everywhere he's struck, he's left people either dead or mutilated. Cuts, mostly, but some branding. Uniformly to the face.
Batman nodded, then reached for the canisters resting on the workbench and offered one to her.
Tear gas, very potent. Special mixture. Use it sparingly.
I will. Thanks.
What can you tell me about the buildings?
They've all been tall, over 6 stories.
Built by Wayne Enterprises.
Wayne buildings are the only big ones still standing in Gotham. He was the only builder smart enough to quick-proof his structures. Of course, at the time, everyone thought it was just another example of his remarkable stupidity.
Then he was lucky.
Batman spread a map of the city on the now cleared work table.
Show me where the buildings were.
She drew a line with her gloved finger down along the east side toward the south and Old Gotham.
Consistently been moving south.
He's going for the clock tower.
You think?
I know. It represents Gotham. It was built by Wayne Enterprises. Roman Sionis hates Wayne. If the clock tower isn't his next target, it's certainly on the short list.
He looked up from the map. She felt the glare from behind his hidden eyes and found herself wondering what she might have done wrong.
You're going to stop him. He will not take the clock tower. Is that understood?
I'll try, but...
Don't try. Keep it from happening. And stay out of sight.
I can do one or the other, but not both.
Then you're not worthy of the mantle.
He moved to the stairs that would lead out of the basement and back into the night.
Prove me wrong.
Batgirl watched him leave. After a time, she realized her fists were clenched, and she forced her fingers open, felt the circulation returning to her hands.
Damn him!
And then, she began gathering the equipment she'd need for the job. For the first couple of days, the posting went fine. Ware set up a rotating schedule outside of the clock tower, 3 shifts of 2 cops each, herself included. Gordon let her take Donnelly as her second in command, and he ran the day shift while Ware took the second shift. Way she figured it, they'd stick to the schedule as it was for a week, then swap around so she could get some daylight time in too. That way it would be fair, and that way none of the cops would become complacent. Pettit had granted them all 5 shells for their shotguns, and Ware had drawn a flare gun too, as requested. It was the emergency beacon, only to be fired off if things really started to go sour. She settled into position, watching the sunset. Turner was on post with her, another rookie like Donnelly, but one who had yet to distinguish himself in her eyes. Andy had referred to him a couple of times as the Minnow, and looking at him now, Chris had to suppress a grin. Turner was thin and tall and tow-headed, and he looked like a worried fish the way his eyes wandered up and down the street. Her stomach was still bothering her, had been throughout the week. For a while she'd thought it was the water, that maybe it wasn't as purified as the Blue Boys had hoped, but no one else seemed to be reacting to it. For now, she was grinning and bearing it. Worst came to worst, she'd try to make her way up the east side to the MASH sector, maybe see the doctor there. If in fact there was a doctor there, the MASH sector was really nothing more than a rumor as far as she knew, but it seemed plausible that one doctor in all of Gotham City would have been just crazy enough to remain. The dark finally crept its way in, and the night turned colder. Not as bad as it had been even a week before, and Weir wondered if spring was finally en route. That would be nice. A little warmth, something to melt the snow away. Weir heard it before Turner. Through the rubble, it was impossible to determine which direction it was coming from.
What is that?
Shut up.
She brought the shotgun up to her shoulder, chambering the first round, using the barrel to guide her search as she swept the length of the street. Doors were closed. No one was out.
What the hell is that?
He too had brought his weapon to his shoulder.
I don't know.
Fire the flare!
No, not yet. Not until we know what it is.
Whatever it is, it's not good. Come on, Chris, fire the flare. We need reinforcements.
Not yet.
She wasn't going to cry wolf. She wasn't going to ask for help until she was damn certain help was needed. All of a sudden, silence ran down the length of the street, the no-man's land quiet that Weir heard in the night. The city without noise, no voices, no engines, at times seemed without life itself. Absolute. That scared her, more than the noise did. Then, as if by magic, they appeared at the ends of the street, and she thought perhaps her eyes were playing tricks on her. The darkness, perhaps. That was what made them look so awful, so completely pitiless and horrifying. Even at the distance, the faces seemed grotesque, marred, and evil. One of the figures stepped forward, and she saw he was holding a pistol, a big one, maybe a .357.
Surrender! Or die!
From her angle, Batgirl saw Black Mask leading the larger of the two groups to the north end of the block. 33 of his followers, all of them armed with the weaponry of the NML, bats and clubs and axes and knives. They had only one firearm among them, she was certain, and that was the pistol in Black Mask's hand. It made sense. With the gun, he was in control. Anyone else with a gun, they were a threat. She checked the harness, making certain the straps were tight, fitted properly. She hoped to God she could cut the head off the beast. There was only one way to do this now, and whether Batman approved of it or not, she would go through with it. It burned her, though, that he had left her to this without explanation. After all, if protecting the clock tower was important, why wasn't he there too? She didn't even understand the reason behind it. As far as she knew, the clock tower was just another building that had somehow managed to keep from falling in the quake. She'd ask Batman about it later, after it was over, if she still could. She watched the cops at the foot of the tower reacting as they realized that Black Mask had flanked both ends of the block. The taller of the two, the male, had thrown down his shotgun and run.
Charming.
The remaining cop had put her back to the front of the building. From the north end of the street, the sound of Black Mask's voice rose to her ears.
We have come to reveal Gotham's true face!
He pointed at the tower, almost at where Batgirl was crouched, just above the clock face.
This affront to the no man's land! We will destroy it, and all within shall see, shall remove their masks, or else they shall suffer for it!
Just below her, inside the tower, she heard the sound of a window opening and watched as the barrel of a rifle slipped out, glinting in the night.
What?
Her surprise was only momentary. Clearly, people were living in the tower. But someone at the top was about to play sniper was totally unexpected.
Damn it.
Batman would never forgive her if she let Black Mask die. Without another thought, Batgirl pushed off the roof. Curling her knees against her chest, she dropped through the air like a cinder block into a pond.
Turner, wait! Come back here, you bastard!
But Turner was already gone, into the ruins on either side. At both ends of the street, the mobs began to advance. Weir dropped the shotgun and went for the flare, and as she did, she heard the report. And she felt her leg snap back, and total numbness run from her hip to her foot. She knew she was on her side, felt the cold stairs in front of the clock tower digging into her body. She knew she had taken a round, and she knew she had the flare gun in her hand. She fired, watching the white streak race into the sky. On the street, the converging groups froze, tracking the ascending light. The flare reached its apex and went out, and for a half second, there was only more darkness. Then the flare detonated, and everything was suddenly bathed in shattering white light, the shadows falling suddenly, sharp and long around the block. And Weir opened her mouth as the shape, lit by the flare from above, resolved.
Oh my god.
And she saw the giant wings of a descending bat. Its shadow slid over her, across to the mob. Weir fumbled for her shotgun, took her eyes off the sky long enough to find the weapon, grabbed the gun, rolling and looking for the shot, and again froze at what she saw. Smoke had enveloped the space where the mobs were converging, and people were falling back, coughing and crying and running, men and women alike, all with the same horribly mutilated faces. Standing in the middle, clouds spiraling past him, stood Black Mask, his gun up, firing at the giant bat descending on him. The wings alone stretched 16 feet at least, and as she watched, Weir saw the wings collapse and a figure drop from between them, cape billowing back and up, landing perhaps 20 feet from the mob.
You can back down or you can fall down. But if you fall down, you won't be getting up again.
No more masks!
Batgirl leapt, impossibly high and impossibly far it seemed to Weir, and she had come down again now with a kick. And Black Mask was on the ground. The Batgirl whirled, catching another of the mob along the head with the cape's edge. And Weir thought it had to have been weighted the way the man went down unconscious. Then the Batgirl was on Black Mask, yanking him up for the crowd to see, but the crowd had already begun to retreat. Black Mask tried to strike her, and the blow was blocked almost casually, and then the Batgirl was hitting him. And Black Mask was going down once more. Before he hit the ground, however, she caught him, throwing him over her shoulder, and then diving forward into the smoke. Weir held her breath, tracking the shotgun along the length of the street, blinking back the tears that were now filling her eyes. It seemed to her to have ended as quickly as it had begun. The smoke was already dissipating, revealing writhing bodies on the ground. The last of the mobile members of Black Mask's mob disappeared into the darkness. Weir looked up to see not more of Black Mask's mob, but Gordon and Montoya and Bullock racing down the street toward her. More cops were following, and she saw DeFilippis and he caught her eyes, but she kept herself from calling his name.
Where? Are you all right?
Sir, I'm wounded, but all right.
He nodded at her.
Bullock, secure the area. Montoya, follow me.
Gordon continued through the open doorway, and she understood the look on his face. She understood it because it seemed to her DeFilippis had the same one when he fell to his knees at her side.
Oh my God. Who the hell did this to you?
Black Mask. He's gone. He's gone.
She looked at him, at the way he was staring at her, then glanced past his shoulder at the other cops now moving along the street. She looked back to him, wanting to say something more, but hesitating.
Oh, the hell with it.
And then he kissed her. Harvey Bullock gaped at the sight.
Well, I'll be damned.
Oracle, personal. Entry number 342. NML, day 124, 1442 Zulu. Dear Dad, you didn't have to break the door down, you know? I understand that you were worried, but you really didn't have to break the door down. It's easier, incidentally, to be angrier at you about that than at him about her. The noise had gotten my attention. That's what did it. That sound of them marching and banging their metal. I don't know what the hell it was. But I looked out the window and there were over 50 of them, Dad, at both ends of the street. And I knew it was Black Mask leading them. I knew it even before I used my binoculars to confirm it. 2 cops, and one of them turned rabbit, leaving the other, Sergeant Weir, to block the door. I mean, what was she supposed to do? Threaten to arrest them? I've kept the rifle for years, Dad. Always the weapon of last resort. I've never even fired the damn thing. Bought it in case it ever became the one situation, the one justification, where a life had to be taken to preserve another. It felt like poison in my hands. It didn't sit right on my shoulder and I could barely see through the scope at first. But I had to kill him. That's what I told myself. They were following Black Mask, and if I took him from them, that was the only way I thought I could protect Weir and the others still living in my building. And myself. Because let's face it, While your little girl is no slouch in the hand-to-hand department, even in this here chair, there ain't no way I'm gonna win in a fight against 50. Have you ever looked through the scope on a rifle and seen a man oblivious to you and known you could kill him with just 1 pound of pull from your right index finger? You never talk about the war. Maybe you know it too well. I didn't like that feeling, Dad. It made me want to vomit. But I'd taken the safety off. And I'd let my breath out. And I'd lined up the shot as best I could. And then she flew by. What? You can't know what it felt like. I don't think anyone can know what that moment felt like. Watching her swooping down, wearing those wings, the glider wings I helped design for God's sake, that made her look so big and terrifying and powerful. Watching her drop the canister of tear gas, the handful of smoke pellets, the way she cut loose from the wings and dropped onto the scene like she'd been doing it forever, like she was made for it, like she was me. In that moment, I hated her. I was so angry. I couldn't even breathe. I just moved the scope onto her head, and I thought about it. Forgive me, but I honestly thought about it for an instant. I honestly thought about punishing her for making me feel the way I did then. But I didn't.
Barbara! What happened here?
Black Mask. He ran away before you got here.
You didn't believe me for an instant. Maybe you thought it had been the Batman, that he had appeared and saved me in the nick of time. Maybe that's why you look so angry. There was no time or way to explain it, though. It's unfortunate because you were worried enough you wanted to stay to make certain I was feeling all right. And I felt like I had to practically shove you out the door before I could do what I needed to do. But I saw the look on your face, Dad. After you left, I went back into the control room and got on the radio. I tried for 2 hours to raise him on his frequency, demanding that he talk to me and getting no answer whatsoever. Finally, I broke out one of my solar NICADs and plugged it into the infrared projector I'd been using for sensor tests. I cut out a stencil the shape of a bat, and I went to the window and I turned it all on, shining my invisible bat signal at the sky. Faint, nearly useless, invisible to the whole city. But if the Batman looked up for a moment with those IR lenses of his switched on, maybe, just maybe, he'd see me. I sat there all night. I sat there until dawn waiting for him to show up. I'd finished cursing him with every name in the book when I heard him behind me.
Barbara?
He didn't even move, standing half in the shadows at the other end of the room like some cross between a gargoyle and a nightmare.
Did you think I wouldn't find out? Did you think I honestly wouldn't care that someone else is out there being me? Did you even think about it at all? How dare you? How dare you do this to me?
He still didn't move. It was like he had turned to marble, absolutely untouchable, emotionless.
You know it wasn't as simple as that.
No! No, I do not know that! What I know is that there's now someone else out there, someone who isn't me. And she's got what I made. She's got what I was!
I took the projector and shoved it to the floor, and the crashing noise was almost satisfying. And for a moment, I wanted to kick it and get that noise again. And then I remembered that I couldn't do that. Wouldn't ever be able to do that again. Never. He moved out of the shadow, coming forward.
My options have been limited, Barbara. It was like this one. When I returned.
Returned? So you did leave after all. You did turn your back on us.
I never turned my back. I needed to prepare. I needed to think.
3 months, Batman. 3 months. While you were thinking, we were here fighting.
I know.
You didn't give her the job? You're saying she took it on all by herself?
Yes.
So, It was her doing the tagging?
At first, yes.
Who is she? Just tell me that.
I can't.
I rolled in close and glared up at him.
I can find out. You know I can. You're not the only detective in the no man's land.
Yes, you can find out.
He put a hand out on my shoulder, and then he crouched so we were at eye level. And when he did that, I felt the anger just slip away. And then all I felt was sad.
But what would it prove?
Nothing. I turned my head away, looking at the window. The window where I'd held the rifle. The window where the other Batgirl had dropped past me like she knew all of my tricks already, and maybe knew them better than I ever had. I felt his hand move from my shoulder to my chin, and he turned my face back to look at him, and then I really did want to cry. He'd only ever touched my face one time before, when I was in the hospital after Joker shot me. I remembered waking up then, in the darkness, and being so scared and hurting so much, hearing the machines hissing and the EKG buzzing. He had touched my cheek then. The feel of his hand inside that glove, so gentle, made me think of you, Dad.
No pain I've ever caused you was my choice. I've never wanted you hurt. I know that makes no difference.
He moved his hand away.
I need you to trust me.
I've always trusted you. And you know I always will.
Entry 385, NML, Day 140, 610 Zulu. Dear Dad, looks like we've all been busy the last few weeks, huh? And now spring has sprung and there's almost a calm in the no man's land for a while, which is normally what one gets before a storm, I suppose. I've got reports from all my eyes throughout the city, and some of it gives me hope. But being a cynic, I don't expect it to last. I don't understand exactly what's going on between you and the Batman, I've got to tell you that. Now that he's back, I'd have thought the two of you would have put your heads together and taken on the task of bringing law and order back to Gotham. Instead, I hear stories that you've had your Blue Boys removing any bat tags they find, that your people paint over them or scrape them off or otherwise obliterate them. I'm not certain if I think you're being petty or if it's that you really think a bat tag does more harm than good. Ironic, though, in 1/4 of the time it took you and yours to take Tri-Corner and Old Gotham, he's managed to secure almost all of the Upper East Side, and a fair portion of Burnley as well. On my map, that makes him the second largest landowner in Gotham currently, after Two-Face. That puts you Blue Boys in a comfortable 3rd place. Of course, he's been so successful for 4 very specific reasons, none of which apply to you. First, he's got this Batgirl helping him, and while I don't much care for the fact that she's out there, I have to admit she's been doing a damn fine job thus far. It's the thus far, of course, that I'm worried about. I took some notes based on what I saw of her in action back on day 124. I checked it against my files, and I have a pretty solid idea of who is behind that full-face mask right now. And if I'm right, she had damn well better keep that mask on if she knows what's good for her. That's one. Second, since Black Mask had been working his way south along the east side, and since he had started in Burnley, he'd pretty much crushed all of the minor gangs that had stood in his way. Once he was taken down, it was relatively easy for the Batman to take that territory as his own. How he and Batgirl are managing to cover it all, I don't know, but so far they've been pretty successful. Third, and this one even caught me by surprise, apparently Batman has worked out some sort of arrangement with Penguin, a non-aggression pact. I'm not entirely clear on the details or even how it came about, though Alex, one of my eyes, reported that Batman had crashed one of Penguin's fetes and pretty much took on the whole house. And he won. Then he pulled Penguin off into the shadows, and when he was done speaking with him, the non-aggression pact was in place, and that was pretty much that. It's worked out well so far. Penguin's territory abuts the Batman's along the Upper East Side. I'm sure Penguin was getting nervous about his northern border, and I'm just as sure the Batman didn't want to deal with Penguin launching an offensive from his south. Détente at its finest, I suppose. Fourth and finally, well, he's the Batman, and the word is spreading that he's back. And the minor players, they seem to have figured out that it's time for them to clear the field.
On day 143, another war council was held in the Gordon Essen home in Tricorner, this time in the garden rather than the rec room. Spring had come into Gotham quickly, and already the temperature was beginning to climb from tolerable to pleasant, and it wouldn't be long after that, Montoya knew, before they hit humid as hell unbearable. But on this late May day, under a clear blue sky and comforted by a slight breeze, it was perfect spring, and Montoya wanted to enjoy it. Gordon's garden had exploded in the last few weeks, frozen and dead earth coming rampantly alive with a riot of leaf, vine, and petal. He had planted too much too close together, and now the plants fought one another for space in the soil. In another few weeks the battle would be over, the losers uprooted, the winners entrenching further to wait out the summer. Only the plum tree looked to be above it all, leafy and just beginning to form its fruit. They sat in chairs brought from inside the house, Montoya between Essen on her left and Bullock on her right, with Foley and then Pettit extending out. Gordon stood with his back to the tree, using its shade. All of them wore short sleeves except for Foley, who was still managing to maintain a jacket and tie look, even after so long. Montoya had to hand it to the man. He had the courage of his convictions.
A little over a month ago, we liberated Old Gotham and reclaimed Central. We've survived the worst that the winter had to offer us, and we've done it without suffering unacceptable losses of personnel or materiel. Current intelligence puts us sharing the no man's land with a handful of minor gangs, the Cosa, Lynx, and the like, and some of the heavy hitters. It's the heavy hitters we need to discuss. Bill, you have an analysis?
Right. Pettit rose and took the rolled map from where it lay on the potting shelf, spread it out on the brick patio in front of them, weighting its edges with flower pots. He used the knife from his belt to indicate positions on the paper.
Tactically, we're exposed as hell right now. Basically, we can be hit at any time from any side except from behind, and that's only because we've got the ocean to our back. Not good if we have to retreat. To the west, we have the minor gangs. And right now, they're acting as a buffer against whatever lunatics may be on the Upper West Side. Reports are that Victor Freeze is up there, and maybe that psychopath Zaz. To our north, we've got Penguin. Basically between the edge of Old Gotham and the south side of Robinson Park. He's got more territory as well on the east of the park, which is acting as a buffer for his back, so he can free up more men to put on our border.
He's not worried about the park?
Pettit looked pointedly at Bullock.
Poison Ivy's in the park, Hugh, and since Ivy can control plants, and since she doesn't like people, she's pretty much being left alone. Nobody's going in or out. All we know about the situation is that, a certain masked individual apparently went into the heart of darkness there at the beginning of May, and when he came out a couple days later, deliveries of fresh produce began making their way throughout the city.
Batman was in the park?
Montoya winced, watching the commissioner, but Gordon kept his attention fixed on the map.
That's what we heard, and there are freshies floating around the city to prove the point. Figure that Penguin worked out something with Ivy near the start of NML to keep his operation supplied with fruits and veggies. Then you know who went in and, renegotiated a less exclusive deal.
Let's get back on point.
Gordon looked up from the map, taking all of them in with his gaze.
We've got gangs to the west and Penguin to the north. It's the same problem we had with the demons and the low boys. It's just a matter of time before one of them decides they want our waterfront property.
You're not suggesting the same solution we used before? Trying to facilitate another war?
Wouldn't work. Word is spread by now about what went down. Can't get away with the same trick twice.
So what are we going to do?
We've had minor incursions from the Cosa already. If Penguin pushes, we'll be fighting on 2 fronts.
3 fronts. Two-Face is to our east, and he'll attack first chance he gets.
Renee's right. We need to secure a wider territory, ensure our own survival. To this end, I'm proposing a major offensive to take Penguin's territory to the north.
Are you crazy?
If we put Robinson Park to our back, we secure our northern perimeter. Tactically sound.
Foley got to his feet.
Bullock just said Ivy's in the park. Dear God, Bill, is that your idea of a safe perimeter?
And she hasn't come out, Hugh. Ivy's not the threat Penguin or Two-Face are.
Foley turned to Montoya, directing his appeal at her, Bullock, and Essen.
Then we should go after the gangs, after the Cosa or the Lynx or whoever!
No, we need them as a buffer. We go after Penguin now while we still have the manpower.
He's got materiel, for God's sake, Commissioner! He's still got bullets!
Which we'll take from him.
God damn it! You'll get us all killed!
Gordon stepped forward, nearly on top of Foley.
This is not open to debate, Hugh.
Finally, Foley stepped back. He looked at each of them in turn, and when his eyes found Montoya, she didn't look away, trying to show her sympathy. But no one spoke, and she saw his posture change, his shoulders slumping.
You know, you think you're a general, but you're not. You're a bureaucrat who's playing at war, and we're all going to pay the price.
And then Foley moved past the group, making for the door back into the house.
Are there any other objections? Then that's all.
I'll go talk to him, Jim.
Gordon nodded.
Renee? Stay for a minute.
Montoya stopped, looking at Bullock, who shrugged. Essen had held up in the doorway and was looking back at her with a confused expression.
I need to talk to you alone.
Montoya watched Essen's face change, hardening slightly, and then the lieutenant entered the house, Bullock with her. Montoya turned back around to face Gordon, who was still looking at the map spread out on the brick patio. He had removed his glasses and was rubbing the skin at the bridge of his nose, and she could see the discoloration where the pads on the frames had rested so often and for so long.
What do you think? And please, don't worry about hurting my feelings.
I think Foley is right, sir. We don't have the manpower to go up against Penguin. Pettit handed out the last of our bullets 2 weeks ago, and he hasn't been able to find any more. Our offensive capability is seriously limited now. We used up a lot of our supplies retaking Central and Old Gotham. And for an offensive like the one you're proposing, you're going to have to commit all the cops. We can't use the civilians in the sectors. They wouldn't stand a chance, most of them.
I know.
Then you know we'll probably lose if we try to take Penguin on. And if that happens...
If that happens, and chaos will rule Gotham until Judgment Day.
Gordon was staring at his house, and Montoya could tell whatever he was thinking, it was giving him no joy. She caught a wisp of fragrance on the air, the bright scent of the plum tree.
Do you trust me, Renee?
Absolutely, sir.
He nodded, and she thought that somehow her answer hadn't been the one he was hoping for, that he looked a little sadder than before, a little older, a little more tired.
I need you to do something. It's not an easy thing. It's something that, if you're caught doing, I'll deny I ever asked it of you. No one can know. You understand?
Yes, sir.
If you refuse to do what I'm going to ask, I'll understand. No penalty, I swear. And I won't think less of you for it. I'm asking you because you're the best person for the job, and I think you'll see that.
He looked at Montoya, those eyes that made her think of her father.
Am I clear?
Perfectly, sir. You know I'll follow your orders, sir. You know I trust you.
He looked even sadder.
I do.
And he told her. As a cop, Sarah Essen knew she was suspicious by nature, but that didn't make her feel any better about it. And it wasn't helping her now as she looked out the closed window into the backyard where her husband and Detective Renee Montoya were together by the plum tree, their heads bent, clearly deep in conversation. It wasn't that she suspected her husband of cheating on her, though God knew that if precedent was the issue, it had already been established by the two of them 10 years earlier. But that wasn't it at all. It was that whatever he was sharing with Montoya, he wasn't willing to share with her. That rankled. She and her husband had been lovers before becoming friends. It had taken time and effort for each of them to learn to communicate, to listen and speak to one another with respect and care, but they had managed. Yet there he was, her husband and friend and lover, clearly engaging Montoya in a confidence he had neglected to share with his own wife. More than that, it made Essen nervous. No, that wasn't quite right. Actually, it frightened her. It meant that whatever he was telling Montoya now, he was afraid to share with the one person with whom he'd been willing to share everything else. That couldn't be good. Jim had put a hand on the young detective's shoulder, a pat more paternal than friendly, and Renee was turning, heading back into the house.
What's going on?
Nothing. Just It was nothing.
Sarah watched her continue past, then turned back to the window again. In the garden, Jim had sat on the bench, staring at the map, still weighted down on the ground.
Nothing. Right.
So, where is he?
Maybe he got held up, you know?
Garrett, my friend, do you know what a rhetorical question is? It's a question asked without the expectation of an answer.
The Penguin fitted another cigarette to the end of the long ebony holder.
My question was a rhetorical one. You did not need to answer it. Light, if you please.
Garrett fumbled the Zippo out and snapped the flame to life. He was sincerely trying to be as helpful as possible, still grateful that Penguin hadn't given him the sack after the disaster on the bridge. All things considered, actually, Penguin had been remarkably forgiving.
The bat factor. Impossible to predict and useless to bemoan. The best one can do is anticipate and prepare, and then hope that the damnable flying rodent minds his own business for once in his miserable life.
Garrett had understood only half of that, but figured it meant his job was safe. And in fact, replacing the Zippo in his pocket and straightening once more to take in the street, he had to accept that his read was right. Here he was almost a month later, standing on an empty street at the south edge of Penguin's territory, baseball bat slung over his back, acting as Cobblepot's personal bodyguard. And behind Garrett, another 20 men, his to command if the Penguin demanded it. Garrett still wasn't certain exactly why they were there, though. Garrett saw the man first, coming up from the south end of the avenue. He was tall, and for a horrifying moment, Garrett thought it was the Bat again, what with the way the man's overcoat flapped like a cape and how big the guy was and everything. But the color was wrong. Then Penguin saw the guy approaching too, and Garrett figured that this was who they'd been waiting for. Out of the rubble behind the man came more figures, 10 by Garrett's count, all armed with bats and clubs. Garrett grinned. 20 to 10? They'd win any fight, easy.
You're late.
Half the time.
Garrett got a look at the man's face and got scared again. It was one of the freaks.
You have a proposal for me, Two-Face?
I do. One you're going to like.
And what exactly do you have in mind, my bipartisan friend?
A solution to a mutual problem. We don't have to fight, Cobblepot.
If you're proposing my surrender, Harvey, I should caution you. By all reports, my forces vastly outnumber yours.
That's true, but you can't attack me, can you, Cobblepot? You're supposed to play nice from here on out. You struck a deal with the Batman.
Well, only for as long as it serves me.
I can give you his land. Keep those white gloves of yours nice and clean.
Ha ha ha! Such largesse is unlike you, Harvey. Meaning, my confrere, what's in it for you?
You always were a smart bird. Meaning you take pressure off my northern border. As you've said, I'm low on manpower, can spare them both for defense and offense. You leave me alone, I can go west.
Gordon's to your west. Him and those blue boys of his.
I'll destroy Gordon.
You do take it personally, don't you, Harvey? It's been quite some time since you and Gordon were seated at the same table.
Some of us don't forget where we came from.
Ah, yes. The noble police lieutenant and his crusading district attorney. I remember it well.
Penguin removed his monocle, cleaning it against the edge of his waistcoat, then replacing it.
And you guarantee you can take care of the Bat?
Absolutely. Give me 2 days and a little help. I'll get it done.
Help how?
Chloral hydrate.
Easily acquired. What else?
Just one more thing. I'll need some bait.
Two-Face glanced over Penguin's men and settled his look on Garrett.
Me?
Penguin patted Garrett's forearm reassuringly.
Don't worry, my friend. Don't worry. Harvey will take good care of you.
The tally man, Chief among Two-Face's lieutenants was as flamboyant a killer as any who stalked the No Man's Land. Part of the costumed criminal set, it was his Sousian top hat that marked him more than anything else. That and the 2 revolvers he carried on him at all times, shining silver and more often out of their holsters than in them. To Two-Face's mind, the Tallyman was a glorified hitman, nothing more, and he suffered him only because he could control him. But Two-Face did not like him, and when he saw that the Tallyman was waiting in front of City Hall, it made Two-Face angry.
There's someone here to see you.
Who?
One of the Blue Boys came over under a white flag.
And you honored it?
I wasn't going to, but before I put a bullet in her head, she showed me this.
The Tallyman opened his hand, and Two-Face saw that in the hollow of the man's palm was resting his real coin, the trick silver $50 he had gotten from his father years ago. He grabbed it quickly, then used his other hand to take the Tallyman by the throat, letting his index finger press into the man's carotid artery.
Did you put a bullet in her? Is that what I just heard you say, Tallyman?
No. She's alive.
Where?
In the holding cells.
Two-Face released his grip, then strode up the courthouse steps. He tried not to run, but all the same he raced across the marble floor of the main hall to the access stairway, passing the guards he had on duty without a second glance. He went down the stairs into the basement, pushed through another door, then stopped just outside the barred one that marked the start of the holding cells. He ran the fingers of both his hands through his hair and realized he was still gripping the coin.
What if she doesn't want to see me? What if...
Don't go in there!
I have to see her.
No, she'll laugh at you. She'll mock you. She'll hurt you.
But she won't. She's different. She understood.
You like her. And you think because you like her, she likes us.
She could like us. She could.
No, she couldn't.
She could.
Have you looked in a mirror lately, Harvey? How could she like us?
She could.
Don't make me laugh.
He looked at the coin in his hand.
Yeah, we'll have to flip for it.
Good heads we go in.
Good heads we go in. Agreed. Bad heads.
I won't let you kill her.
Who said anything about killing her? Do we need to kill her? I don't want to kill her.
Then what? Bad heads, then what?
Bad heads. We send Tallyman in. He can find out what she wants.
Tallyman's a bore. He'll treat her like crap.
Then we'll kill Tallyman.
He considered, then nodded.
Flip it. Go ahead. Flip it. And don't cheat, Harvey. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not taking my eye off that coin.
With a move so practiced he didn't even need to consider the action, he flipped the coin. A perfect end over end straight up to its apex, and then for a fraction of a second it seemed to dangle, caught between force and gravity, then began its descent.
Go ahead. Read it and weep, Harvey. Look!
Whew. Good heads.
Grinning, he slipped the coin back into his pocket, then ran both hands down the sides of his jacket, making certain that he was presentable. He took the keys from the locker on the wall, then swung the door back, entering the long hall of cells.
Detective Montoya?
He'd just begun to think that the Tallyman had lied to him, was playing games with him.
Down here.
Her voice came from the end of the hall. This time he did a better job keeping himself from running, feeling the butterflies fluttering in his gut. He was dimly aware of just how crazy the whole damn situation was. It was one thing for Harvey Dent to be carrying a torch. That had happened before, more times than he could recount. When that happened, Two-Face's response had been entirely and savagely negative. The object of Harvey's affection had deserved only scorn, and Two-Face had actively sought to crush any interest or hope that might be growing in his counterpart's heart. It was another thing entirely when Two-Face agreed with Harvey. There she was in the cell, Detective Renee Montoya, wearing blue jeans and scuffed black boots and a dirty leather jacket, and it was the first time he'd seen her in over 6 months, and he thought she looked lovely and almost exactly the same. Maybe just a little older, but the No Man's Land could do that to anyone, and really it only made her prettier. Her hair had gotten a little longer too.
Sorry about Tallyman. He didn't know who you were. He didn't, he wasn't rough or anything, was he?
She joined him in the hall.
No rougher than I'm used to. I'm fine.
You can call me Harvey.
I'm fine, Harvey.
Good.
He tried another smile, and he thought maybe she gave him just a tiny little hint of one in return, and he felt the butterflies start really going nuts then. He had maybe 5-6 inches on her, and she was looking right back at him, not flinching or repulsed or anything like that. At least, not that he could tell.
Stop staring at her, you idiot!
Would you, you want a drink or something? I've got a crate of zesty cola we salvaged from the Jiffy Jr. down on Ender.
No thanks.
You wanted to talk to me? Tallyman said you wanted to talk to me, that you came in under a white flag and everything. Did you want to talk to me?
Commissioner Gordon sent me.
Oh, right.
Of course Gordon had sent her. Why would she have come on her own accord? It must have been an order.
You know why he sent me?
If we're going to talk business, let's move somewhere more comfortable. Don't want to keep you down here. You might think I was planning on keeping you prisoner or something.
All right.
When she smiled, he felt a little better. He had been using Judge Halsey's chambers for his quarters, and he held the door open for her. He even risked putting a hand on her back lightly, to sort of guide her inside. She didn't react in any way that he could see, and he figured that must mean she didn't mind, and he was grinning when he shut the door behind them. By the time he was crossing to the desk, though, he had it under control again. He retrieved 2 bottles of zesty from his stash in the bottom drawer. When she took her bottle, her right index finger touched his for a second, and it was warm, and it made a soft heat climb into his whole body.
Thanks.
So, I assume the commissioner has decided to take me up on my offer.
That's why I'm here.
You can sit down if you want to, Renee.
She took the chair opposite the desk. He had hoped she would go for the couch by the coffee table instead, so that he might be able to sit closer to her without it being so obvious.
Stupid, useless moron, idiot! You should have moved from behind the desk first, you dolt!
He perched on the corner of the desk.
At least she didn't mind me calling her Renee. So far, you're such a pathetic loser, you know that?
He told me about the offer you made. About helping us.
And now?
He's planning something. Something that he feels we can't do alone, and he's hoping you'll help.
He wants to take the land between Old Gotham and the park.
She looked surprised, but only for a second.
That's right.
Penguin's land.
Yes.
Two-Face sipped at his bottle of cola, then made a face, suddenly wishing for ice.
I can help. I can help a lot, actually. You guys will have to do all the hard work, of course, but if you're ready to move at midnight tomorrow, by which I mean ready to attack, then I can guarantee you'll win. It won't be easy. There will be resistance. But you'll get that land.
What kind of resistance?
Penguin has a lot of men, Renee, and a lot of equipment. All I can do is make it so there aren't too many of those men in your way, but there will be some. You're gonna take casualties. Not as many as Penguin will, to be sure. But then again, for people like Penguin, that's not an issue. For people like you and the commish, it might be.
Montoya was looking at the bottle in her hands, turning it back and forth, not drinking. He noticed that her fingers were bare, that she didn't wear any jewelry on her hands, or even in her ears. He remembered seeing her with earrings once, small cubic zirconium studs that had shone brightly against her tan skin.
People will die, Renee.
Her head moved in a bare nod.
Anything else Gordon wanted you to ask about?
He wanted to know what you'd take in trade, what you wanted in return.
You. That'd be fair, don't you think? You stay with us here. Not possible. Can't ask for that. She would be our prisoner. Right. It's an option. No, it's an option, Harvey. No!
She was looking at him, and for another second he remained distracted, but this time by those brown eyes, the warmth in them. Gilda had had blue eyes, he remembered. His wife, before the accident, and the world splitting into 2 halves. Gilda's eyes had been blue. He thought he liked Montoya's eyes more.
Harvey?
I'm sorry?
What do you want for the help?
Nothing, for now. Maybe later I'll contact Gordon. Maybe then he can lend me a hand when I need one. Will you tell him that?
Sure.
And...
Oh, don't say it, you fool! She'll shoot you down, you know she'll shoot you down!
What?
And I think that if Gordon wants to contact me again, you're the person he should send. But now that my men know who you are, that's probably safer. He should send you.
That's fine.
There wasn't even a pause. Like she had no trouble with the idea. Like maybe she even wanted to see him again sometime.
Good. I'll make certain Tallyman knows.
I should head back. If we've only got until tomorrow night, we're going to have to get ready.
She rose from the chair, still holding the untouched bottle of Zesty.
Thanks for meeting with me, Harvey.
My pleasure. You didn't touch your cola, Renee. What's the matter? You don't like Zesty?
Not really. Sorry. I'm a soda drinker mostly.
Just brilliant. You're brilliant, you know that? Offering Zesty to a soda drinker.
Maybe one of your men would like it.
Two-Face felt the charge again as his fingers touched hers for an instant.
Sure. I'm sure they will. Let me walk you out?
Okay, if you like.
The sun was setting as they stepped outside.
Would you like an escort to the border? Make certain no one gives you any trouble?
I'll be all right.
It's no bother.
She put her hand on his arm.
Really, Harvey, I'll be fine.
Then she headed down the stairs, across Courthouse Plaza, making her way west.
Thanks for bringing the coin back.
He couldn't hear her response, but she nodded and actually waved. And he stayed there, leaning against the cracked ionic columns at the front of the courthouse, watching her go. Even after she was out of sight, he stayed there.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, that could have been worse. She likes us.
You hope.
No, she does. She really does. She touched me. She put her hand on my arm and she touched me, and nobody's touched me. No woman has touched me, like that. Not since Gilda. That's a long time.
You're reading too much into it. You're setting yourself up for a fall.
No, she's different. Admit it. You even think she's different. Come on, admit it.
Yeah, you're right. Happy? You're right. She's different.
See? That wasn't so hard.
You're a fool, Harvey. You're a damn fool, and she's gonna break our heart.
Montoya found Gordon in the garden, talking to his wife. The conversation stopped, and both Gordon and Essen turned to look at her. Montoya could read the question in the commissioner's face, but she kept herself from offering him any answer yet. Essen's look had a question too, but it was an entirely different one.
What?
I need to speak to the commissioner.
Go ahead.
Alone.
Essen sharpened her glare, then turned it from Renee back to her husband. Gordon nodded, and Essen frowned. Montoya moved out of the way, letting the other woman past. Essen didn't spare her a second glance. Montoya waited until the door had slid shut before moving closer.
What did he say?
For a moment, Renee thought about lying to him. In her chest, her heart felt like it was on the verge of breaking.
Midnight tomorrow. We need to be ready at midnight tomorrow. He'll back us up.
What did he want for payment?
He said he'd take the payment later. He said he knew you'd come around, and that he'd already taken care of it.
He knew?
He wasn't surprised. And he said if you have any further messages for him, you should send me.
Did he treat you all right?
I'm fine.
I'm sorry, Renee.
She didn't know what to say to that, and so she just nodded and then left. For her quarters, Montoya had taken over one of the bedrooms in a still intact bungalow, sharing the house with a couple other female officers. In her room, she pulled off her jacket, throwing it to the floor. Montoya was turning when she caught her reflection in the cracked mirror above the bureau. The badge, hanging on its chain around her neck, glimmered gold. Taking the badge off, feeling its weight in her hand, the coolness of the metal, she traced the shape of her number with the pad of her thumb. Then, she threw it at the mirror. She sat on the bed and put her head in her hands, fighting the urge to cry. They had sold their souls.
Váyase!
She suddenly realized she'd spoken in Spanish.
Ugh, go away!
Renee? It's Chris. You okay in there?
I'm okay, Sergeant.
Heard glass breaking.
The door opened a fraction, and Sergeant Weir stuck her blonde head through the opening.
Whoa. What happened to your mirror?
I broke it.
Christina pushed the door open farther.
You want to talk about it?
Not really.
You want to be alone?
Not really.
Weir came in and sat on the bed beside her. Montoya watched while her broken reflection in the mirror was joined by pieces of the other woman's face.
Nice job on the mirror. Think you can afford 7 years bad luck?
Wait, my luck is running right now? It'd be an improvement.
Oh, it can't be that bad.
We're in the no man's land, remember? How good can it be?
Weir shifted her weight slightly.
It's life, you know? Just harder now. But it's not all bad.
Her tone made Montoya shift from looking at Weir's reflection to look at Weir herself.
What?
You can't tell anyone.
Oh, Christ, what is it about me?
I'm pregnant. Yeah, that's kind of how I reacted.
You're what?
Preggers. Knocked up. Bun in the oven, family way. Me.
You're sure?
Pretty sure. Thought I'd been eating bad food or something, that's why I kept throwing up, but I'm so late now, and I'm starting to, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if I should say congratulations or I'm sorry, Chris.
Yeah, it's a hell of a thing. Life, like I said.
Can I ask?
Andy.
Andy DeFilippis?
You don't approve?
Oh, did I say that? I didn't say that.
Then what was that tone there, that shocked tone?
Never figured you'd go for a rookie.
I'm in love with him.
That would do it. How long, when do you think you're due?
November, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. You can't tell anyone, Renee. I haven't even told Andy yet, and it's just going to make things so complicated. Where do you go to get prenatal care in the NML?
We've got to get you to Dr. Tompkins.
I was thinking the same thing. Maybe by the end of the week?
Tomorrow night. Where are you posted tomorrow night?
The clock tower.
Good. Stay there, okay? Make sure you stay on that post.
Why?
Just trust me, please, Chris. Things are going to get hairy tomorrow night. You and Andy, you should both pull duty at the clock tower, all right?
Weir cocked her head, curiosity and concern wrestling on her brow for a couple of seconds.
Please, trust me.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow night I'll be at the clock tower. Wish you'd tell me why it's so important, though.
Give it 24 hours. You'll find out.
It had started earlier that night when Batgirl was alone in the pseudo-cave where she'd brought Black Mask nearly 4 weeks earlier, waiting for the Batman to return. The two-way radio set on the workbench came on.
Come in, Batman. Come in.
She'd taken the handset.
Go ahead.
Where is he?
Not here.
When's he due back?
I don't know.
I have intel for him. He's gonna want to hear it ASAP.
Whatever you need to tell him, you can tell me.
Yeah, right.
Batgirl wasn't certain who exactly Oracle was. She'd heard some people speculate that there was no actual person who was Oracle, simply a group of people who forwarded information. Other theories were that it was an AI, or even a totally alien intelligence. But that tone, coming through the electronic voice filter, made it clear to Batgirl that Oracle was just another human being, some man or woman in a room somewhere, just as human as the rest of them. And it made something else clear. It told her that Oracle didn't like her at all.
Cowl on a little too tight. Brain needing a little more oxygen, maybe?
You don't like me. Don't let it interfere with the job.
Of course I don't like you. I know who you really are. Tell him to contact me. Oracle out.
Batgirl was left holding the handset, frustrated and a little frightened. If Oracle knew, then the Batman knew. Until that point, it had been easy to indulge in the self-deception, to believe that she had done a good enough job at concealing her identity to keep the Batman from finding out who she really was. But Oracle changed that with a sentence, and Batgirl knew then that she wasn't fooling anyone except herself. Batman was a detective after all, considered by some the world's greatest detective. And even though Batgirl had been careful, she knew that she hadn't been careful enough. She wondered if, in fact, she ever could have been. But the Batman hadn't said anything about it, hadn't challenged her, or demanded an unmasking or a confession. None of it. As far as she could see, that meant that he didn't have a problem with her wearing the cowl or the symbol. If he did, he would have said something by now, right? It wasn't much of a comfort, but it was enough for her to grasp and hold, and she had no intention of letting it go. She was good at this. She knew that. She was worthy of the Bat, had saved lives, had made a difference. And if Oracle didn't like her, if Oracle wanted her out, well, Oracle could just lump it. The cape and cowl weren't Oracle's to bestow, and Batgirl wouldn't part with them that easily. She was still thinking about it when the Batman returned, entering the garage with a bare nod of the chin that acknowledged her presence, then moving to the workbench, where he removed his belt and began checking his stores.
Oracle called.
And
apparently I'm not good enough to pass along whatever message he, she, or it had for you.
She.
Well then, she didn't feel I could be trusted. Said she had intel. That's all I know.
He crossed to the radio set, took the handset up.
Oracle.
That was unprofessional.
Don't talk to me about professional. I know who she is.
That's irrelevant. You have intel for me?
There was a brief silence, as if Oracle was computing how to proceed.
One of my eyes reported something down by City Hall. Confirmed via your new pal, Penguin. Two-Face is on the move.
Penguin's paranoid. Two-Face is on his southern border.
True. But my agent confirms that something is going on. Something about trial by combat. Two-Face brand justice sounds like.
When?
Rumored for midnight.
I'll check it out.
You want to know what I think?
No.
I think it's a trap. Oracle out.
He replaced the handset, then moved to the doorway, looking out at the night.
Midnight. That gives us about 2 hours to prepare.
I'm going alone.
Oracle said it's a trap.
No, Oracle said she thought it was a trap. We don't know.
If it is a trap, you're going to need backup.
He still hadn't turned around.
No. You stay here. Protect our territory.
She thought, but didn't say, that there were over 60 square blocks in their territory. How she was supposed to protect it all by herself, she had no idea. He wasn't in the mood to listen to any questions from her anyway, she realized. He was already focusing on where he was headed and what he would do when he got there.
I'll be back by dawn. I'm counting on you. Don't let me down.
Garrett didn't know the woman he was supposed to kill. He'd only met her 5 minutes before, just inside the courthouse, where Two-Face had explained exactly what they were supposed to do and how the plan was supposed to work.
It's gotta look good. Batman has to believe you're going for her blood.
Go for her blood, gotcha.
No! Pretend to go for her blood. You actually hurt her. I'll eat your liver. Understand? Yeah. Now grab a bat and a length of chain and head on down to the arena.
The woman had taken an old longsword that she needed both hands to swing. She'd also taken a collapsible baton, a small syringe, and a bottle of something that Penguin had given Garrett to give to Two-Face. Chloral something or other. Not dope, at least not dope as Garrett knew it. He didn't do drugs anyway. They slowed him down. The arena wasn't really an arena at all, just a big cleared circle out in front of the Gotham City courthouse, ringed with oil drum fires and spectators. There were maybe 30 people gathered, none of them faces that Garrett recognized, though he knew some of the tags. A couple of the folks were pretty badly mutilated, former followers of Black Mask. There were a couple of demons, too, and some of the crew that had worked for Scarface before the Bat had taken him down. The woman went into the arena, dragging the sword after her. Garrett liked watching her move. She was pretty and clean, and on top of that, she had really nice red hair and these hazel eyes that sort of turned green sometimes when he got a close look at them. He wondered if she was Two-Face's girl, or if maybe, after everything was over, he could ask her out.
Ladies and gentlemen!
One of Two-Face's crew, a guy calling himself Tallyman on account of how he kept account of all the people he killed, and who wore a pretty strange-looking hat, tried to get everyone's attention. The Tallyman was holding out one palm, and on it, Garrett saw a single bullet, shining in the firelight.
The contestants of this match will be given a chance to win this wonderful, glorious, fully functional 45 caliber round. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's 185 grains of guaranteed justice. Place your bets, as tonight's guilty party is tried in the impartial court of the Kingdom of Two-Face. For the prosecution tonight, at 6 feet and 4 inches in height, 220 pounds, Alexander Garrett!
Garrett nodded and started to smile again, then caught himself and scowled some more.
And for the defense, at 5 feet and 8 inches, weighing in at a whopping 140 pounds sopping wet, Isabella Cheranova! Charged with theft of food, 2 counts. Intent to subvert Two-Face's authority, 3 counts. And finally, flight to avoid prosecution. A plea of not guilty having been entered, tonight's trial may now begin!
Garrett took that as his cue to swing the bat. He began with a slow move, coming up like he was going for her head, and she surprised him by turning in closer, so the blow went over her head. Before he'd realized what had happened, she'd put her knee in his stomach and caught him across the jaw with her forearm. Garrett staggered back, getting angry now. Isabella had backed off, now holding the sword in both hands, head down, and those lovely eyes of hers looked mean suddenly. It occurred to Garrett that maybe she hadn't been listening when Two-Face had explained what was supposed to happen. He came at her again with a bat, faster this time, and she used the sword to parry the blow. Then kicked him in the thigh. And Garrett felt the block of muscle on his right leg go numb for a second.
You bitch!
His mother told him he should never call a lady that, but it really hurt. He brought the chain down. She dived out of the way, and he followed with another swing of the chain, then a crisscross with the bat. She parried the second one, and it took her guard down. And Garrett whipped the chain back around, catching the blade of her sword. With a sharp tug, he disarmed her. Without a second thought, Garrett brought the bat up again. And then his whole arm went numb, and he couldn't keep his grip. 3 small black metal bats were sticking into his forearm. He started to turn, and then he felt a boot hitting his back, and now he was on the broken concrete, sliding on the ground. He tried to get up, but he felt the boot move, pressing into his jaw.
That's enough!
The Batman came off Garrett's head and grabbed Isabella. Garrett used both hands to get up. The one with the batarangs in it hurt like hell, but he tried anyway, hoping to grab the Batman by the cape or something. But he was already gone, taking the girl with him, rising into the night sky. Garrett saw them land on the rooftop of the courthouse.
Whoa.
And wondered how he could get up there in time. Then he saw the Batman turn around, looking back down at them. Behind him, Garrett saw Isabella moving, snapping out the collapsible baton. She hit Batman over the head with it, and Garrett, having been there himself, recognized the way that the Batman fell.
Yeah, out cold.
There were too many of them, and it happened too quickly, and Batgirl honestly didn't know what she was supposed to do to stop them. She had tried, though. For nearly an hour she'd tried, using the rooftops to keep pace with the scattered groups of Penguin's men as they advanced northward into Bat territory, into the territory that he had ordered her to protect only hours earlier. But for every group she stopped, there was another to replace it, and she'd gone through all the stores on her belt already, all of the smoke and all of the tear gas and all of the flashbangs. She had personally taken down 11 of Penguin's men by hand, and had the cuts and bruises to show for it, including one laceration that burned along her back every time she moved her left arm. But still the men kept coming, and now she was exhausted and praying for daylight, for what she hoped would mean an end to the battle. That, and she prayed for the Batman, that he would arrive, and soon, before it was all too late. She was on the roof of the EMS barracks, where she had gone hoping that she might find something, anything that would give her an edge, when she saw Penguin himself waddling up 6th Avenue, surrounded by almost 20 men. He looked complacent, self-satisfied, and it made her furious. She stayed low, racing along the broken rooftops until she managed to get ahead of him at the corner of 6th and Peterson, in front of the ruins of the Eagle Cinema. Good coverage, at least her back wouldn't be exposed. She leapt from the rooftop, snapping the cape out to slow her descent. She landed in a roll and came up fast.
Penguin!
He raised a hand, gesturing for his men to stop. She watched, noting positions, as several readied arrows for their bows. All of his men were armed, clearly ready for the battle. A couple even had firearms, pistols and rifles. One of them, standing beside Penguin, had a crossbow.
Have you come to parley, my dear?
Penguin used his umbrella to indicate the surrounding area, drawing a half circle in the air between them.
You must realize, it's over! This land is mine now.
You have a truce with Batman. You can't...
Indeed, yes. And where is he, Don't you see, my second-rate rodent? He's left you here to fight this battle on your own. I'd advise you to surrender now while you still can. Or else you might just get your wings clipped.
I think your men can testify it won't be that easy.
Indeed. But then again, those men you've dealt with thus far didn't have bullets. Since I don't think you want a lead injection to the brain, I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender.
How about a hostage?
Batgirl watched while the crowd parted, and as all eyes turned, she took the opportunity to free her batarang from where it was hooked at the back of her belt, playing out a bit of monofilament line with it. She saw that a man was forced to the front of the group, driven at spear point.
Ha ha ha! Excellent, excellent.
The man was white, young, and thin, and his eyes moved quickly, finding Batgirl, taking in everything. One of Penguin's thugs pushed the man to the ground, holding a spear to the back of his neck.
And what's your name, my fine fellow?
Charlie. Chess.
Charlie, well, you've just distinguished yourself. The situation is now slightly different, my dear. Instead of wasting a bullet, I have a far more compelling offer. Surrender, or this poor fellow springs a sudden and fatal leak in the gray matter area.
Go to hell.
She threw the batarang. It was a good throw, dead on target. The batarang sailed over Charlie, whipping over the head of the spear, and Batgirl yanked the line, pulling the spear out of the man's hands. Whoever Charlie was, he was good, because he was already running.
Hell there, you fools!
She went low, as a round punched into the Kevlar lining of her cape. There was only one tactic she could think of, the one that had worked with Black Mask, to go for the head of the dragon. But Penguin was backing away, and the guard next to him, the one with the crossbow, was turning to track her. She came up at his side, reaching around his body for his arm, pivoting him with her until she had the shot lined up, and then she forced the man's hand back on the trigger. The quarrel hit Penguin right in the thigh.
My leg! My leg! You'll suffer for that, you harlot! Cobblepot!
Penguin's men turned to the source of the noise.
What's this now?
And Batgirl used the chance to retreat, pulling back and then finding herself alongside Charlie, who had stopped in the shadows between two buildings and was still watching. Without a word, she put an arm around him, then used her last jump line to hoist them on top of what remained of the Eagle Cinema. She let Charlie go, turning back in time to see Penguin's men clearing the street. Two-Face was approaching.
My God.
And behind him was a mob, the size of which Batgirl had yet to see in the no man's land. 200 armed men and women at least.
Harvey, come to lend a hand?
Leave! Now!
We had a deal, Harvey! You duplicitous!
You had a deal with bats, too, didn't you? I'll explain, Oswald. This is me using you arrogant, waddling buffoon. Always so certain you've got every angle covered. Always certain you're the smartest of the bunch. Not this time. This time you've been played like the loser you are. And while you're standing here gaping at me and bleeding out from that wound in your thigh, Gordon and his cops just annexed your southern border. All the way to the park.
Penguin tried to stand upright, using the umbrella as a crutch.
Can't trust anyone these days.
That's right. It means that your territory, instead of doubling, just got cut in half. Now leave my territory before I have you killed.
Penguin stood utterly still for a moment, his head down. Then he turned, and using the umbrella, walked painfully to his men at the side of the street. Two of his crew took him by the arms, and slowly they made their way past Two-Face's army, heading back down 6th, southward again. Batgirl looked down to see Two-Face waving at her from below.
Batman's tied up right now. Think I'll be surprised when he gets back?
She glared at him, trying to think of something to say, something to do, but there were 200 men on that street behind him, and Batgirl knew there was nothing left that she could do. She turned, making her way off the roof. Batman's territory was lost. It surprised Montoya only a little that Two-Face had been so correct. Not that she thought she'd been lied to. She knew intuitively that Two-Face wouldn't lie to her, but more that he'd been so unerringly accurate. They'd beaten Penguin's men, forcing them to retreat east, back into the fashion district. They'd uncovered 7 different caches of equipment and food, including medical supplies, MREs, and ammunition. And they had taken losses, 11 men dead, all of whom had worn the badge, and another 7 wounded. One of the wounded was Sarah Essen. As they were rushing the Penguin blockade at MLK and 38, she'd been in the front, 3 steps ahead of Montoya, with Foley coming up behind and the Commissioner in the lead, and the shots had been coming at irregular intervals, Penguin's men trying to make each bullet count. And then Essen had gone down, and Montoya had thought at first that the lieutenant had tripped, and Renee stopped to help her back to her feet. Then she'd seen the blood.
Commissioner! Essen's hit!
Gordon rushed back to where Montoya was kneeling by Essen's side, that almost bodily moved Renee out of the way. He'd scooped his wife up, looking around frantically, then finally focused on Montoya again. She had seen the fear in his eyes, even behind the lenses of his glasses.
Keep fighting!
And then he'd begun running south, making for the clock tower. Montoya had done as ordered and kept fighting, falling in with Pettit's squad, the 16 men that he'd been training day in and day out for the last couple of months.
All right, let's go. Move it, move it, move it.
All her other misgivings about Billy Pettit aside, Renee had been forced to admit that the QRT leader knew his stuff. His squad alone had cleared 5 of the 7 blockades they'd encountered, and casualties among his men were non-existent. By 3 that morning, the fighting was over, and the cleaning up had begun. Montoya and Bullock had begun locating the caches, taking inventory, and it was nearly 5 before she felt she had enough information to actually make a report to the Commissioner. Weir and DeFilippis were on post outside the clock tower building, and Renee had seen other cops moving around outside as well. A couple were lining up the bodies of the fallen, covering them with sheets. She went inside, through the atrium to where the triage center had been set up. Barbara Gordon was there, her hands stained with blood, rolling among the cots that had been lined up, checking on the wounded. Montoya recognized most of the sleeping faces, but didn't see Essen.
Miss Gordon? Barbara.
Barbara turned her chair, and with a quick flick of both wrists had crossed, then stopped right in front of her. Montoya offered her a salvaged triage kit.
We recovered this, and another 20 or so like it from one of the caches. Thought it might be of some use.
That's great. Renee, thanks.
How's your stepmother?
Sarah's okay. It was a graze. The bullet took a piece of meat off her side, but that's it. She lost some blood, and Dad's gonna have to be judicious with his hugs for a couple of weeks, but she'll be fine.
I didn't see her anywhere. Started to worry, you know?
Dad took her back to Tri-Corner to get some rest. That was about an hour or so ago. He should be back any time.
Okay, great. Thanks.
She started to turn to head outside, but Barbara reached out a hand, touching her coat.
Detective? Yes, Miss Gordon? How'd it go? We won.
Which was true, wasn't it? The Commissioner arrived a little before 6, looking haggard and tired, and he gestured Montoya over as soon as he saw her.
Renee?
Sir. How's Lieutenant Essen?
Cranky. Gets cranky whenever she gets hurt. Makes it seem like it was her own fault somehow, as if she did it on purpose.
I doubt she wanted to get shot.
That's pretty much what I said.
He used his thumb and index finger to push his glasses up, rubbing the bridge of his nose.
I need you to go to him again, Renee.
Sir?
Just tell him it worked.
His hand came down, and the glasses fell once more into place. She could see the resolve in his face.
And then tell him, we're through. We won't be dealing with him anymore.
She felt herself smiling.
Gladly, sir.
The sun had just finished rising when she made it to Civic Plaza, the gold light splashing across the broken pavement and ruined park, drawing long shadows up the steps of the building. She counted 6 guards, all of whom were giving her their undivided attention.
I need to see Two-Face. Tell him it's Montoya. Renee Montoya.
One of the guards turned and went inside, taking his time about it. She waited. The sunlight was warm on her back, heating the leather of her jacket. After what felt like almost 3 minutes, she saw the guard return, Two-Face accompanying him. He came down the stairs, taking them several at a time, buttoning his suit jacket, a taupe-colored Armani with matching slacks and black loafers. There was no question, he was the best-dressed warlord in the city. He misread her grin as he crossed the street, answered it with one of his own, smoothing down his tie with a free hand while extending the other to her for a shake.
Renee, good morning.
Morning.
She took his hand, and the shake was firm, precise, and quick, and he didn't linger over it, which she appreciated.
Didn't expect to be seeing you again so soon. You want to come in? I was just about to have some breakfast. Got some oranges from the Penguin last night. Fresh juice. Gotta love that.
She actually stopped to consider the offer. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had juice, let alone fresh orange juice, and the temptation for a second was almost irrationally overwhelming.
I can't. I'm sorry. I don't have a lot of time, actually. You were right about the fight. We lost some good people. I have to head back and help with the cleanup.
Well, perhaps another time.
Well, that's kind of what I need to talk to you about.
Oh?
Yeah. The commissioner sent me. Wanted me to thank you for your help and your assistance last night. We're not really certain what part you played, but, like I said, it turned out almost exactly as you predicted.
He shrugged modestly, and the gesture paradoxically reminded Montoya of how big a man Two-Face was.
It was nothing.
So the commissioner, you understand, he wanted me to thank you, and he wanted me to tell you that he feels the business between the two of you is completed.
Two-Face blinked at her once, slowly.
Does he now?
And he won't be bothering you anymore.
Montoya nodded, felt the fear begin moving inside of her, fought to keep it from her face. Two-Face looked terribly sad and terribly dangerous at the same instant, and Montoya could see as clearly as ever the two personalities battling.
That means you won't be coming back, doesn't it?
I don't think the commissioner's going to send me again, no.
So I won't be seeing you again, will I?
Probably not for a while. Not unless the commissioner sends me, like I said.
In her peripheral vision, she saw Two-Face's hand dip into his coat pocket, coming out again with a $50. He turned it end over end on his knuckles, bringing it to rest finally on his thumb, ready to toss.
You should go. Before I throw the coin, you should go.
Harvey.
Go!
Please.
She turned and ran for her life.
I told you.
It wasn't her fault. You saw her. You saw the look on her face. She didn't want to hurt us.
The bitch!
Don't talk about her like that.
Sorry. You're right. It's not her, it's him, isn't it?
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
He knew. He knew all along. He never intended to honor our deal. He just wanted to use us.
Yes.
We went to him with an offer to help, an honest offer. But what did he do, Harvey? What did he do when we came to him with our help?
He used us.
And he used her. He used Renee. He knew. He knew.
Yes.
The snake is in breach of contract, Harvey. What say we make him pay?
Can't be done. You know that. The arrangement wasn't witnessed. We don't have legal recourse.
Oh, would you listen to yourself? I didn't say we should take him to court, you wimp. I said we should make him pay.
Make him pay?
with his life.
Murder? You're talking about murder again?
As long as Gordon's around, Renee will never come back. You know that. He won't let her. He'll keep her close to him and he'll never get a chance to be with her, to talk to her, to have her listen. You know that, Harvey. You know I'm right.
Still,
it's the only solution.
But we're talking about murder.
We're weak, useless. You can't decide, you can't commit. Not even for her. You can't be strong. Fine. Flip it. Good heads, Gordon lives.
Bad heads?
You know what bad heads is, Harvey.
Go ahead. Flip it.
Earlier that night, while James Gordon was returning his wife to their home in Tricorner, and the Penguin was removing the broken end of a crossbow bolt from his thigh, the Batman recovered consciousness. It wasn't the first time he'd ever been bludgeoned into darkness, but the moment he opened his eyes, he knew he'd been drugged too. The fog in his head was deep, and beyond the lenses inside his cowl, the world seemed to quiver and tremble. He tried to move his arms and discovered they had been tied behind his back. His legs, however, were free. He twisted, checking the strength of the bonds while trying to clear his head. It was still dark. With a squeeze of his glove, he activated the heads-up display on the left lens, checked the clock, and saw that it was 0403 hours. The HUD winked off, leaving the dim LED glow dancing on his retina for another few seconds. His head ached, and for a moment he felt a rising surge of nausea that forced him to stop moving altogether. He shut his eyes, and twisting his wrists, slipped out of the ropes that held him. Too easy. He got to his feet and moved to the edge of the roof of the courthouse. Below him, the square was empty. There was no noise. He had been drugged. The ropes were a token restraint. This was a trap, and he had walked right into it. But not a trap to capture him. His cowl was still in place, his equipment was still with him. He wanted me out of the way. The surge of nausea this time had nothing to do with the blow to the head or the remnants of the drug in his veins. The Batman spared himself another 10 seconds to clear his head, and then he began moving uptown, going from building to building, using what Nightwing called the Rooftop Express. It was slower going in the no man's land, but it served, and he knew it took him exactly 7 minutes and 28 seconds to make it from Civic Plaza back to the Upper East Side, to the territory he had claimed as his own. He didn't like claiming territory, but he understood its merits in the NML, especially psychologically. The statement was everything, and ostensibly those people who resided under a bat tag had a reasonable assumption that they would be safe. It had worked well during the past month, and in a way the No Man's Land seemed uniquely suited to his crime-fighting persona. Before Gotham had turned to rubble, he had existed in the public consciousness as more of an urban legend than anything else. Now, where the numbers were fewer and eyewitnesses were everything, more and more people knew the truth. He was at Muffo and 8th when he knew there was a problem. And he began moving faster toward the source of the light, where the fire was burning out of control in the distance. He flew past the EMS barracks where he'd been meeting Batgirl, noting that it too was empty, and then on the next block, he stopped short, registering what his eyes had seen on the brick wall 20 feet back. He turned and looked again, feeling his pulse beginning to beat at his temples. The wall where he had sprayed the sign of the bat, the wall that declared the block was his, protected by him, had been defaced. The yellow bat tag had been painted over, replaced with another tag entirely. Two-Face. When he reached Peterson and 6th, the ruins of the Eagle Cinema, he stood there for almost 5 minutes staring at the fires burning in the streets. At the 6 bodies that had been strung up along the walls, the men who had been beaten to death or shot with arrows or otherwise murdered, all for the defense of their home, for his territory. He had known each of them, and knew that they had never known him. He stared at the Two-Face tags that peppered the walls all around him, and at the words painted in red on the wall above the bodies. Tails, you lose. As if it was some kind of joke, some sort of prank that Two-Face had played simply to get a laugh out of him, or at least a rise. He had been holding his breath, and with a start, realized that he'd been doing so for over 2 minutes now. He stood vigil for another hour, and then, as dawn was threatening, set to work, freeing the bodies from their confines. There was clear ground in Puckett Park, and he could inter the bodies there. It was the least he could do for them. It didn't matter if Two-Face had murdered them personally or had henchmen do it. They were dead. 6 more dead, and it was his fault. It was dawn before he had the last corpse in the earth, buried deep enough to be honored. All of him was exhausted, and it ran deeper than muscle and bone. It had surprised him somewhat. He was used to fatigue, had lived with it for most of his life, first as a result of horrible insomnia, and then as an active decision, the commitment to 2 lives, one to be lived in daylight, the other in darkness. He had marked the graves with stones and promised himself that when it was all over, when Gotham was restored, Bruce Wayne would pay to have the bodies exhumed and moved and buried properly, with all honor and consideration. But for now, the stones would have to do. He fixed his gaze to the horizon, ignoring where Batgirl had been hiding for the past hour, watching him. He looked at the graves a final time, then turned and began heading north. Alfred would be with Dr. Tompkins or at one of the northernmost caves. Batman would take some rest there and determine his next course of action. No, he already knew his next course of action. She was coming down the slope behind him, still at least 50 meters off, to pay her respects or her penance. It didn't matter. Both were worthless to the dead. He didn't turn back. I trusted you. And then he left her to stand over the graves.
Entry 404, NML Day 176, 1751 Zulu. Dear Dad, hindsight, it's a bitch, ain't it? If only we'd known. If only we could have known then, maybe... But maybe we just do the same damn things. Maybe it's fate. That day, 1:45, it changed everything, didn't it? All of my maps had to be redrawn. Two-Face's territory doubled in one fell swoop, while Penguin lost almost all of his holdings. You made it all the way to the park. The Batman lost it all. What a way to mark the middle of spring, huh? I've been trying to reach him for the last 7 days, broadcasting on his frequency twice an hour, but no response. Nothing. Not even the Batgirl has answered my calls. Though whether that's because she's out of a job or because she's not picking up, I don't know. One of my agents, Charlie, he was on the ground there, told me that the Batgirl had saved his life. But he told me the rest of it too, how she had retreated, surrendering the territory to Two-Face. Charlie said she seemed to take it pretty hard.
I think she was crying under that mask.
Good.
You didn't see it. You don't know what it was like. She tried her best.
Trying isn't enough. I cut the connection and caught my own reflection in one of the monitors. Don't look like the Batman, but I sure can sound like him, I suppose. Maybe I am being too hard on her. Maybe we're all just being too hard on ourselves. Maybe that's why he's vanished again. Cassandra was in here last night, had a note for me, and after a couple minutes of charades with the map, I determined she'd been up to the MASH sector with Dr. Tompkins. The note was from Alfred Pennyworth, Bruce Wayne's butler, or gentleman's gentleman, as he prefers to be called. The note was short, basically bringing me up to speed on what had been going on at his end. He's been staying with Dr. Tompkins for the last couple weeks, assisting her in running the MASH unit. He says it's been busy up there, but the initial onslaught of injuries as a result of the great claim jumping, his phrase, not mine, has finally ended, and things are beginning to settle down. Of the Batman's current situation and whereabouts, he had little to offer, though I suspect he was being circumspect for fear that the letter fall into the wrong hands.
He has taken the loss of those territories claimed by him very much to heart, and is currently re-evaluating his strategy with regard to the declaration of the No Man's Land as a whole, and his modus operandi in particular.
He signed off wishing me the best, and saying that he expected that events would begin moving very rapidly now. He did not say why. Maybe it's the change in the weather, the heaviness in the air, the rising humidity and the increasing heat. Whatever it may be, though, I feel it too. It feels like everything up until now has been a sort of preamble. It feels like the real show is just about to start.
It had taken precisely as much effort to break into the No Man's Land as David Kane had expected. The National Guard outposts, the tank barricades, the anti-personnel mines, all had been deployed to prevent people from escaping rather than penetrating. Certainly they hadn't considered that anyone would spend the time, money, or effort to arrange a halo drop. Or perhaps they had determined that anyone prepared to go to such lengths to get inside deserved whatever he had coming to him. Kane fell for 5 miles before the city resolved below him, and through the night vision goggles he was wearing, he made out Robinson Park, steering himself toward the reservoir at its northern end. He kept one eye on the altimeter, and at 600 feet cut the cord to his equipment, kicking away the canister, even as the water rushed up at him. At 200 feet he deployed his chute, and at 20 he cut it away too. Then he was in the water, kicking to follow the rising of the bubbles, yanking the remainder of his drop equipment from his jumpsuit, letting it sink to the bottom of the reservoir in his stead. He broke the surface with air to spare and swam quickly to the near shore, where he pulled himself onto the dry land into the heat of the Gotham summer night. Without pausing, Kane rose, making his way carefully through the thick undergrowth to where he estimated his gear to have landed. He walked carefully but quickly, cautious not to harm the abundance of greenery, the bushes, flowers, and trees that were unnaturally thick and lush. His intelligence had told him poison ivy was in the park. He had no quarrel with her, so he took care not to offend her by harming the green. From what he knew, ivy eschewed all human contact, and was content enough to live and let live as long as her plants remained safe and strong. Nonetheless, he found that his gear, still sealed in its black ballistic canister, had broken 2 branches off an enormous pine when it had fallen to the earth. Working quickly, he hoisted the canister onto its side, snapping open its main compartment, from which he armed himself with a single silenced pistol and a smaller container that appeared to be nothing more than an aerosol can. Then, having done this, he moved the canister to his back, slinging the straps across his body, and made east as fast as he could. He was inside of the southern gate when the green around him came alive suddenly, the branches of the 2 enormous oaks on either side of the exit gate dipping across his path. He had been expecting this, though, and was ready. As the branches sprouted more branches, ends sharp as needles racing at him, he went into motion. Kane pivoted, turning between the 2 extending spears with barely any room to spare, then dropped to his side, rolling toward the gate, bringing the aerosol up in his hand. He sprayed mist into the air around him, then pressed the second tab, causing the spark to fly. Flames erupted instantly, the misted gasoline igniting everything it touched. The branches burst into fire, twisting crazily out of his way. He didn't stop, only pushed forward until he was out of the park, smelling the burning wood behind him. Feeling the extra push of heat turn the remaining water in his clothes to steam. He began moving south, counting the blocks until he reached what he believed had once been Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. He followed it south, the street empty and the night silent, and in under a minute saw the landmark that was his goal, the 20-story tower with the clock face at its apex. Kane moved to the side of the street, to the shadows, though he was certain that no one had seen him thus far. He was paid to be cautious, however, and so he took the time to give the street a thorough visual scan. 2 people were on guard outside the entrance to the clock tower, flanking the front door at either side. Not much of a deterrent, and certainly nothing that would slow him down should he decide to enter the building. He considered his options, looking at the ruined architecture around him. His data suggested that the target would be at the top floor of the tower. Farther down, on the opposite side of the street, there was another building still standing, but in sorrowful condition. Only 16 stories tall, its front had crumbled in the earthquake, yet still the structure managed to defy gravity. He wouldn't be certain until he was inside, but he suspected the angle might well be workable. Kane moved out of the shadow, turning at the corner and heading around the block, entering the building through a shattered window at the rear on the ground floor. Inside, he pulled the canister in after him and settled it once more on his back. He took the pistol from the holster on his thigh, screwing the silencer into place at the end of the barrel, and then slowly chambered the first round. The employer had specified stealth first, and Kane meant to oblige the request. He hated to do things twice. He had his reputation to maintain. The stairs looked capable of taking his weight, and he ascended slowly, the gun out in front of him, held in both hands. On the second floor, he noted which apartment doors were opened and which were shut, keeping a tally in his mind. He continued his count as he worked his way higher. Though the building looked abandoned, he knew better than to believe it so. This was Blue Boy territory, or so he had been informed, and there were plenty of people who would be eager to live under the illusion and memory of the Gotham City Police Department. The 16th floor, he was disappointed to learn, had 4 apartments, and all the doors were closed. He removed the canister from his back once more, setting it carefully in the hall, then went to the first door, assuming that it would not be locked. He turned the knob slowly, and it offered no resistance, and so he pushed back the door and made his way silently inside. A man and woman were sleeping in the bedroom. He shot them both in the head. In the next room, he found a man alone, asleep on the couch. He shot him too. The third apartment was empty. The fourth apartment, the one he wanted, the one with a view of the clock tower, was also clear. He closed the door quietly behind him, then locked it. Setting the canister on the floor in the center of the room, he then moved to the sofa, swinging it around so that its back was to the cracked window he wanted. He removed the cushions from its seat and experimented with their positioning. After a while, he moved the coffee table and other chairs around too, creating a pocket in the corner. He climbed into the space, kneeling on one of the cushions, and looked out the window. The angle looked good. He went back to the canister and opened the main compartment, taking out the components of his rifle. The assembly was smooth and fast, taking him under a minute to complete. Content, he set the rifle aside and reloaded his pistol. Finally, he lay back against the cushions, the pistol in his hand in his lap, and waited for the dawn to rise. He hated himself for almost enjoying what he was doing. It had been depressingly simple to slip past Two-Face's guards, to penetrate the courthouse under the cover of darkness, to slip into Judge Halsey's chambers without alerting anyone to his presence. The night beyond the window was dark and moonless. The Batman felt that was somehow appropriate. In one swift move, he stuffed the gag into the sleeping Two-Face's mouth. He watched coldly as the man he'd once known as Harvey Dent, the man he'd once called his friend, struggled, pulling at the bonds that held him.
Harvey.
Two-Face fell back against the bed, turning his head to the source of the voice. The surprise registered in his eyes.
I have a problem.
The Batman moved around the room, then stopped at the bureau at the foot of the bed. On its surface was the silver $50, and he picked it up. He held the coin between 2 fingers at eye level, turning it to look at each side.
I think I finally understand its appeal, Harvey.
Two-Face's eyes widened slightly.
There's no judge, no court, no jury. There's no law anymore. Do you understand? There's no law anymore. You murdered 6 men, Harvey. 6 men I'd sworn to protect.
The Batman moved closer, looming over the bed, glowering down at Two-Face.
6 men that I know of. And how many more have you killed that have no one to speak for them? Another 6, 12, 20?
He stepped back, looking once more at the coin in his hand. Two-Face's expression had changed, and the Batman recognized it as honest fear. For a moment, it gave him a glimmer of something like satisfaction.
There's gotta be a reckoning, Harvey. What do you say? Should I flip it? Good heads, I let you go. Bad heads.
Two-Face was transfixed by the motion of the toss. The Batman looked at his closed hand, as if he could divine the result by feel.
Bad heads.
And then he turned and flung the coin. The $50 embedded itself, edge first, into the far wall. The Batman leaned in suddenly, lifting Two-Face by the throat.
Never forget how close you came tonight, Harvey. Never forget what you almost made me do.
Then he was gone, leaving Two-Face tied to the bed.
It's too dangerous for a young lady like you to be wandering around the no man's land at night. You're sleeping here tonight, in my tent. No arguments.
Cassandra tried to explain that she needn't worry, that she really could take care of herself, but eventually gave up. Dr. Tompkins was a healer after all, and worthy of respect. The last thing Cassandra wanted to do was insult her. There was no way to explain that she was only at the makeshift hospital and camp as a courier, running messages between Oracle and Alfred Pennyworth. It wouldn't matter to the doctor that Cassandra had already passed Oracle's message to Alfred, or that she now had Alfred's response folded safely in a pocket, ready for the return journey. So she spent the night at the MASH encampment, helping Dr. Tompkins and Alfred with the patients there, following either one or the other of them around until quite late. She was astonished by the steady stream of people, men and women and children who made their way to the little camp, all hoping that the doctor could minister some aid. Even more surprising than that, though, was Leslie herself. Cassandra wasn't certain, but the woman had to be in her late 60s at least, with hair that was both silver and white, and the clearest, palest blue eyes she had ever seen. She was a small woman, too, no bigger than Cassandra herself, and slight, with almost no muscle to speak of, the kind of person who looked like she could be tossed away in a stiff breeze. Yet Dr. Tompkins seemed invested with a boundless energy, fueled from somewhere within. It was inspiring to simply watch her speaking with a patient, to see her render care so gently and so competently. When they turned in that night, Cassandra tried to share that observation with the doctor, tried to pay her the honor as best she could. She waited until Dr. Tompkins had finished preparing the cot for her.
There you are, my dear. Sleep well. I'll see you in the morning.
Then, before the doctor could move out of the way, Cassandra stepped in, blocking her passage.
I'm sorry. Is there something more you'd like, dear?
Cassandra shook her head, then presented both hands. With her right, she made a fist, seating the face of it against the palm of her left hand, extending both in front of her at waist height. Then she bowed, looking the doctor in the eye. Dr. Tompkins's wrinkled face wrinkled some more, and then she surprised Cassandra by returning the bow.
You are quite a warrior, aren't you, dear? Thank you for the compliment.
Cassandra went to sleep, happy. The next morning, she woke before dawn and slipped out of the cot in the dark, making her way silently past Dr. Tompkins's sleeping form until she was outside once more. The sky was turning pink, and a hint of the day's coming heat was already in the air. Cassandra crouched outside the tent, pulling on her boots, and then she heard the movement to one side and turned quickly to catch its source. The huntress was watching her from beside the large tent, where the most serious patients lay.
Hi.
Cassandra grinned and raised a hand in response. Boots on, Cassandra approached, arms out in an exaggerated gesture, trying to convey both that she was pleased to see the other woman and that she hadn't seen her in a while. It had been months since they'd crossed paths on the Upper East Side, and since that time Cassandra had found herself wondering what had become of the huntress. Whenever she had tried to ask Oracle, Oracle had pretended not to know what Cassandra was talking about.
How are you?
Cassandra smiled and nodded, then gave her a thumbs up.
Good.
Cassandra indicated the camp, then pointed at Huntress.
Me? No, I'm fine. I'm not hurt.
Cassandra shook her head, repeated the gesture.
Oh, you mean what am I doing here?
Cassandra nodded.
I could ask you the same thing. Just thought I'd stop by, make certain everything here was okay. I've been trying to keep an eye on the camp. What about you?
Cassandra indicated herself, then made a walking gesture with the fingers of her right hand. Then she used her left palm as if it were a piece of paper and mimed scribbling a note.
A message? Who for?
Cassandra frowned, uncertain whether she should answer the question, if Oracle would be angry or not. Cassandra hadn't told her about the time she and Huntress had met at the end of winter, which had been all right because it really hadn't seemed to matter then. But this was a question about Oracle specifically, and Cassandra didn't know what to do. Huntress looked at her expectantly, and Cassandra finally nodded and pointed at her chest, making a small circle above her left breast. She tapped the circle, then did it again.
I don't understand, hon.
With her hands, Cassandra drew a shield in the air between them. Then she tapped her chest again and made the circle again.
Badge. Is that what you're trying to say?
Cassandra nodded.
Gordon has you running messages back and forth in the no man's land? He really has forgotten his priorities, hasn't he?
Cassandra frowned. She didn't like having to tell the lie, and now she didn't like where the one-sided conversation was headed. And it was starting to get light, and she wanted to make it to Oracle's before the morning had progressed too far. She made the running fingers gesture again, then pointed out of the camp to the south.
Gotta run, huh?
Cassandra nodded and shrugged.
Not that you need the warning, but be careful. Two faces between us and the Blue Boys now, and he's not as permissive a landlord as the Batman was.
Cassandra made the gesture with her fists that she had offered to Dr. Tompkins the night before. Huntress returned it perfectly.
Watch your back, kid.
After reading Alfred's note, Oracle wanted to work on Cassandra's lesson. They moved from the control room to the main space of the apartment, Cassandra watching while Oracle slid the false wall back into place. Cassandra took the seat Oracle indicated and waited while the other woman maneuvered the chair around to face her. From the coffee table, Oracle took a sketch pad and flipped it open to the beginning of the alphabet. They went through 26 sheets, each letter of the Roman alphabet, with Cassandra trying to mimic the sounds that Oracle made, matching the noise to the symbol.
Good! You're getting better! You've made a lot of progress. Thanks. Thanks. Better. Okay, let's try something else. Okay, try this one. This is a high palate sound. Stop.
Stop.
That's right. You're getting it.
Stop. Stop.
Suddenly, Cassandra turned quickly in her seat, her attention now on the door to the apartment.
Barbara, you shouldn't leave it unlocked.
Who's gonna break in, Dad?
Cassandra got up, moving out of the way as Gordon passed her to hug his daughter. She could see Oracle smile, how they both closed their eyes briefly. Her own father had only offered her a hug once, and that had been so many years ago, just before she had left. She felt both awkward and embarrassed watching them, as if she were intruding on something she had no right to see, and so she left, slipping out of the apartment and back into the hallway. She reached the stairs knowing that jealousy was dogging her steps. She wrestled with it in her mind all the way to the lobby, trying to see the emotion for exactly what it was. She didn't want to feel sorry for herself.
There she goes. Who is she again?
Not sure. Cassie or something?
There were 2 extra Blue Boys in the lobby, bringing the total of guards to 4. She didn't recognize any of them. Cassandra stepped out into the summer heat and light and saw her father across the street. Her heart stopped for an instant, turned cold, and she froze on the steps, not believing it. She couldn't breathe. It couldn't be him. Not here. He couldn't have tracked her here. She stepped back into the lobby, pressing herself against the wall, then peeking around again with one eye. The man was still walking along the broken sidewalk. He hadn't stopped, hadn't even looked her way, and Cassandra prayed he hadn't seen her. He couldn't know she was here. There was no way he could know that. He was entering one of the ruined buildings across the way, the tallest of them, now out of sight and inside. Walking with his head down, hands in his pockets, focused. She knew the look. She also knew that he didn't miss much, and that if he hadn't seen her already, it was by the same chance that had allowed her to see him first. She edged back out of the lobby, clinging to the wall, and then moving into the alley at the side, ducking behind some rubble. She couldn't see any movement from the building he'd entered. The windows facing the street had almost all been shattered in the quake, and most of them were now blocked with either scraps of boards or sheets, used by the residents to keep out the summer heat and the swarms of flies that moved in the streets like black clouds. As she watched, the sheet hanging over the window on the end of the top floor moved barely. The glint of metal reflected just for an instant, then was gone.
I'm ready to go. Yes, sir.
There were voices coming from the clock tower, just inside the lobby. And then she was out of the alley, leaping back up the steps as Gordon and the other cops stepped outside.
Holy jeez!
She scared them with her approach, two of the men stepping back and freeing their weapons from their holsters.
What?
She didn't care, didn't think about it, just grabbed Gordon around the waist and then drove him back into the lobby, shoving him down and covering him with her body. The bullet hit the ground on a line where Gordon's head had been only a second before, splintering the concrete of the steps. Cassandra pushed herself up, still holding the commissioner, dragging him forcefully back into the lobby as more rounds were hitting the ground, until they were far enough inside to have cover to block the sniper's angle. Cassandra let Gordon go, turning back to look. One of the blue boys was already dead, shot through the throat.
Damn it! Where's the shooter?
The remainder had pulled back, their weapons drawn.
Don't waste ammo!
Gordon started to get up, and Cassandra caught him by the arms, shoving him back toward the stairway. She indicated up with a finger, jabbing at the ceiling.
You want me to go upstairs?
She nodded vigorously, still poking the air above her.
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Gordon shook his head, started to step forward, but another barrage of shots from outside peppered the ground, breaking into the lobby and snapping pieces of the marble tile, shooting them into the air.
I can't see where it's coming from! Stay down!
Cassandra moved directly in front of Gordon, then wrapped her arms around his middle, using her right leg as a brace, and Gordon finally got the message.
Okay.
Fall back, men! Fall back!
The problem with trying to read Two-Face's lips, the Batman knew, was the left side of Harvey's face. So far, though, Two-Face had been obliging, ranting at the tallyman in the outer office of Judge Halsey's chambers. From where the Batman was perched on the remnants of what had once been Gotham's federal building, his view via binoculars was unobstructed. Alone on his perch, he recorded his observations for subsequent analysis. Two-Face was pacing in the office, gesturing wildly, moving the coin back and forth in his hands. The tallyman had backed away, giving his boss room to rant.
Tried to kill me in my own home. He came into my own home and tied me to the bed. He could have killed me. He's lost his mind.
And here the Batman lost the next couple of sentences as Two-Face turned away from the window, making further lip-reading for the moment impossible. Tallyman was nodding, trying to appease him, then moving quickly, almost like a spider, out of the way as Two-Face approached the wall. The Batman watched as Two-Face revealed a safe secured behind the painting there, trying to calculate the combination as Two-Face spun the dial. Then the safe was open, and Two-Face was removing stacks of bills, mostly hundreds from what the Batman could see. It was odd. Money in the NML? Why? Two-Face had turned, stacking the money on the desk, and once more the Batman could read his lips.
Detective Montoya. And if he thinks he can do that, he doesn't understand what's going on here. How there are some things a man can't stand. I'll show him.
Two-Face had turned away again.
Montoya.
Detective Third Class Renee Montoya, member of the GCPD's Major Crimes Unit, the division tasked with handling extreme crimes, normally those committed by the lunatic fringe, crimes committed by men like Harvey or Joker or Mr. Freeze. 6 weeks before Black Monday, the Batman had encountered Montoya and Two-Face in the rubble. It had been shortly after the quake, just before the National Guard had arrived, and looters had been running wild through the streets. The Batman had stumbled upon a group of citizens in Spanish Burnley who had mobilized their own grassroots rescue effort, moving from building to building, attempting to dig out those people still trapped. Montoya had been one of them, along with her brother. Two-Face had been helping as well. He'd been on one of his rare runs of good heads, it seemed. When the Batman arrived, Harvey had panicked, defaulting to a coin toss, trying to determine if he should run or fight. Harvey had made it as far as the actual toss when Montoya had taken the coin from the air. She had completely ignored the Batman's presence then, focused entirely on Harvey. Somehow, she had managed to convince him the toss hadn't been called for, that there was no decision to be made. She had convinced Two-Face to continue helping the rescue effort. Batman had backed away then, still watching warily. While Montoya seemed to have him under control, Batman knew that Harvey was dangerously unpredictable. Yet that night, finished with their work, Harvey had voluntarily surrendered himself to Montoya, and she had brought him back to Arkham herself. Batman had to admit, considering it now, that he'd never seen anything like it. Two-Face had closed the safe now, was moving back to the desk, still talking, this time faster.
Be that way if he's here. Should be. Can't keep us apart then, can he?
The tallyman spoke.
He should have arrived by now. If he's as good as they say, it's already been done.
Two-Face's grin was sinister.
Good. Good he tries to break a deal with us. He keeps me from seeing the woman I love.
For a moment, Batman thought he'd read that wrong, but Two-Face repeated it.
She's stolen my heart. I'm in love, and he knows that, and he'll pay for keeping us apart. He'll pay for everything.
The last woman Harvey Dent had loved was dead. The last woman Harvey Dent had loved was his wife, Gilda.
Pay for it. Never forget what he did after Kane does Gordon. She and I can be together. Kane.
It was almost a literal shock, the mention of the name, and Batman lowered the binoculars quickly, stowing them back in his belt, his mind already snapping the pieces of the puzzle together. The money, the haste, the snippets of conversation, the fire last night in Robinson Park. Why Robinson Park?
The reservoir.
The only open area in the city, the only viable target for a parachute drop. And it would have to have been the reservoir because any drop would have been high altitude, low opening, a halo drop, demanding not only a large target zone, but one that could lessen the impact of landing. Two-Face had said Kane, and everything made perfect sense now. It didn't matter that Jim Gordon and he hadn't spoken for 5 months, and it didn't matter that from all he had heard, Gordon considered him more an enemy than a friend. What mattered was that David Kane was in Gotham City, and that David Kane was one of the most revered and precise contract assassins in the world. What mattered was that for whatever twisted reasons in Harvey Dent's brain, Two-Face had managed to hire David Kane to murder James Gordon. And if Kane was already in the city, there was a good chance that the Batman would be too late to do a damn thing about it.
Cassandra, you know who he is, don't you? I need you to tell me. Who killed one of my men today? Who tried to shoot me?
Cassandra looked helplessly from the commissioner to his daughter, past the faces of the concerned Blue Boys who were now gathered in Oracle's apartment. No, not Oracle. She needed to stop thinking like that. Barbara. When her father was here, she was Barbara. Cassandra reached for the sketch pad that had held her lessons from early that morning, and Barbara nodded, handing it over and giving her the pen. Cassandra worked quickly, drawing the circle and then blacking it in, leaving the negative space in the shape of a serpent's head. Finished, she handed the pen back to Barbara, then held the pad up so Commissioner Gordon could see the drawing. He took the pad, pushing his glasses up against his forehead to look at the picture clearly. Cassandra could see that he didn't get it. Gordon replaced his glasses and dropped the pad back on the coffee table.
We're getting nowhere with this. All we can do for now...
Dad, I recognize this. I know what this is.
And?
It's the mark of Kane. Interpol circulated a flyer about 2 years ago.
Kane? David Kane?
Yes.
One of the Blue Boys, the Latina, moved closer to the commissioner.
If that's true, sir, we need to move you to a secure location as soon as possible.
Hold on, Renee.
Gordon took the pad back from Barbara and then turned once more to Cassandra.
Kane has no compunctions about killing women or children or teenaged girls. Why didn't he shoot you?
Cassandra looked at the picture, then at Gordon. Then she looked at the coffee table and folded her arms across her chest.
You do know him, don't you?
She nodded.
How?
With her right index finger, Cassandra pointed at Gordon. Then she pointed at Barbara. Then she pointed at the pad. still in Gordon's hand. Finally, she indicated herself.
You're his daughter?
Cassandra nodded and couldn't look at any of them, avoiding their eyes. It didn't matter. She could feel the stares, the heat and accusation in them. It didn't matter that she had never wanted to be like her father. It didn't matter that there had never been any choice. She was a killer too, and try as she might, she had never been able to escape that. Not even in the no man's land.
Sir, if Kane's been hired to kill you, he won't stop until he finds you.
He won't have to find me. He killed Donnelly this morning in front of this damn building. We're gonna find him.
Cassandra raised her head, saw that Gordon had turned to the door, his hand already extended to take the knob. She went to her feet as fast as she could, past Barbara, cutting in front of him before he could pull the door open, blocking it with her body.
No!
I understand what you're trying to do. I need you to keep her here, Barbara. I don't want her out there trying to shield me.
Dad,
Cassandra had opened the door herself and was out in the hall, slamming it closed behind her. From her pocket, she took her knife, popping the blade out with a press of the switch, and then jammed it into the lock. She pushed as hard as she could, then twisted, and the blade snapped, the tip remaining in the keyhole, jamming it shut. It wouldn't hold them inside for long, if at all, but she needed some way to keep it closed, to keep Gordon and Renee and Barbara from coming out after her. They didn't understand. They didn't know Kane. They didn't know how bad it could get. But Cassandra did, and she wasn't going to let Barbara Gordon lose her father. And then he was there, in the hall behind her, pistol in his hand. He didn't lower the gun, just used his left hand to motion her out of the way, his right hand holding the pistol level and steady. Cassandra put her back to the door and shook her head, spreading her arms as if her weight alone could keep it shut. Her father opened fire.
Hit the floor!
The bullets punctured the door around her torso. It all seemed to slow down for her then, as the adrenaline poured in, and she moved forward, slapping the gun from Kane's grip. This was her language. These were the words her father had taught her, and she spoke fluently. Kane reeled, unable to get his guard up in time to block the flurry of blows sure to come, but nothing happened. Cassandra stopped, looking at the streaks of blood on her hand, remembering that other punch, the one she had thrown almost a decade ago. The first time her father had urged her to speak. It had been at a party. He had put her in a pink dress. He had sent her to see the men in the office, the one surrounded by bodyguards.
Now don't worry. I'll be right outside. Talk to the fat man behind the desk. No one will stop you. You're a 10-year-old girl in a pink dress. Not someone they should fear. Just talk to him.
So she had. She had put her 10-year-old fist through the fat man's throat and had been astonished at how, when she pulled it back, it was red and sticky and wet. And then the guards had come at her. And then the door had opened, and her father was there. And the red was on the walls and on the floors, and no one was moving.
That's my girl.
Cassandra dropped her fist now and looked at her father, so much older, his brown hair now silver, his smooth face now lined. He was still the man she had fled from all those years ago. He was still the man who killed. She looked at Kane and felt the scream building inside her, the rage and the terror and the hatred, and she opened her mouth and let it out all at once.
Stop! What did you just... You can speak?
She felt herself breathing wrong, too fast and too hard, her whole body shaking. Kane reached out a hand, putting it in her hair. Inside the apartment, Gordon was trying to break the door down, and her father's eyes flicked away from her, hardening, and she saw everything returning then. Kane wouldn't stop, not even for his own child. And if Gordon came through that door, he wouldn't live. Beyond her father's shoulder, she saw a window, cracked but intact. She liked that window. She had watched the sun setting over the park from it. Her father was reaching for his gun again. Cassandra exploded forward, pitching her shoulder into his stomach, throwing her arms around his waist. He was too big, too heavy for her to grab, but she could push, and she did, and together they hit the window hard. Then they were in the air, falling with the shards, and for a moment, Cassandra felt almost happy. The gunshots had warned him, and Batman feared that he wasn't in time as he swung onto the sloped roof of the clock tower. He hit the edge, and then heard the glass shattering, looked down to see the bodies falling away from beneath him. The line still secure in his hands, he jumped headfirst after them, feeling the line sliding along his palm as he calculated the angle. They were falling away from the building, which gave him room to maneuver, to play the line. With his free hand, he deployed the second grapnel, firing it at the building opposite as he caught up to them. He dropped the first line, and with that hand grabbed at the two bodies still locked together, taking a handful of Kane's belt, hoping that the girl wouldn't let go. The additional weight tore at his arm, and it blew his balance, causing him to yaw wildly. There was an available opening in the building where the window had once been, but he knew that there was no way he could get all three of them through it. They were still at least 12 stories up, more than high enough to kill any of them in a straight plunge to the concrete, and so Batman twisted on the line, gritting his teeth and taking the impact with the wall on his back. The blow seemed to rattle through his bones, along his spine, and it snapped his head back too, cracking it against the brick facade. He brought his feet up and behind him, then pushed away from the wall in another attempt to make the broken window, this time swinging around for a better approach. His other arm had stopped singing and was now screaming from the weight of the two people. When he was close enough, he twisted, trying to heave Kane and the girl into the building. It didn't work out as planned. Kane pitched forward, but instead of going into the building, he stopped himself at the edge of the window, one hand holding himself in place, the other reaching to try to lift the girl who was still hanging around his waist into the room. But the girl looked up, and Batman saw fear in her eyes. She let go of Kane's waist and continued her fall. Batman let go and followed, once again in free fall, pitching forward like an Olympic diver, reaching for the girl. He caught her wrist with one hand, snapping out the cape with his other. The air couldn't fill it enough to stop them, but it allowed him to steer ever so slightly, and with 3 stories to spare, they crashed through another window. Breaking glass and wall, Batman trying to wrap himself around the girl to shield her. He felt something tear into his leg, rolling as they fell into the room, and they hit the floor hard enough to drive the rest of his breath from his body. The girl hadn't made a sound. Batman tried to move. And then the floor gave way beneath them, and they were falling again, crashing through drywall and floorboards and ductwork. And something hit his head again, and something else took what felt like a fair piece of meat out of his arm. They crashed into the basement. The brackish water was deep and cold, and took the rest of the energy from the fall. And Batman kicked up to the surface, looking immediately for the girl. She was already struggling out of the water, making for the spear of daylight visible above. Batman followed after her, pulling himself up through the broken flooring, feeling his whole body protest with the effort. A visit to Alfred would be necessary as soon as he could find the time. The girl had stopped and was looking back, though whether she was checking to see if he was all right or still following, Batman had no idea. When she saw him, though, she turned and sprinted out of the building, racing around to the front. He went after her, feeling his right leg threaten to give out beneath his weight. She was in the street, staring up at the window where they had left Kane hanging. But Kane was gone. Batman tilted his head back, slowly scanning the buildings on both sides of the street, down one side and then back up the other, until finally he was again looking at the clock tower. He could see the tiny shape of figures at the broken window nearly 20 stories above, a tan overcoat discernible. One of the figures he knew was Jim Gordon. The girl was pulling at his hand, imploring him to follow her off the street toward the clock tower. She was pointing up at where Gordon was still looking down at them. Batman shook his head, gently breaking free from her grip. Clearly, Kane had made an attempt on Gordon's life, one that had been blocked before Batman arrived, apparently by the girl. He gave her another look, saw the broad spread of the knuckles of each of her hands, how she held her center of gravity. She was looking at him with wide eyes, waiting, and he saw the pattern of her breathing, the measured control of an advanced martial artist. He needed to withdraw, tend to his wounds. Kane would be doing the same. There was time to spare. The girl had bought Gordon another day at least.
Follow me. Parlez-vous français?
The girl looked at him blankly. He had tried all the languages with which he could at least ask the question. They were seated opposite each other, under one of the many oak trees in Puckett Park, not more than 100 yards from where Batman had buried the bodies of the men Two-Face had murdered. It was dark now, and the heat and humidity of the day had begun to mercifully recede. Batman used his hands to ask, "Are you deaf? Do you understand signing?" The girl shook her head again, then reached out and took the Batman's hands, pushing his fingers into fists. Then she pressed her palms against the face of each fist. She pulled back and then repeated the gesture, harder, keeping her eyes on his. Batman then got to his feet and began performing the push hands drill from Tai Chi Chuan, going through each movement slowly. Before he had finished the first sequence, the girl was standing beside him, mirroring each gesture perfectly, timing her motions against his. Batman stopped and looked at her.
I understand.
She smiled hesitantly.
I knew David Kane once, long ago. More than 20 years past. I was a student of his.
The girl's eyes widened a fraction.
He used to say that the only way to truly be a warrior was to make your actions as fluid and easy as your speech. He used to say that combat itself was a discourse, the finest form of conversation. At the time, I thought it was hyperbole.
He reached out, touching her cheek.
I didn't realize he was insane enough to actually force that philosophy on another human being.
Cassandra nodded, slowly. Batman swiped at the earth with his hand, clearing a surface broad enough to work on. With his index finger, he drew 3 symbols: a badge, a face with a line down its middle, and the serpent's head that was the mark of Cain. He drew an arching line, joining the mark of Cain to the badge, then another joining the split face to the mark.
Two-Face.
He tapped the appropriate symbol.
Hire David Kane to kill Commissioner Gordon. You saved Gordon's life.
He circled the badge.
You saved his life.
Her smile was genuine. She reached out and erased the line from Kane to Gordon.
Yes, I want to keep that from happening.
The girl frowned, her brow creasing, and he could see that whatever she was thinking, she was having difficulty finding the means to articulate it. Finally, she brought her closed fist down on Kane, rubbing the symbol out.
No.
Batman quickly drew the symbol in again.
I won't kill him. I don't kill.
The girl's frown deepened, and she redrew the line from Two-Face to Kane, then added arrowheads on either side of the link. She looked pointedly at Batman, then redrew the line from Kane to Gordon, dragging an X across the symbol for the Commissioner. Finally, she once again rubbed out the symbol representing Kane. Batman calmly replaced it.
I understand. Two-Face has paid Kane to kill Gordon. Kane won't stop until Gordon is dead. And you believe the only way to stop Kane is by killing him. I disagree. There is another way.
She held up her hands, as if asking for an explanation.
The weak link is the money. If Kane isn't paid, he won't complete the contract. And Two-Face won't pay him until Gordon is dead.
Batman got to his feet, looking at the girl.
Stay here. Whoever you are to David Kane, I don't want you two mixing it up again. In the morning, head back to Oracle.
She tugged on his cape as he turned, then pointed her index finger at his chest, the question visible on her face.
I'm going to try to keep Jim Gordon alive.
The standoff had started during the night. 4 members of what had been Black Mask's cult, aimless and lost with his disappearance, taking hostages and parading them down Palmieri Way until reaching Central. Then they put knives to the throats of 3 innocents and began with their demands.
We want the release of Black Mask! We want the release of Black Mask or these 3 die!
Great.
Montoya would have laughed if she'd still had it in her to do so. It was utterly ludicrous on so many levels. To begin with, she didn't know where Black Mask was. As far as that went, she didn't think anyone in the GCPD knew where Black Mask was either, and she didn't have the time or the inclination to look. She was far more concerned with trying to keep the commissioner alive and as far away from Kane as humanly possible, and she honestly didn't have much faith in her ability to do so with only a handful of other cops beside her. The word about Kane had spread like wildfire, of course, and now, to make matters just as bad as they could possibly be, the Blue Boys were 2 steps away from panic as a whole, their faith in Gordon's leadership shattered by this new threat. When Pettit and his squad had finally showed up just before daybreak, she was almost happy to see them. She didn't even mind that Foley had come along to watch.
No negotiations.
They've got hostages.
No negotiations. These are terrorists. We don't negotiate with terrorists.
Bill, what are you proposing to do?
We give them an ultimatum. QRT protocols. I'm in charge now.
He faced the cult members.
You have until dawn to let them go. Otherwise, you will be shot!
We want the release of Black Mass! We want the release of Black Mass, or we'll kill them!
Yeah, I heard you the first time, freak. Anderson.
Sir?
You and Lewis go up the block. Come around back. I'll give you the signal when I want you to move.
Yes, sir.
Anderson backed off and tapped another member of the squad on the shoulder, and the 2 men headed into the dawn together. All of Pettit's squad were armed, with sidearms and M16s.
What exactly are they supposed to do?
They'll shoot when the time comes.
They have ammunition? You said we were out of ammunition.
Pettit ignored her, moving closer to the rusted husk of a crushed car, trying to get a better look at the Black Maskers and their captives. 2 of the hostages were men, one of them barely out of his teens, the other on the far side of 50. The other was a woman, and from the way the 3 hostages kept looking to one another, Montoya guessed that they were a family, one of the few that had remained in the city as a unit. The sky was beginning to bleed with color, driving the navy blue away, dripping gold light on the sides of surrounding buildings.
Time's up. I'm giving you one last chance to let them go, understand? One last chance! I'm counting down from 10. If the hostages aren't free when I hit 1, we're opening fire.
Free Black Mass!
That's the way you want it, fine.
Pettit turned and motioned more of the squad forward, dropping his own rifle from his shoulder and snapping the rate selector switch above the trigger plate.
You can't just...
You know what, Montoya? Shut up!
Pettit! You can't!
What part of that didn't you understand?
Pettit brought the rifle to his shoulder, using the roof of the car as a support. Foley was standing at the back of the squad.
10!
The rest of the squad had their weapons up as well.
9!
All their sights on the Black Maskers.
8!
Montoya watched while the hostages were herded
7!
together in a tight group.
6!
The Black Maskers proceeded to kneel behind them,
5!
using their bodies as a shield.
4!
This is crazy! Pettit, stop!
3!
You'll hit the hostages!
2! 1!
What the hell is going on here?
Montoya turned and heard Pettit moving as well. They saw the commissioner racing toward them from the end of the street. Bullock was with him, chewing ferociously on the stick in his mouth.
God damn it.
What do you think you're doing?
Hostage situation, Jim. You just broke my ultimatum. Now they think they can push us around.
Were you about to open fire?
We were on the count, Commissioner. You know as well as I do.
I don't give a damn if you were solving the national debt, Captain Pettit. This is not how we deal with the mentally ill, and it sure as hell isn't how we deal with them when there are hostages at stake. Nobody is shooting anybody here until I say otherwise. Is that understood, Captain Pettit?
Montoya saw the muscles in Pettit's jaw tighten. The dawn light was making his skin look red, and then Montoya realized that it wasn't just the light. She saw what he was going to do. Pettit spun. The Black Maskers lay dead on the broken pavement outside of Central. And so did the family of hostages.
Don't compromise my leadership in the field.
Montoya felt the sudden, terrible need to vomit. She put a hand out on the car to steady herself. Gordon and Bullock moved past her and stared down at the bodies. No one else was moving. No one in the squad. No one on the street. Gordon looked back at where they were standing, Montoya beside Pettit, and he started to go for his gun.
You son of...
No, Commish, don't do it! Don't do it! It's not worth it.
But Pettit had brought the rifle to his shoulder once more, had the barrel leveled at the commissioner. Montoya moved without thinking, slapping the gun aside, and Pettit responded by swinging at her with the back of his hand. The blow was hard enough to put her on the ground, and when she could see again, Pettit was pointing the rifle at her.
Don't ever touch my weapon again, woman.
Montoya thought it would be damn stupid to die this way, to die because Billy Pettit had lost it. For a long second, Pettit's fingers stayed on the trigger. Then he came off it and stepped back, raising the rifle above his head.
This is the only diplomacy left! The diplomacy of strength! The ability to back your words! We've been deluding ourselves for months, thinking we could survive by being soft. Well, I'm not deluded anymore. I know what has to be done.
He lowered the rifle, surveying the gathered men. Pettit gestured with his free hand at Gordon.
You can stick with him? With Jimmy's outmoded ethics and sense of fair play, his precious morality. You can stick with him and you can die? Or you can come with me and live.
Anderson and Lewis came around the car and joined him on either side. Then, more of the squad. One man, then two, then four, then all of them gathered around Pettit. Montoya stared, seeing Foley, frightened, glancing from Pettit to Gordon. Then, he dropped his gaze to his feet, and he fell in with Pettit's men too.
Right. Nice knowing the three of you.
Then Pettit led his men away, down the street, leaving Montoya, Gordon, and Bullock to stare after them. Cassandra, having decided what she was going to do, wasted no time in doing it. Two-Face's men posed very little problem, really. Some of them had guns, and those were the ones to be cautious of, but the rest were only equipped with clubs and knives and the like, and she knew how to deal with those easily enough. It took her less than 2 minutes to work her way from the steps into the building, dropping each guard with her hands or her feet as she came upon him, leaving them on the ground, clutching at dislocated joints or fractured bones, or more often, not clutching at anything at all, simply unconscious. The guard at the bottom of the stairs, though, he had a gun, and she moved at him quickly, tracking the weapon's movement, then veering away before he fired. The one shot, she felt, would do the trick, and she trapped the guard's arm at the elbow and then twisted until she felt the bone snap. She heard the door opening above the atrium. She let the guard fall, glancing up to see a man with a horrible split face. She bounded up the stairs after him. Two-Face moved back, reaching into his pocket. Cassandra was only halfway up and trying to decide which way to go if he pulled a gun, but he didn't. He pulled a coin, flipping it quickly. Then he dropped the coin back into his pocket and ran. She hit the landing, skidding around the corner on the marble floor in time to see the door near the end of the hall slamming shut. There were another 2 guards here, each with a rifle, and she sprinted at them, then dropped to her back, sliding. Both guards missed, and she flipped from the ground up. Within seconds, both guards were out cold. She moved to the door, pushing it open, then quickly stepping back. When there was a pause, she decided she would have to risk it. She went into the room low and incredibly fast, diving toward the desk and then springing up, coming at Two-Face from his exposed side. She had the gun away from him with a bash at his wrist, then caught him beneath the throat, closing her fingers around his larynx. There was another man in the room in a funny hat. That man also had a gun pointed at her, but she didn't worry about him, moving Two-Face in front of her as a shield.
You're gonna die for this, little girl!
With her free hand, she dipped into his pocket, where she had seen the coin disappear. She showed it to Two-Face.
You too? You're gonna flip on me too?
She frowned. The other man was still holding the gun on them. She gave Two-Face another shake.
Tallyman, drop the gun!
The man in the funny hat dropped the gun, and she saw it bounce onto the carpet by the couch, and next to it, she saw a duffel bag. The bag was open, and in it were stacks of American dollars. Cassandra smiled. This made it so much easier. She moved Two-Face with her to the couch, dropping the coin as she did, then smoothly lifted the bag. It was heavy, full of money, and that more than anything confirmed for her that it was what she had come looking for. She tightened her grip around the handles, backing toward the door, kicking the gun at her feet across the room.
You're gonna die for this!
She used her grip to spin him around, facing her, and then let go of his throat and drove her right knee into his solar plexus. Then she took off. She didn't stop, flying down the steps and through the atrium until she was out in the heat again, racing through the rubble, her prize tight in her hand. Batman had determined that after the clock tower, the next most logical place for Kane to strike would be at Gordon's home. Earlier that morning, he had made a circuit around the house, seeing only the 2 guards on post at the front, a third in the garden around back. Again, he checked the perimeter, confirming that all of the cops on post were still in place. His legs still throbbed from the day before, and he had more bruises on his person than any one man had a right to. But his body was still doing what he asked of it, and he was satisfied with that. He had positioned himself on the roof of a neighboring house, feeling the daylight heat center and increase on his motionless form. He felt exposed. Until the No Man's Land, the Batman had only appeared at night, a technique that helped maintain his terrifying reputation. Batman in the daylight seemed somehow wrong, and it made him uncomfortable. He was perspiring slightly beneath the cowl. Gordon, Montoya, and Bullock had appeared down below. Batman turned his head, looking for a shadow to hide in, one that would offer some shelter from the heat of the sun. From his periphery, he saw movement at the edge of the rooftop, the long shadow cast by the broken air conditioner there, disrupted by another shape. He ducked, rolling back and springing up. David Kane's first 4 shots, all missing him by mere fractions. The 5th caught him high in the center of the chest, but the Kevlar held, and the kinetic impact rattled through him as if he'd taken a brick to his heart. He staggered back, dipping his shoulder and rolling, forcing himself to resume breathing. He came up with Batarang at the ready, tossing it straight at Kane's head, knowing full well that his target would dodge the throw. Kane did, jerking his head out of the way, and Batman took his wrist, locked in his fingers and twisted, bringing his other hand down on the weapon. The gun flew free, then skittered from the roof, falling to the street. Batman used the momentum to flip the other man. Kane went over, twisting his wrist and reversing the grip, and Batman was in the air then too. They tumbled to the edge of the roof, Kane on his feet, while Batman struggled to rise. Kane took another step onto the ledge and leapt, clearing the space between houses, trying to gain distance. Batman followed, crossing the gap and coming down just behind the other man. Below, from the street, he could hear shouting.
Kamish! On the roof! It's back!
Kane could hear it too, and he rounded on Batman. Batman blocked with his forearms, and they began exchanging blows faster and faster. Kane alternating punches and kicks, each targeting a vital, each intended to kill, and Batman found himself almost entirely on the defensive. For a moment, they stood apart, the sun burning down on them. The humidity and sweat made Batman's eyes burn.
I know you. Know all about you. Know your work.
I know yours.
It's an honor.
Not the work.
The meeting.
For you.
You can't stop me.
Watch me.
Kane wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, never looking away. Batman adjusted his balance slightly, forcing himself to remain focused for the attack he knew would come. From the street, there came only silence, and he hoped that Bullock and Montoya had forced Gordon to cover somewhere.
You've already lost, you just don't know it.
We have time.
Not enough. I won't stop. If you know me, you know that. I won't stop until the contract is canceled or fulfilled. You'll have to kill me. And you won't do that.
I won't need to.
And then the attack came. A flurry of kicks that forced him to the edge of the roof, coming too fast for him to do anything but block again and again. Then he saw a pattern he recognized. It was a savate sequence. Left coup de pied was followed by a right coup de pied chasse. And as soon as the second kick came, he caught Kane's leg and used it to take the man down hard onto the tar roof. Kane grabbed at him, one hand closing around the back of the cowl, the base of the cape. And he tugged, and Batman went over him into a roll. He came up face to face with the girl he had left in Puckett Park. He spun back, preparing to defend again, and he saw that Kane had returned to his feet, but he was now motionless as well.
Get out of here!
Batman knew that wasn't directed at him. The girl stepped around Batman, and he saw her expression from the corner of his eyes with stone determination, the refusal to retreat. She was holding a small duffel bag, almost a gym bag, and on the humidity of the still air, Batman thought he smelled gasoline.
Leave! If you can understand me, you must leave. This isn't your fight.
She dropped the soaked open bag onto the roof in front of Kane. Bills, bundles and bundles of them. And Batman knew intuitively that it was Two-Face's money. And he knew why he was smelling gasoline. If there was no money, then there was no payment for Kane. No payment for Kane, then the contract with Two-Face was null and void. She had a book of matches in her hand, and in one fluid motion had torn a single one free, and then dropped it onto the bills. The fire took instantly, the money curling in the heat. The girl was crying. The battle mask that David Kane had worn crumbled, and Batman saw tears in his eyes. He wasn't looking at the flames. Kane extended a hand to the girl. She turned her back on him and walked to Batman's side. Kane stared at her for a moment longer, then seemed to slump, almost shrinking from within. The girl looked at Batman, then took his hand in hers. Kane nodded.
Take good care of her.
Then he was over the edge and out of sight. Gordon waited in the garden, working on the plot of vegetables in the far corner, knowing that sooner or later he would have company. His frown deepened as he dug out the weeds, tossing them aside, creating a small mound of the discarded greenery. Inside the house, Sarah was sleeping, still recovering from the bullet she'd taken during the Penguin offensive. Out front, Officer DeFilippis and Officer Witchy stood guard. Sergeant Ware had offered to take a post too, but Gordon had refused. There was no way he was putting a pregnant woman in the crossfire if he could help it. Kane was gone. He knew that. But it didn't make him feel any safer. He had posts that were empty or staffed now by civilians who were eager to help, but who had no idea what they were doing. Pettit's defection was costing them dearly already, and he knew that it would get worse. Before nightfall, easily half of the remaining Blue Boys had left Tricorner to join the Renegade. And Gordon knew he would lose more men under the cover of darkness. He realized he was more scared now than he had ever been in his life. More scared now than during the war. More scared than when Joker had kidnapped him years ago, trying to drive him mad. More scared than when he realized he was leaving his first wife because he no longer loved her, because he had fallen for a young and pretty detective named Sarah Essen. Then he heard the voice.
Jim?
He got to his feet, dusting himself off. Batman came out of the shadows from the far side of the garden.
Leave.
Kane's gone.
Leave.
Batman didn't speak, didn't move. Gordon could barely see the man's features, what little there was to see that was not hidden under the mask.
I didn't want your help. Do you get that? I didn't ask for your help. I didn't want it with Kane, and I sure don't want it now. God damn it, get out of my garden! Get out of my house! Leave!
The impact of his punch rode a shock up Gordon's forearm, made his knuckles ache. Batman brought his head back slowly, looking down at Gordon, and his mouth curved slightly, almost a frown, almost sadness. For several long seconds they stared at one another, and then finally, Batman turned and moved back to the shadows.
Two-Face wasn't an ally you could trust.
Neither were you.
But Batman had already gone, taking the last word, as he had 1,000 times before. It was what defined their relationship. Batman was always gone, before James Gordon had finished speaking. There was a small clay flower pot with a tulip in it that Gordon had been cultivating for Sarah.
Damn it!
He kicked it across the patio without thinking, breaking it into 1,000 shards.
Jim, are you all right?
Fine. Go back to bed.
I don't think so.
She started down the steps, and Gordon saw that she was barefoot and moved to intercept her.
Don't! You'll cut your feet open. I broke a pot.
She furrowed her brow, reaching a hand out and touching his cheek.
He was here, wasn't he?
Yes.
Come inside.
In the bedroom, Jim watched by candlelight as she removed her robe. The bandage on her side was clean as best as he could tell, the wound no longer seeping. She sat on the side of the bed, wrapping the blanket around her, returning his stare.
Our darkest hour.
Yeah.
I heard about Pettit. Bullock told me. Said that we're losing people.
They think I can't protect them. They think we won't survive.
We will. They're wrong, and sooner or later they'll see that. But that's not what's bothering you, is it?
No. What's bothering me is him. That I thought he saved my life today, Sarah. If he hadn't been on that roof, we would have walked right into Kane's ambush. I would have died. Montoya, Bullock, all of us. You'd be here alone if Batman hadn't been watching.
And you resent that.
He abandoned us. He betrayed our trust. And now he's back, just like that. And he's babysitting me.
Do you really think that's what he was doing?
I don't know what he was doing.
He was trying to keep a life from being lost. You know that. It's what he's always done.
She leaned to the side, resting her head on his shoulder.
I've never been his #1 fan. I disapprove of vigilantism. I disapprove of him. But while I've had thousands of doubts about him, about your relationship with him, I've never had any doubts about one thing. No one dies if he can help it. No one.
I'm just so angry, Sarah.
At him?
Oh, you're good.
Am I?
Yeah, you are. I am angry at him. But I'm angry at myself, too. I was commissioner of police in this town for years, and all that time he was here, and maybe I grew to count on him too much, to rely on him too much. And maybe it's not what Batman did that's burning me so hard right now, Sarah.
It's what he didn't do.
Maybe.
He wrapped his arms around her, buried himself in her hair. It smelled slightly of mint, and he wondered how she could make it do that, given everything else around them. Alfred was in his tent at the MASH unit, alone, reading the volume of Browning he had packed before leaving behind the ruins of Wayne Manor many months before. Since Batman's arrival, he had spent much of his time with Dr. Tompkins, supplementing her medical efforts with his own skills. Staying in the encampment allowed Alfred company and relative safety, and also enough time and freedom to go where Batman needed him whenever he was required. He had just finished reading Childe Roland to the Dark Tower came, when he glanced up and saw the Batman standing just inside the entrance, the tent flap already closed and secured behind him. One look was enough to make Alfred's heart break. It was in the younger man's posture. He could see it. And it was as if all the years since that horrible night had contracted, as if the time had never passed at all. Batman pulled back his cowl, revealing the haunted eyes of Bruce Wayne. Alfred closed his book and set it aside.
You have the look of a man losing a war with himself, Master Bruce.
It took Bruce a moment, as if he needed to focus, to remember where he was. And then he nodded. He moved to the bench opposite the cot. And as he sat, Alfred could see it once more, that terrible weight pressing on Bruce's shoulders, so heavy it seemed it could push him through the very earth and down to hell. To the world, to those who knew, the Batman was a force, potent and mythic, and duly terrifying. To Alfred, though, there were times when he was still an 8-year-old boy, demanding to know why the world had betrayed him so cruelly.
I've lost my way.
Master Bruce.
It's all gone gray, Alfred. The doubt and the confusion. I can't see the way any longer. The bodies keep piling higher. Pettit murdered 7 people this afternoon, and I wasn't there to stop it. I'm making mistakes. I can't trust my own judgment. I made an ally of Penguin, who betrayed me. I trusted a Batgirl when I should have known better. And I just don't know how to do this anymore. I don't know how to fix it. I saw Gordon. I tried to talk to him. He told me to leave. He wanted nothing to do with me.
Did the Commissioner give you that shiner?
Bruce barely nodded.
You let him hit you.
I let him. He made a deal with Two-Face, Alfred. Jim Gordon made a deal with Harvey Dent. It must have been for land. Certainly was how the Blue Boy offensive against Penguin was so successful. It's a theory. Whatever it was, I don't know the details, but...
Then it would be most unwise to speculate, would it not?
With Two-Face, Alfred?
Yes, sir. Might I suggest, sir, that now is the time to request some assistance?
No, it won't. I took help already, and it cost 6 men their lives. I set out to do this alone, to save my city. I can't...
I hesitate to contradict you, sir, but you have never been in this alone, despite what you might think. You have, from the start, had me and Oracle. You have always been, dare I say, dangerously hard on yourself, but even you must recognize that there are some shortcomings that are not your own, no matter how much you may wish it to be otherwise.
I failed.
No, Master Bruce. You have simply yet to succeed. That is still your goal.
Yes.
Then you need more assistance to achieve it, that's all. There is no weakness in turning to others for aid in times of crisis. If I may be so bold, not to do so would be arrogance of the highest order.
Something flickered across Bruce's face, the corner of his mouth turning slightly upward. And Alfred relaxed.
Not that I've ever been arrogant.
I would not presume to say, Master Bruce. I shall retrieve some first aid supplies from Dr. Tompkins' stores and return shortly. You have injuries which need tending.
Alfred moved to the flap, tugging at the canvas ties and opening a sliver of the tent to the night.
Yes, you would.
Beg pardon, sir?
You would presume to say, Alfred. You always did.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Alfred continued out of the tent. Once alone and in the darkness, Alfred allowed himself a momentary and very self-satisfied grin. Cassandra had slept on the floor in Oracle's place and woke as dawn came, light sneaking through the windows and splashing her face. Getting to her feet, she stretched a long while, working up the stiffness in her muscles, then padded silently across the hardwood floor. Oracle was working busily at her terminal. A noise came from the window behind her, and Cassandra turned to see Batman dropping into the room. He landed loud enough to make noise, and Cassandra realized he'd done so on purpose, a courtesy to Oracle, letting her know that he was now in her home.
Good morning, Batman.
He nodded.
Something I can do for you?
Call them.
This has been a graphic audio production of DC Comics' Batman No Man's Land, Part 1. Copyright 2011 by DC Comics. All rights reserved. Batman and all names, characters, and elements are trademarks of DC Comics. Copyright 2011. All rights reserved. Novel written by Greg Rucka. With performances by Richard Rowan as Batman, Karen Novak as Oracle, James Konachek as Jim Gordon, Julianne Elliott as Renee Montoya, Thomas Keegan as Two-Face, Yasmin Twazon as the Huntress, Danny Gavigan as William Pettit, Greg Gordon as the Penguin, Susan Linsky as Sarah Essen, Terrence Aselford as Alfred Pennyworth, Nanette Savard as Cassandra, Scott McCormick as Harvey Bullock, Alyssa Wilmoth as Christina Ware, Nick DePinto as Hugh Foley, Drew Kopis as Andy DeFilippis, Michael Glenn as Garrett, Alexander Strain as David Kane, Daniel Sontag as Tallyman, James Lewis as Black Mask, Faith Potts as Leslie Tompkins, Ken Jackson as Lucius Fox, with David Coyne, Thomas Penny, Joseph Thornhill, James Keegan, Christopher Sheeran, Kimberly Gilbert, Joe Brack, MJ Casey, Liz Demery, and Bradley Smith. Directed and adapted for graphic audio by Richard Rowan. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Temeskin Wubna. The Batman theme and additional original music by Dan Sondak. If you enjoyed Batman No Man's Land, be sure to look for our other graphic audio DC Comics titles, including Batman Dead White and Batman Inferno. Available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net.